The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to this stream of nightly old-time radio shows. I have 10 hours of classic radio for you. It is January the 10th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 49 BC, Julius Caesar defies the Roman Senate and crosses the Rubicon, uttering Alia Aeca Est. The die is cast, signaling the start of civil war and his appointment as Roman dictator for life. In 1430 AD, Catholic Order of the Golden Fleece is founded in Blues in celebration of the prosperous and wealthy domain of Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy. In 1475, Stephen III of Moldavia defeats the Ottoman Empire at the Battle of Vesuvi. In 1776, Common Sense pamphlet by Thomas Paine published advocating American independence. In 1839, first tea from leaves of indigenous plant of Assam, India, arrives in the United Kingdom. In 1946, UN General Assembly meets for the first time in London. In 1999, The Sopranos, starring James Gandolfini as mobster Tony Soprano, debuts on HBO. In 1958, Jerry Lee Lewis's Great Balls of Fire reaches number 1 on the UK pop charts. In 1982, NFL Championship, Candlestick Park, San Francisco 49ers beat Dallas Cowboys 28-27. The catch, iconic moment in NFL history, Dwight Clark makes fingertip catch for a touchdown from Joe Montana with 58 seconds remaining. San Francisco goes on to win the Super Bowl. Born on this day, Louis of Nassau, Ethan Allen, Frank James, George Washington Carver, Stephen E. Ambrose, Jared Kushner, Paul Hendry, Jim Croce, Rod Stewart, Donald Ferguson, Willie McCovey, Frank Malvalik, and George Foreman. Dying on this day, Carl Lunes, Samuel Coate, Marianus van der Lubbe, Coco Chanel, Roy DeMille, and David Bowie. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 119 regarding a series of thefts in the guest room at the Spiny, Texas ranch. Tonight's true crime story comes from Arizona, and at the same time comes confirmation of a new contract placed by the largest county in Arizona, Maricopa County, specifying that for another year, all sheriff's cars, all emergency cars operated by the county, are to be powered exclusively with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. This is a striking endorsement of the superiority of Rio Grande. In other cities, such as Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, they also specify Rio Grande crack for all police cars because it operates so efficiently in city traffic conditions. It gives quicker stopping, faster acceleration, and creates greater power and speed than any other gasoline these cities can buy. But road conditions are entirely different in Maricopa County, Arizona, where sheriff's cars speed over an area of 9,000 square miles in pursuit of criminals and on official business, traveling mountainous roads, over scorching deserts where temperatures often reach 130 degrees. Under these trying conditions, Rio Grande cracked gasoline shows its superiority. The patented, exclusive Rio Grande cracking process creates a gasoline with definite advantages over other brands. A gasoline which is more economical and more efficient than any other. A statement which is proved by the fact that more police and emergency cars specify Rio Grande cracked gasoline than any other brand. And now it is our great pleasure to present former Captain M. Joe Murphy, now Detective Sergeant in charge of the Bunko Squad of the Phoenix, Arizona Police Department and hero of tonight's broadcast. Sergeant Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Chief C.M. Johnston, my superior, is prevented by his official duties from appearing on tonight's broadcast. So he has requested me to pinch hit for him. It places me in a rather peculiar position, inasmuch as the story you're about to hear is one that I solved myself. There is nothing bloody or exciting about this case. No guns are fired and no lives are threatened. But then, a police officer's life is not all violent. Sometimes he is encountering cases which are downright amusing. And of all the cases on which I have worked during my 28 years as an officer, this story of the missing $100 nightgowns here is amusing to me. I hope you will find it just as funny.
One day, early in the spring of 1913, Chief of Police A.J. Moore of Phoenix calls his ace detective, Joe Murphy, into his office. Sit down, Joe.
Thanks, what's up, Chief?
Well, I got a job for you, Joe. They're just up at the Spiny, Texas ranch in Yavapai County, losing a lot of stuff from their rooms. I want you to go up there and get your feet. You'll be registered as a guest.
As a guest? Say, Chief, I couldn't mix with all those millionaires up there.
Oh, sure you could.
No, I'm a copper, not a dude.
Well, you'll get along all right.
I don't see how.
Well, you're going just the same. I'll be at home and get your bag packed and come back here in a couple of hours. I'll have your ticket ready for you.
All right.
Oh, by the way, I forgot something important. Going to pay you for this.
Oh, well, that's good to know. How much?
$10 a day and all expenses.
Oh, and I still do my regular pay here while I'm gone?
Sure.
Say, I'd impersonate the Tsar of Russia for $10 a day. I'll see you later, Chief.
A few minutes before train time, Detective Murphy reappears at the chief's office.
Hi, Chief. Hiya.
Oh, hello, Joe. I was afraid you'd missed your plane.
Oh, no. I won't miss my plane. Not me, though. I'll be there all right.
Well, here's your ticket. Hey, what's the matter with you? You act like you've been drinking.
I have.
What?
Part of my disguise.
Are you crazy?
No. Listen, Steve, I got it all worked out. Now, listen carefully. I am Thomas Whitley, Jr. You see, I'm the drunken celery millionaire. I'm going to Spiny, Texas to take the bath and try to get over the habit. That is, get over both habits.
Both
but sure, I take dope, too.
Oh, you take dope,
Oh, no, I'm a bad one, see. I'm such a junkie in it. Oh, yeah, then I can get by with anything I want to pull.
Sounds risky to me.
There's nothing risky about it. Now, you just wire the spy detective sergeant. Tell him to be Sister Whitley, the drunker young millionaire at the train, and I'll take care of the rest.
A few hours later, Joe Murphy staggers into the midst of the exclusive diners at Spiny Cactus Ranch. He's hustled off to bed by the worried attendant. Next day, Murphy, still nursing a hangover, is visited by Mr. Benton, the manager of the ranch, and Dr. James, the house physician.
Come here.
Mr. Murphy?
Mr. Murphy, my Thomas Whitley, Jr. Thomas Whitley will make the best hope in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yes. I know all about that, Mr. Murphy. I am Benton, the manager here.
Oh, you're the manager. Hi, boss.
What would you say, Doctor? I don't have to make an examination to diagnose the case as alcoholic intoxication. Pack your things, Mr. Murphy. There's a train leaving for Phoenix in an hour.
What?
You are fired.
How far?
I requested Chief Moore to send me a detective, and he sent me a drunk.
Mr. Benton, have you ever made an arrest?
No, of course not.
Have you ever solved a murder case?
No.
Well, have you ever seen the inside of a jail?
No, of course not. What are you insinuating?
Just this, that it'd be a good thing for you to mind your business and I'll mind mine. I've never managed a hotel, and I don't intend to. I don't know the first thing about ice-water, room service, and vegetables and cheeses, but I do know the policing business. Now, you just stick to your job, and I'll stick to mine.
You're impertinent as well as unreliable, Mr. Murphy.
Everything I've done is built for a purpose.
Such as using a half page to sign your name on the register last night?
That's lucky I didn't use the whole thing. I was drunk.
Oh, you admit it.
Of course I admit it.
The guests are objecting. They all saw you.
Well, that's what I intended they should do. Now, they leave me alone. I can get to work done on this case.
You'll do no work on this case. You're going back to Phoenix. I'll pay you for your time, and you can get the next train. But don't think you've heard the last of it.
Shut up, and listen to me, Mr. Benton. You're making me mad. Now, you hired me to come up here and $10 a day of expenses. Well, that isn't enough. My services will cost you $20 a day of expenses.
You're drunker than I thought you were.
Yeah, I'm getting soberer every minute. You haven't heard the rest of this deal yet. I don't like that room you've given me, Mr. Benton. You're going to move me into the best suite on the ranch. The sort of a suite that Mr. Thomas Whitley, Esquire, the son of the Cincinnati soap millionaire, that's the way I have it.
This is pretty
I'm not finished yet, Mr. Benton. You'll keep me in this luxurious style for 10 days. During that time, I will not touch a single drop of liquor. And if at the end of the 10 days I haven't captured your thief, then I'll go back to Phoenix and you don't owe me a cent. How about it? $200 is a cheap price for the reputation of your two ranch.
Taking up on it, then. I can't leave on a proposition like that. Suppose you're right, Doctor. Very well, Mr. Murphy. You're on.
Yeah, you're a sensible man, Mr. Benton. Now, let's get out of business. Now, what's the whole story from you? All I know is that somebody's been stealing things from the guest rooms. Now, what has been stolen? When did it occur? Come on, let's have it open.
The theft began about 2 weeks ago. Mr. Potter was the first to report anything missing.
Well, what did he lost?
A half dozen pair of silk stockings and an expensive kimono.
Oh, Mr. Potter wears silk stockings and kimonos, huh?
Not Mr. Potter. Mrs. Potter wears them.
Oh, I see. Well, that's small stuff. I thought you'd really missed something.
We are missing just $30,000 worth of valuables, of which Mr. Potter lost at least 5,000. Will be still by the guests unless we reclaim them.
Oh, that sounds more like it. You say Mr. Potter is the heaviest loser, huh? Can you put me into a suite next to his?
Why, the bridal suite is next to Mr. Potter.
I'll take it.
Now,
Shut up. I'm giving orders. You have my luggage moved to the bridal suite and tell Mr. Potter to get up there right away. I want to talk to him.
yes, sir. Well, how do you like these accommodations?
Pete will take curtains and fresh furniture. Now, all I need is the bride.
That isn't in your contract.
Oh, that's too bad.
Come in. Oh, Mr. Potter, come in, please. Hello, Mr. Murphy. I want you to meet Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy is a detective. How do you do?
Oh, Mr. Potter, glad to know you.
Mr. Murphy is up here to try to solve our robbery mystery. Oh,
Yes. I hope I can count on your assistance, Mr. Potter.
Oh, yes, indeed. What can I do for you?
Well, in the first place, you wouldn't mind if I had the door unlocked between our suites, would you?
Well, no, if you consider it necessary.
Yes, I do. Have you a pass key, Mr. Benton?
Yes, right here.
Well, you mind unlocking that door between the suites there, Quarter Street? Now, Mr. Potter, what have you lost from your room?
Well,
I heard about the silk stockings and the kimono. What else?
well, my wife has lost a half-dozen $100 nightgowns.
$100 nightgown. You mean each nightgown cost $100?
Yes.
They part.
Oh, go on, Mr. Murphy. The door's open.
Oh, that's fine. Now, let's see. See, if I was sitting in this room facing the mirror over the fireplace like that, the reflection would pick up the door between the suites. Yes. Mr. Benson, will you place that door slightly ajar? That's fine. I can see through the door to the mirror on the dressing table in the bedroom, and it reflects the entire living room.
How clever, Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
So simple. Why didn't I think of it myself?
Because you're a detective. Now, Mr. Potter, you just go and enjoy yourself and forget all about me. Except you to be sure that the door between our suites is open.
Oh, you can count on me.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. It's very nice. Now, Mr. Benson.
Yes?
At what time have these thefts occurred? At night or during the day or when?
As nearly as I can figure out, they've all occurred during the day when the majority of the guests are out riding or playing golf or at the bar.
I see. I suppose your guests are sufficiently snobbish not to try to escape up an acquaintance with me, huh?
Well, you could hardly expect after your condition on your arrival last night.
Yes, it's fine. I don't want to make any friends. You're going to hear some funny things about me, Mr. Benson, but don't let them bother you. I'll set it for you when I got into your report, huh?
Detective Murphy's face heavily powdered in simulation of a hopeless drug addict mingles among the guests of the ranch, surreptitiously sniffs at imaginary narcotics, makes himself a nuisance to the exclusive habitués of the resort. 2 days later, he calls for Mr. Benton. Well, what have you to report? Nothing
at all. But I have some questions to ask.
Yes, go ahead.
Who's the lady who walks through the cane and never leaves the hotel?
You must be Mrs. Hunter.
Do you know anything about her?
Well, she's been coming here for 15 years. Comes out every winter.
Oh, she's above stealing then, huh?
I should think so. She's got $17 million in American tour.
I lost $1 in a Phoenix store once. How about that blonde nurse? She's in and out all day.
You must mean the girl who takes care of the Stanley children.
Oh.
She's beyond reproach.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And then there's that swell of a young dame with auburn hair, $1 million figure. Who is she?
That's the CounterSpy.
Oh, Countess, huh? She doesn't go out much either.
The Countess is a perfect lady.
Does she pay her bills?
Countess.
How long has she been here?
A couple of weeks.
You know anything about her?
Well, after all, she's a countess.
All right. Only remember, it's my job to suspect everybody.
But it isn't going to do you any good to cast aspersions on some of my most favored guests.
All right, but that's the roll call of the people who hang around the hotel all day. Now, how about the help?
We've investigated their quarters thoroughly and found nothing.
Who investigated them?
The deputy sheriff, who's on the ground.
Oh, there's his deputy on the ground.
Yes, and a very good one.
Well, why didn't you get him to solve your little mystery?
Well, naturally, he's known. We wanted somebody to work undercover.
And when you get your undercover man, you don't like the way he does his job.
It isn't that, Mr. Murphy. Only I do not believe any of the people you've mentioned could possibly be guilty.
All right, we'll see. I have all my meals sent up to me. I'm not going to leave this room until I get somebody raiding the Potters next door.
1, 2 days go by while Detective Murphy keeps his self-imposed vigil in his suite, sitting all day before his fireplace mirror, commanding a view of the entire interior of the Potter's rooms next door. Then, in the middle of the afternoon of the third day, Murphy's watch is rewarded. He lays down the magazine he's reading as he hears the hall door of the Potter's suite softly open. Watching intently at his mirror, he sees a beautiful young woman clad in an expensive negligee slip into the room, close the door behind her. Quickly, she crosses to the desk, clearly visible to Murphy through his system of mirrors. Like one accustomed to the place, she opens the desk drawer, takes out a wallet, extracts the money it contains, replaces it, crosses to the dressing table, removes a bottle of expensive perfume, takes a half-dozen lace handkerchiefs from one of the drawers and glides out of the suite in unruffled beauty. Murphy picks up his magazine, chuckling to himself. It seizes the gorgeous and unimpeachable CounterSpy. That night, Murphy breaks his custom and dines with the rest of the guests in the ranch dining room. But he sits at the table to one side and eats very little, for his eyes are on the Countess Shirley, gaily chatting with Dr. James, the house physician. Dinner over, the pair wander down the path leading to the moon-drenched desert. Murphy saunters along, just far enough behind them not to be noticed. A slow quarter-mile from the ranch house, Murphy senses that he is being followed. Steps off the path behind a giant cactus. Coming down the path behind him is a little man in a huge 10-gallon hat, stealthily peering in all directions as he advances, gun drawn, step by slow step. When his shadow is abreast of the swell, Murphy suddenly steps into the path in front of him.
What's the big idea? Are you following me? Well, yes. You better put that six-shooter away. You might get hurt. What's it all about? Who are you?
I'm the deputy here at the ranch.
Oh, you're the deputy, huh? Yeah, that's right. I heard of you.
Reckon you probably have.
Well, what are you following me around for?
Well, to tell the truth, you're under suspicion.
Under suspicion of what?
We've been missing things around the ranch, and the boss told me to keep my eyes open for suspicious persons. And you sure look like a suspicious person to me.
You know, you're wasting your time as a deputy out here. You ought to go to Washington and join the Secret Service.
Well, I'm studying for that.
Oh, you're studying for that. It'd be nice when you get your diploma, won't it?
Yeah, kinda.
Well, what do you do around here when there isn't any deputying to be done?
Oh, I wrangle dudes for the boss in the daytime.
And following around at night with a drawn gun, eh?
Oh, not all of them. Only you see, you're under suspicion.
Well, listen, Sheriff. As long as you're picking up on suspicious things, take a look down there in the wash and see if that doesn't arouse your suspicions, huh?
Well, let me run for a maverick if it ain't the doctor and the counter.
Yeah.
Looks to me like he's kissing her.
Yeah, that's what they call it where I come from, too.
Say, ain't that a pretty sight?
I can see you only work lottery detail up here. You don't seem to be interested in the beauties of the vice squad. Come on, I'll walk back to the ranch house with you.
All right. I don't think we ought to interrupt the doctor and the countess, do you?
No, I don't think the countess will steal anything tonight. Oh, nothing. Sure, that's nothing.
Detective Murphy, hugely enjoying his private little joke, next morning instructs Mr. Potter to place some marked money in his billfold and leave it once more in the desk drawer, and to be sure to drop a remark within the Countess' hearing that he had forgotten. Shortly past noon, Murphy once more hears the door of the Potter's suite open, looks up, sees the Countess in the mirror. She takes the money plant from the wallet in the desk, helps herself to a dozen pairs of silk stockings and a silver ashtray. As she's about to leave her seat, Murphy jumps to his own door, opens it as she's passing.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Did you knock?
What?
Oh, I thought I heard someone knock.
No, you must have been mistaken.
I was lying down half asleep. I beg your pardon. The spring can do no wrong, they say, but I guess that doesn't include the countess. Hello, ask Mr. Benson and Dr. James to come up, will you? Benton. I'm ready to make my report.
Splendid. You're earlier than I expected.
Well, what is it? Your thief is the Countess Tracy.
The Countess Tracy? Impossible.
Oh, why impossible, Doctor?
Well, that is, well, the Countess is a lady. She has money. She wouldn't... There must be some mistake.
Oh, there's no mistake. The Countess Tracy is a thief.
But we only have your word for it.
Well, that should be sufficient. But a search of her room will quickly prove her innocence or her guilt.
But it would be impossible to demand that.
Oh, we can't demand it unless we have a search warrant. And we'd have to go to Prescott for one. But we can ask permission to search her room. How about it, gentlemen? Do I have your cooperation, or are you so hoodwinked by the charming and beautiful Countess that you're going to let her get away with this, huh?
Well, I suppose we'll have to take her with you. There must be some other way.
I can assure you, Doctor, there isn't. Now, Mr. Benson, get Mr. Potter up here when we visit the Countess so he can identify the stuff he's had stolen. And you'd better get that dude wrangling deputy sheriff up here. After all, he has the authority to make the arrest in this county, and I haven't.
Very well, I'll get them right away. Are you coming, Doctor? In a minute. Isn't there any way we can avoid this, Mr. Murphy? The poor Countess is not very well. I have been treating her.
So I've noticed.
And she really can't stand to the doctor.
Listen, Doctor, you don't have to worry. What I saw out in the desert last night is your business. I've forgotten all about it.
What do you mean?
Well, do I have to go into details? I was out there last night. I was steering her to see if she was turning over the stuff to a Confederate. But I found out what stuff was being turned over to you, and it wasn't stolen. It was given. Well, it's okay. That's none of my business. Now, I realize this puts you in a tough spot. But the dame is as guilty of these robberies as you are innocent. And it's my duty to see that she's put under arrest.
Well, I'm glad you appreciate my position.
Appreciate it? Gosh, it had to be the best laugh I've had since I've been here.
Within a few minutes, the delegation composed of Murphy, Benton, Potter, the doctor, and the deputy sheriff is gathered outside the door of the lovely Countess Tracy. Mustering up his courage at last, Mr. Benton knocked timidly. It's Mr. Benton, Countess.
Just a minute until I saw something on.
Did you hear that?
Well, Mr. Benton, I didn't know you had friends with you.
Well, you see, it's this way.
I think I'd better do the talking, Benton. Notice, I don't think we've been introduced. I'm Detective Murphy of the Phoenix Police Department.
You are an honest to gosh detective?
I don't see how that can interest you.
Well, it should. This deputy sheriff here is to arrest you on a charge of suspicion of grand theft.
This is preposterous. Mr. Benton, just a dream. I thought suggested Stanley Texas Ranch would be treated otherwise. Why, I never heard of such a thing. You dare speak to the Countess Riley with such impertinence. I can assure you, if the Count were here, you would answer to the hot steel of his dueling sword.
Ah, come on, Countess. Lay off the dramatics. Now, here's the situation. If you permit us, we'd like to come in and search your room. If you ain't guilty, then you can sue the ranch for damages.
Don't, Mr. Benton, don't suggest.
Oh, don't worry, Benton, old dear. I know what I'm talking about. Now, listen, Countess. If you want to be tough about it and refuse us permission to come in, you'll have to go to Prescott and get a search warrant. In the meantime, you will be under the guard of this deputy, and he won't allow you to leave the room. Will you, Sherlock?
Not if you say so, Captain.
Thanks, Major. Now, Countess, Prescott's a good 6 or 8 miles, at least 8 hours drive across the mountains. And there's snow up there at this time of the year, and I'm in no hurry, so it would probably be 2 days before I got back with a warrant. And in the meantime, you're a prisoner. Now, how about it? You want to let us take a look-see now, or do you want to sit around and bite your lovely nails for a couple of days? We're coming in anyway. And if you're innocent, you've got nothing to worry about. And if you're as guilty as I know you are, you'll get it all over with right now.
How do you know anything about my guilt or innocence?
You remember when I opened my door and asked if you knocked about a half an hour ago?
Yes, I was on my way back from a sundial.
You were on your way back back from Mr. Potter's where you'd stolen $58 in marked money, a dozen pair of silk stockings, and a silver ashtray.
All right, Ray. I guess you got me. Come on in.
What Counter?
Yeah, Cantor. You'll find everything I took in his trunk. I haven't disposed of a thing. Didn't intend to, I guess. Just can't help taking things.
Yeah, there's a chick name for that, isn't there, Doc?
Yes, kleptomania. But Countess, your ex-countess. Gone, aren't you? Then you aren't a real countess?
Nope. The kind of frolic is just plain Lorraine Fraser, Columbus, Ohio. She learned how to act in the drama club at college.
There's reservation stuff that hasn't been reported missing. Look at this drawer here.
Lies? Trade? What? There must be $500 worth of silver there.
Yeah, you ought to count your silver after dinner every night, doesn't it? What's this? A lot of pretties, huh? Any of this stuff yours, Mr. Potter?
Let me see. Yes, these are my wife's nightgowns.
Oh, the $100 ones?
Yes.
Don't look like more than $8.75 to me.
Well, darling Murphy, I want you to know that I appreciate what you've done for us.
Oh, that's quite all right.
I want you to have this as more concrete expression of the gratitude of Mrs. Potter and myself. It isn't much, just a little silver.
Gee, $100 bill. Well, I don't know, Mr. Potter. After all, I'm getting paid for this. I don't know whether Mr. Benton would like it if I accept any money from you. Of course,
Well, why don't you ask him?
Say, Mr. Benton, is it all right to accept a little reward from Mr. Potter?
Certainly, Murphy. You've earned it.
Well, thanks. Thanks to you, Mr. Potter.
How's your Mercury?
Oh, say, Benton, have you got change for a $100 bill?
Oh, yes, I think so. $5.20 be all right?
Yeah, sure. Anything. I just feel better with money I know how to spend.
As a matter of fact, I never had seen a $100 bill before, and just wanted to make sure that if it was counterfeit, I wouldn't be stuck with it. Lorraine Fraser, alias the CounterSpy, was a clear case of kleptomania. She couldn't resist the impulse to steal. The law would have put her in prison for vandalizing as a prison offense. But in view of the fact that we recovered everything, she had stolen, aggregating more than $35,000, and upon recommendation to Mr. Benton and Mr. Potter, the girl was released on probation to her parents and returned to Columbus, Ohio. Shortly thereafter, she married, but 2 years later, during the winter, she died with the flu.
Thank you, Sergeant Murphy. Ladies and gentlemen, we especially ask that every listener to tonight's program call upon the nearest Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer and ask for a free copy of the Calling All Cars News. The new March issue is double-sized, full of extra movie and crime stories, and it tells all about the true crimes to be broadcast on future radio programs. Of special interest to every boy and girl are the many new free gifts illustrated in the Calling All Cars News. Magic police pictures, a G gun, a detective microscope, and a complete detective outfit of many items, all given free to users of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. You will also find at every Rio Grande dealer's a stock of Sinclair motor oils in cans. There is something unusual about these oils. They contain no paraffin wax, and all petroleum jelly has been extracted. This means that there is no waste bulk or filler as you get in other oils. It is this useless jelly-like material which stiffens in cold weather and thins out in hot weather or at high speed until your motor gets very little lubrication. It costs you no more to get Sinclair canned oils, only 25 cents a quart for Opaline and 30 cents a quart for Pennsylvania. And you get only pure concentrated oil that's guaranteed to lubricate perfectly at highest or lowest operating temperature. Sinclair motor oils owe their success, like Rio Grande cracked gasoline, to a policy of greater value at the same price.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 119 regarding theft at the Spiny Cactus Ranch. Suspected case now in custody.
and produced by William N. Wilson. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
A dying planet hangs on the brink of destruction.
Even if I find the solution, you will not accept it?
And the only man who can save it is sentenced to die.
The man is supposed to kill himself. Now, you don't just let that happen.
Now, Picard must risk war to keep him alive.
Our ships have been ordered to open fire.
They expect Tennyson to die!
Death sentence on the next exciting episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, transcribed in Hollywood and brought to you by new coffee flavor Instant Postum, a wonderful tasting hot beverage that contains no caffeine. It lets you sleep. And now for coffee flavor Instant Postum, here's Bing Crosby.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here's one of the new popular ballads. Jack Smith's got a good record out on this, selling quite well. I think Connie Boswell, too. I thought I'd have a go at it. How important can it be that I tasted other lips? That was long before you came to me with the wonder of your kiss. So the story got around about an old romance in me. But it happened oh so long ago. How important can it be? Mine was a young and a foolish heart, seeking love at every turn. But I have grown so much wiser now, even foolish hearts can learn that the past just fade away. I get lost in yesterday. The most important thing is here and now, and our love is here to stay. Let the past just fade away. I get lost in yesterday. Most important thing is here and now, and our love is here to stay. Well, sir, what say folks right here? We blend near to Galen Drake, huh?
Say, do you like to go out in the evening and have fun sometimes? Oh, I guess we all do. We all have different places we like to go, and we have different kinds of fun we like to have. But what happens when you come home? Go to bed and turn off the lights. Do the little daytime worries get bigger and bigger? And, well, even during the day, do you ever get irritable and moody and you start to bark at people and slam doors around the place? Now, I know, of course, that you can give yourself lots of reasons for that, but maybe you're your own worst enemy. Maybe you're the victim of a habit that's growing on you. I mean, depending on the caffeine in coffee for a quick but artificial steadying. Now, your doctor would tell you that for some people, one of the worst offenders against the delicate nervous system is caffeine. So why don't you switch from caffeine-heavy coffee to new coffee flavor instant postum? No caffeine whatsoever, can't make you nervous or irritable, can't keep you awake. You try new coffee flavor instant postum for at least 30 days and just see if you don't look better, feel better, and act better.
From the smash New York musical comedy, Plain and Fancy, here's a song which is becoming quite popular. It's rather a nice lyric. Good tune, too.
Young and foolish, why is it wrong to be young and foolish? We haven't long to be. Soon enough, the carefree days, the sunlit days go by. Soon enough, the bluebird has to fly. We were foolish. One day we fell in love. Now we wonder what we were dreaming of, smiling in the sunlight, laughing in the rain. I wish that we were young and foolish again.
Bing.
Thank you, Ken.
Bing, have you ever been much interested in stamps or stamp collecting?
No, I never was much of a stamp collector, Ken, but exactly. Some of my kids have been interested at one time or another, however. I think Lenny still fools around with stamps. So why do you ask this?
Well, it was an interesting thing. I read an INS story where there's a nationwide movement to commemorate personalities in the American theater on postage stamps.
Oh, no, that might make a very colorful collection,
I think so, too.
After all these years and thousands of stamp issues, I imagine the government designers are looking for new material, too.
That's exactly the position taken by Mr. Jacques Minkus, one of the country's best-known stamp dealers and philatelists, who's running this crusade.
Well, after all, we have postage stamps commemorating our national parks, suspension bridges, poets, musicians, scientists, national heroes of all kinds. Why not a stamp depicting famous people at the theater?
Well, I'm sure all actors would be all for it. Excellent billing, but there's only one hitch.
You see a hitch? What's what we look at?
You're not eligible to have your portrait on a stamp unless you're deceased.
What hitch? I know a lot of actors who'd be very happy to destroy themselves if they're sure they get their mug on the stamp.
You're kidding.
Not at all. Bob Hope, for instance, he'd be more than eager to knock himself off if he would be so commemorated.
You think so?
Oh, cinch, I know it. Let me ask you something, Ken. Who decides on what personage or edifice or what goes on the postage stamp?
Well, according to Mr. Minkus, who says that getting pictures on stamps is mostly politics, the subject matter is decided upon by some person or group of persons campaigning for their favorite project. For instance, there's a stamp commemorating the poultry and egg industry.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that. That'll kill it for Hope.
You mean that all the eggs that Hope has laid puts him in the egg industry class?
Indeed it does. A Bob Hope stamp following an egg industry would be redundant.
I guess it wouldn't.
Gee, I'd like to have a backyard full of hens that could lay them that size. But this theatrical stamp movement, who's campaigning for that? I mean, for us.
Oh, you'd like to get in the act, too, huh?
Well, why not?
Well, Jacques Minkus, the stamp dealer, himself is going all out making a pitch for his idea. In fact, he says the results of a poll taken among hundreds of drama editors shows great enthusiasm for the idea.
Oh. You know, France has its Sarah Bernhardt stamp.
Yes, I understand that Shakespeare's on a stamp in Hungary.
Gee, with all the many great American theatrical personalities, who do you suppose will be the first chosen to decorate a stamp, huh? I mean, outside of Hope. Yeah, I wonder if we could get Hope's picture on the gluey side of the stamp. How would
that might work, but to answer your first question, Bing, in the early voting, Eugene O'Neill, a great playwright, is leading Maud Adams by a slight margin. Edwin Booth comes third, and George M. Cohan and John Barrymore are running close behind.
Well, that's certainly a most imposing array, isn't it? You know, Ken, I think I'll sing a George M. Cohan song right now. Not like Cohan sang it, but I could sing it like he wrote it, I think.
For it is Mary, Mary, as plain as any name can be, but with propriety, society will say Marie, but it was Mary, Mary, long before the fashions came. And there is something there that sounds so square, it's a grand old name. It is Mary, Mary, as plain as any name can be, but with propriety, society will say Marie, but it was Mary, Mary, long before the fashions came. And there is something there that sounds so square, it's a grand old name.
And once again, here's Galen Drake.
Isn't it strange how we sin against ourselves? Oh, we take care of other things. I mean, the family, the job, charities, but how about our own good health? Well, maybe you say, oh, I do pretty good. I eat fairly sensibly. I diet once in a while. Don't sleep so good, though. Feel a little dragged out now and then, but then after all, I'm no kid anymore. Yeah, and maybe you're kidding yourself, too. Those little danger signals may mean you're depending on the caffeine in coffee for that quick pickup. And your doctor would be the first to tell you that for some people, one of the worst offenders against the delicate nervous system is caffeine. So switch from caffeine-heavy coffee to new coffee flavor instant Postum. No caffeine, no jumpy nerves, can't keep you awake. Try a new coffee flavor instant Postum for at least 30 days and you'll look better, you'll feel better, and you'll act better.
And so we come to the end of another happy chore for this week. It's been most enjoyable. I hope that you all have a fine weekend. And I hope, too, that I'll be seeing you on Monday.
The Bing Crosby Show is produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie and brought to you by new coffee flavor Instant Postum, a wonderful tasting hot beverage that contains no caffeine. It lets you sleep. Try some soon. Enjoy new coffee flavor Instant Postum, and you'll enjoy your sleep. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy News.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the terrifying world of your imagination. Vampire. Perhaps in the safety of your home, the word means little to you. Oh, you've heard of vampires, of course, but do you believe that they exist? Not you. Well, all I can say is Minna Harker didn't believe either. Our mystery drama, Dracula, was specially adapted from the story by Bram Stoker for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
And now, another story of the ball and chain, as Kellogg's Special K presents The Library.
Welcome to the public library. May I help you, sir?
Yes, I'd like to check out... I'd like to check out Famous Laundromats of the World by Audrey Schnorbart.
Sir, excuse me, but isn't that ball and chain you're wearing just like the ones they use in the Kellogg's Special K commercial?
This ball and chain?
Yes, that one. How are you going to get rid of it?
Well, lots of good exercises, and by eating smart at every meal, starting with the Special K breakfast.
Don't you have to watch your calories?
Yes, and the Special K breakfast is less than 240 calories.
Less than 240 calories?
Right. A 1-ounce bowl of high-protein Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. It's really tasty, and it's going to help me get rid of this ball and chain. I'd say it's long overdue, get it?
Your happy ending could begin with the Special K breakfast from Kellogg's.
There's a very special deal going on at all offices of Suburban Savings throughout North Jersey. It's called Suburban Special Interest Deal, and you'll be especially interested in the savings you get. A top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban Limited's issue 750 savings certificate. And Suburban guarantees it for from 4 to 10 years. Minimum deposit, $2,500. Early withdrawal prior to maturity is subject to a substantial penalty. Suburban compounds interest continuously from day of deposit, paid quarterly. So you not only get interest on your savings, you get interest on the interest. And Suburban offers you the highest interest rate allowed by law. Here's your chance to get a great savings. A top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban's limited issue 7.50% savings certificate. Why not deal yourself into Suburban Savings Special Interest Deal in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta.
in its purest form, lies ahead for us. I would be remiss if I didn't warn you that if your nerves are not strong, it might be better for you not to listen. No, really now. Be warned. Because as Minna Harker tells us in the diary she kept, there awaits you
an experience so loathsome, so horrifying, that I can hardly bring myself to write of it. If I'd known what lay ahead for me when I went to visit my dearest and closest friend, Lucy Westenra, at Hillingham, I could not have brought myself to go, much as I loved her. Looking back now, I realize I had plenty of warning, but I paid no attention. For example, as I drove to the Westenra estate through that lonely, isolated country and heard the wolves howling in the distance, it occurred to me that it was strange to hear wolves in this part of the country. As strange as the huge bat that flew alongside my car. I mentioned this to John, Dr. John Seward, Lucy's fiancé, as we sat having a drink in the living room.
It's strange, Minna. I've seen that bat myself. The thing must have a wingspread of at least 4 feet. I haven't the faintest idea where it came from, or the wolves either.
Even Lucy's letters seemed kind of strange to me, John. What is the matter with her?
No, I don't know. I'm completely baffled. I've had 2 other doctors look at her, colleagues of mine, and they can't figure it out. I'm desperate, Minna. I'm so desperate I've called in my old friend and teacher, Professor Van Helsing.
Van Helsing?
Yes,
he's one of the finest diagnosticians in the world, John.
Yes, he'll be here from Amsterdam in a day or 2.
Amsterdam, Holland?
Yeah.
All the way from Amsterdam? Oh, John, you must be desperate.
Lucy is dying, Minna. I'll do anything I can to save her. We must find a way to stop her from losing blood.
Losing blood?
Well, it's this constant loss of blood that's killing her. Transfusions help for a time, but only a short time, and each transfusion is less effective.
John, when can I see her?
Oh, she's sleeping now. Her mother's with her, watching her. We take turns. As soon as Mrs. Westenra lets us know she's awake...
Oh, listen. Those wolves, they're at it again. John, hasn't anyone looked into this wolf thing? How they suddenly come to be in this part of the country?
Well, according to the paper, the town police have looked into it. Well, that's peculiar, too.
What?
Well, they haven't been able to spot one single wolf. Oh, excuse me. We have a visitor. Oh, come in, Count. Come in.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm on my way to town. I have a dinner engagement, and I thought I would stop to ask after Miss Westenra.
Oh, she's no better, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Can you stay for a drink?
Well,
I'd like you to meet a friend of Lucy's who'll be staying with us for a while.
Oh, in that case, of course.
Minna, this is Count Dracula, our new neighbor, Count Miss Minna Harker.
How do you do?
How do you do? Count Dracula?
Yes, but do not hold it against me, Miss Harker. I cannot help being of the blood royal.
Well, why don't you two get acquainted while I go up and see if Lucy's awake yet?
I shall do my best to entertain this charming young lady.
I won't be a minute.
You're a long way from home, Count.
A very long way, Miss Harker.
May I ask what brought you here?
Business.
Business? Good heavens, what kind of business could you have in this part of the country? I mean, it's so isolated.
True, it does present difficulties, but I like living in the country.
Oh, you must. Oh, forgive me, I'm forgetting my manners. Would you like a drink?
Thank you.
Scotch or bourbon?
Is there perhaps some wine? Red wine.
Now, let me see. I'm not very familiar with the supply here. Here we are. Here's a bottle of Burgundy.
That glass of that will be... Oh. Miss Harker, what's wrong? What is it?
It's the bottle. I'm afraid it slipped. It slipped. That's all. Oh, I'm afraid I cut my hand. No, don't, Count. Don't be upset. It's only a slight cut. See?
No.
Lucy's awake and we can... Count, what's wrong? Minna, your hand.
I must leave at once, Doctor. Sorry, I cannot stay. Something I just remembered. No, it's all right. I will see myself out.
What in the world? But, Count... Minna, what happened? Minna?
I dropped the bottle of wine and cut my hand.
Yes, I see you did, but...
I dropped the bottle because I couldn't see him in the mirror.
Couldn't see? What mirror?
This mirror over the table. It reflects the whole room.
Well, of course it does, but...
John, I picked up the bottle to pour Count Dracula a drink, and I looked into the mirror, and he was standing where you are now, and I couldn't see him in the mirror.
What?
He was there where you're standing, but he wasn't reflected in the glass.
Minna, you're not making sense. And you're trembling.
John, I'm scared.
Of what?
How can you ask? I look in a mirror and didn't see someone who should have been reflected in it. Is something going wrong with my eyes or my brain, John? What?
Minna, easy. I don't want another patient on my hands.
But, John,
An optical illusion, something like that. Our eyes play tricks on us sometimes. Now, come on. Let's get a bandage for that cut, and then we'll go up and see Lucy.
I believe, John. It must have been. It had to be a trick my eyes had played. What else? Well, we got a bandage for the cut on my hand, and then John took me to Lucy's room. I can't find words to describe the shock I felt when I saw her. She was white as new-fallen snow, and so thin, she almost seemed transparent. She's dying. That was my first thought. She's dying, and nothing can save her. And I know she read the thoughts in my face. I could see the sudden fear in her eyes.
I am dying, Minna.
Oh, you mustn't even think that, Lucy.
You do.
I?
It was in your face when you looked at me. I read your thoughts. She's dying, you thought. And nothing can save her. I am. And nothing can save me.
Oh, John can save you. And he will.
He hasn't so far.
You mustn't despair, Lucy.
Despair, Minna? I don't have the strength to despair. You better go now, Minna.
Go? Lucy, dear, I haven't seen you in nearly a year. We haven't even started to tell each other everything that's happened.
Later. Not now. I'm tired. I want to sleep.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll come back later.
No, not till tomorrow.
All right, whatever you say. But I'll just look in on you later.
No,
Lucy.
You mustn't.
All right, then. But stop upsetting yourself.
Go quickly.
Oh, good Lord. At the window.
It's nothing. Go, Minna. It's nothing.
Nothing. It's that bat. That huge bat that followed my car.
Oh, I beg of you.
Lucy, the thing is trying to get in. Look, it's clawing at the window. Is that locked? Is that window locked?
Yes, it's locked.
But locks are useless against Count Dracula.
Oh, good Lord.
Mirrors do not reflect my image, Miss Harker. Nor do locks keep me out.
You were that bat.
As the wolves you hear are not wolves, but like myself, vampires.
Vampires?
The dead, who live by night. The dead undead.
No, this can't be happening. It's a dream. It's a nightmare.
That's what it will seem like when you wake up.
Huh?
Yes, you're going to sleep now. And yet not sleep. You will remember all you've seen here, but when you waken, it will seem like a dream. A dream you'll tell no one, not even Professor Van Helsing, because you will not want to look foolish. You'll be ashamed to tell it for fear he will think you're a silly young woman. Enough. Sleep.
Did I sleep? Did I dream? No. My sleep was a hypnotic trance into which he had placed me. And what I dreamed was reality. There in the moonlight that streamed through the window, I saw Dracula raise his arms and call.
Lucy. Lucy, my dearest love, come to me. Come, my darling.
I can't. Too weak, my lover. I'm too weak.
Then I shall come to you. Embrace you. Kiss you.
And now the strangest thing of all happened to me. As I watched what then took place, my love for my friend Lucy, my fears for her, made me feel as she must have felt, so poignantly, so deeply that, yes, I became Lucy. I watched Dracula as he approached my bed. There was a deliberate voluptuousness in him which I found both thrilling and repulsive. Lower and lower went his head as the lips went below the range of my mouth and chin and seemed about to fasten on my throat. I could feel the hot breath on my neck. Then the skin of my throat began to tingle. I could feel the soft, shivering touch of his lips on the supersensitive skin of my throat, and then 2 hard dents of 2 sharp teeth just touching and pausing there. I closed my eyes in a languorous ecstasy, and I waited. I waited with a beating heart. And then horror overcame me, and I sank into unconsciousness.
I promise that the horror you have just experienced is nothing compared to what is to come. Think twice before you return with me shortly with Act 2.
Hi, I'm Goldilocks, Ms. Goldilocks, if you please, and I'm a professional taste tester. Here at my taste test laboratory, that's TTL for short, I taste test everything from porridge to diet drinks. Actually, there's not that much taste testing in porridge these days. There used to be. Once upon a time. I mean, that's how this Ms. got into the biz. But lately it's been diet drinks. I mean, with so many diet drinks going sugar-free, I've been really busy conducting taste tests. A rather unbearable assignment, to be sure. But then I discovered sugar-free diet 7-Up. Fresh, natural, delicious. My only problem is that sugar-free diet 7-Up tastes so good that it broke my Goldilocks diet drink taste-o-meter. Well, sugar-free diet 7-Up certainly has my seal of approval. This one's just right.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
It's time to get ready for the great outdoors, and your ShopRite supermarket has everything you'll need for cookout dinners and fun in the sun. And for this week's dinners, ShopRite is featuring whole grade A frying chickens, just 37 cents a pound. Roasting chickens up to 4 pounds, 47 cents a pound. Choice beef rib steaks, $1.19 a pound. ShopRite Franks, 89 cents a pound. Get all your outdoor cooking equipment and many great food values at your ShopRite supermarket.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
This is WOR New York, an RKO General Station, your station for Mystery Theater.
I thought it must have been a dream, a nightmare, for nothing so vile and revolting could be real. But though I tried during the next day or two to persuade myself it was only a dream, there were signs, warnings all about me that told me I was lying to myself. There was the nightly howling of the wolves, the screeching of that huge bat around the house, and yes, the scarf that Lucy kept wrapped round her throat. It's such a hot afternoon. How can you bear to wear that scarf around your throat?
Hot? I feel cold.
But, Lucy, you're perspiring. Your forehead is damp.
All I want to do is sleep. I'm so tired. I'm so deathly tired.
I'll leave you for a while, then. I'll look in on you later to make sure you're all right.
Oh.
Sleep well.
Minna?
Yes, dear?
If I'm asleep when you come back, promise me you won't remove this scarf from around my throat.
Very well.
You won't even touch it. Promise?
I promise. Later that afternoon, toward evening, Professor Van Helsing arrived from Holland. When John introduced me to him, he stared at me suddenly and hard, his eyes boring into me from behind his thick lensed glasses.
Are you, frightened, Miss Harker?
Why?
Frightened
Maybe
Rita.
she hasn't recovered from that optical illusion the other night.
Optical illusion?
Yes, you see that mirror over the table there?
Yes.
Well, we had a visitor, Count Dracula, a new neighbor at Carfax, a few miles from here, and Minna had the illusion that she couldn't see his reflection in the mirror.
My eyes must have played a trick on me, Professor.
Yes. This Count Dracula, John, he's new here, you say?
Yes, he arrived from Hungary about 6 weeks ago.
I see. Take me to see your fiancée, John.
Oh, she's sleeping, Lucy, sleeping.
We'd
right now.
better wake her up.
What is it? You seem suddenly concerned.
I am. Take me to Lucy at once. Wake her, John.
All right.
Gently. Very gently.
Lucy? Lucy, dear. Come on, wake up.
Here. Let me. Pulse weak, very weak. Eyes. Oh, she's not asleep. She's in a coma. What is her blood type?
Oh.
So is mine. Prepare for a transfusion, John. I will be the donor. And hurry, man, hurry.
Yes, of course.
Meanwhile, I shall have a look under this scarf.
No, she didn't want the scarf removed.
I'm sure she didn't, Miss Harker, but we're going to remove it. Aha. As I thought.
What is it?
Yes, Professor, what?
Look.
There are two little holes. Wounds.
As if she'd been bitten by a large snake.
No, not a snake.
What then? What?
We must be quick with the transfusion, very quick. And pray God, both of you, that I have not arrived too late.
But he was too late. The transfusion revived Lucy a little. When we'd made her as comfortable as we could, the three of us, Professor Van Helsing, John, and I, went back down to the living room. And it was here that Professor Van Helsing told us the truth. The truth that made John Seward cry out.
Vampire? You say we are dealing with a vampire? Professor, have you gone out of your mind?
My dear John, I don't blame you.
Blame me? I should hope not. You ask me to believe me, a doctor, a man of medical science?
Science? There's more to this world than science.
But, Professor, a vampire? I can't believe that there's a vampire.
I tell you that witches exist. That warlocks exist. That vampires exist. And we are dealing with one here.
But if what you say is true...
It is. Ask her. Ask Miss Harker.
Me?
You had an experience in this house that you are concealing. You choose to think it was a dream. When did it happen, child? Last night?
No. The night before.
Where?
In Lucy's bedroom.
Minna, what happened?
I dreamed...
No, it was no dream.
All right, then. I saw... Oh, heaven protect me. I saw...
You needn't tell me. No need to put you through that. I would if I didn't know who our vampire is. But I do know.
Who?
The man whose reflection she could not see in that mirror. Your new neighbor, Count Dracula.
I don't believe you. I cannot believe you.
If you can't believe me, at least trust me.
Oh, I'll answer that.
Wait.
Yes, Professor.
If that should be Count Dracula, you did say that he calls about this time each evening, John?
Yes.
Say nothing, do nothing to give away the fact that we are unto him.
This is nonsense, sheer
Do
nonsense.
as I tell you. You may answer the door now, Miss Harker.
Yes.
Good evening, Miss Harker.
Count Dracula? Come in.
And how is Miss Westenra today?
Not too well, I'm afraid. She had to have another transfusion.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, John. Very sorry to hear that.
Thank you, Count.
I do not believe I have met this gentleman.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you haven't. Let me present my old friend and teacher, Professor Abraham Van Helsing. Professor, this is Count Dracula.
How do you do, Professor?
How do you do, Count?
I wished only to inquire about your fiancée, John. I'm sorry indeed to hear she is no better. If there's anything I can do...
Thank you.
Meeting you, Professor, has been a pleasure. Good night.
Oh, Count.
Yes?
Mrs. Westenra keeps asking me to do this, and I keep forgetting. There is a custom in the Westenra family to ask visitors to sign the visitor's book.
Ah, charming old world custom.
It's right here. If you'll just wait a second, I'll get it, and then you can sign it. Is something wrong?
It's a Bible.
Well, yes. Why do you back away from me? Or are you backing away from the book? The holy book?
I must go.
No, you'll stay and face this book.
You know.
John, you fool. You shouldn't have done this.
I had to have proof.
I will make you pay for this. You shall pay.
Oh, no. Not now that I have found out what you are.
Oh, John.
You think because you discovered my secret you can stop me? Fool. You've only delivered yourself into my hands. I meant to make Lucy one of mine, and that was all. But now you shall become mine, and you.
Not I.
Yes, and you.
No, I beg you.
I shall have you all, but first, Lucy, I shall take her. Take her. Now. She's mine. She's no longer of this world, but of mine. I leave you.
Look, he turned into a bat. The bat. And he flew right through the wall.
John.
Oh.
John, why did you do this? Why, after I warned you?
I had to know one way or the other. I had to know.
There's only one way to finish a vampire. Oh, the first thing you must do is find out where he sleeps during the day.
Lucy! Professor, quickly. Professor!
There is no hurry now. When he said he meant to make her his own, he had already done so.
It was true. Lucy was dead. We went to her bedroom and found her. Dead. I felt as if I'd been stabbed to the heart. We buried her, my dearest friend, in the Westenra vault at Hillingham Cemetery, not far from town.
Lucy is gone. Dead?
No, not dead.
Not dead, Professor.
She has become the undead. She has become a vampire.
Oh, what are you saying?
John, listen to me. Believe in me. You didn't believe before. Believe now.
Yes. I believe you. Go on.
John, you feel you've been through hell. I must tell you that you have been through only the anteroom to hell.
What do you mean?
Now listen to me. Listen carefully. There is only one way in which a vampire can find peace, can be changed from the undead to the dead. What you must do, terrible as it will be, will release her soul from the horrifying bondage in which it finds itself. Her soul and Dracula's.
Dracula's?
Do you think a vampire wants to be a vampire? Oh, no. A vampire's soul is chained, pinioned, held mercilessly to this earth by Satan himself. And we who believe in God are the only ones who can free them. It is our duty to destroy them.
Well, then let's destroy them.
We shall, if you have the nerve to do what must be done.
I have the nerve.
Professor, you frighten me.
I mean to, in order to prepare you. But no matter how well I prepare you, when it comes to doing what must be done, your sanity could snap like that. So first I will ask you both to take as much time as you need to think, to ask yourselves, how much do you really love Lucy Westenra? And be sure, be positive beyond all doubt that your love for her is greater than the hell that lies ahead for you and you this very night.
I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
When you drink beer, do you tilt the glass for long, hearty swallows? Or just tip it and sip it? Well, sipping's the thing for wine. But Budweiser beer is a hearty drink, brewed for zest and character. The best way to enjoy Bud is to drink it. Not chug-a-lug, just man-sized beer drinker swallows. That's when that famous Budweiser taste, smoothness, and drinkability really come through.
Smoothness and drinkability that come only from natural carbonation and exclusive beechwood aging. Smoothness and drinkability. Too good for any half-hearted sipping. So drink up. You'll see that brewing beer right does make a difference. And that when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
I thought I knew what horror was until I read it. I changed my mind. You will, too.
I'm ready, Professor.
I knew you would be, John. We'll wait now for Miss Harker.
No, there's no need to wait. I love Lucy enough. More than enough. She was my dearest friend.
Is your dearest friend. For she is not yet dead. She is as yet the dead undead. It's nearly sundown. Let us go to the cemetery at once.
The cemetery?
Will be dark by the time we get there. She will have left her coffin.
Left it?
Now, like Count Dracula, she cannot go on living, or let me say, being the undead without drinking human blood. To find it, she must, of course, leave her coffin. The instant the sun goes down tonight, she will be on the prowl for little children.
Children?
Yes, children are innocent, gullible, naive, make easier victims. And the inexperienced vampire must practice. Yes, she will be seeking children.
Oh, it's revolting.
Revolting? Well, that is only a word to you at the moment. In a short time, it will be reality. Do you really think you can bear what is to come?
I can. I must.
Good. I have preparations to make. So do you, the two of you. Dress warmly.
Warmly? But it's hot out.
Child, there is no chill like a graveyard chill.
We drove to Hillingham Cemetery in John's car. I'd never been in a cemetery at night. How many people have? I found it a very unsettling experience, to say the least. It was a moonlit night, the moonlight spilling like milk over the gravestones, which in turn threw long black shadows. An owl hooted, and dogs barked, or I couldn't help thinking, were they wolves? And then we reached the Westenra vault, the vault where we'd put Lucy's coffin that afternoon.
Now what do we do, Professor?
We go into the vault.
Why? And how?
I have the key to the vault.
How did you get it?
I asked the undertaker for it, or rather told him to give it to me. He assumed I was a member of the family. You need not come with me. Not now.
But why shouldn't we come?
I wish to save you as much shock as I can. She will not be there in the coffin. It will be a shock for you to find it empty. Now, on the other hand, it will be less a shock than what is to follow. Yes, it will prepare you. Come, then. Now, I shall open the coffin now.
If she isn't in it, how could she have got out?
I could tell you, but it is better that you see for yourself later. Now, this won't take long. I need only unscrew the top part. There. Well, now to lift off the top of the lid. Yes. Empty. She's gone.
Where? Gone where? In God's name, where?
In search of the life-giving blood, John. In search of a small child.
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible.
John?
Yes?
Come. We go outside the vault. Now to lock the door. Now, that's most important. And now, what I must do will take a little time. Yes, make yourselves as comfortable as you can.
Make ourselves comfortable.
Professor, what must you do?
Well, I have here a paste made of garlic, flour, and water. I must seal off every crevice with it. Seal all around the door so Lucy cannot get back into the vault, into her coffin.
She could?
Through the crevices, yes. How do you think she got out of the coffin?
I can't believe...
Yes. It is unbelievable. But it is so. Now, forgive me. I must get to work.
can't express in words how fresh and clean the night air seemed when we came out of the tomb. How sweet to breathe the fresh air that held no taint of death or decay. John was silent, and so was I. As for Professor Van Helsing, he was very busy sealing the door.
10 o'clock. I hope both of you took my advice, dressed warmly. We have a long wait ahead of us.
How much longer, Professor? I'm chilled to the bone.
Everything depends on how long it takes her to find a small child. Nearly 2 o'clock. Has been gone several hours. Soon now, I think... Shh. What? She comes.
Where?
See there? Amidst the headstones?
Yes, a woman. Dressed in white.
Lucy. Shh. Make no move, no noise. See, she is carrying something in her arms. A child.
I feel sick.
Control yourself. Ah, there. Yes, she's coming toward the vault. See, she draws back. The mixture I used repels her.
Why are we doing this? Why are you keeping her out of the vault, her coffin?
Because I hope... Yes. Yes, she is leaving, hurrying away from among the headstones. Come, we must follow.
Follow where?
To Dracula, I hope. Unless I'm mistaken, she's going to him for help. Hurry. We must keep her in sight. No, wait.
What is it?
She is heading for that tomb. Dracula must be there. Good. Now watch. See, now she's putting the child down on the ground. And now...
Where is she?
Where's she?
She's vanished.
She simply slipped into the tomb through the crevice around the door. Oh, wait here.
Yes.
What's he doing?
He's picking up the child, I think. Yes. See, he's coming back now.
Here, Miss Harker. You take the child. Keep it warm.
Oh, this poor thing. Poor little thing. Look, it doesn't move. It doesn't make a sound. It's lifeless.
No, only in a trance. It will recover. But remember, when I ask you to do what must be done, remember that we have saved not only this child, but God knows how many others.
I'll remember.
Good. And now we will return to her tomb and wait till dawn.
Till dawn?
She will return to the tomb then. She has no choice. Dracula cannot help her. She must sleep in her own coffin before daybreak. How do you feel, Miss Harker?
I'm all right. Thank you.
John?
I'm okay. It's almost dawn. Why doesn't she come?
Soon now. How's the child?
Still asleep, if it is only sleep.
It is. It will not come to its senses until daybreak. Now, prepare yourselves for... In a very short time, now Lucy should... there. Yes, she's coming.
And this time she'll be able to enter the tomb, because you've removed the garlic mixture.
This time I want her to enter the tomb and her coffin. It will be there that you will do what must be done.
Oh, there she is. Oh, heaven help me. She is as beautiful as she always was.
Now, hold on to yourself.
She isn't dead. She can't be dead. Lucy! Lucy, my darling!
John! No, come back!
Lucy!
John, my dearest, come to me, John. Come to me.
I have never seen anything so horrible. And God save me from ever seeing it again. Lucy's eyes shone with an unholy light, and her face became wreathed with a voluptuous smile as she advanced toward John with outstretched arms.
Come to me, dearest. My arms are hungry for you. Come, and we can rest together in the tomb. Come, my lover. Come.
And John suddenly opened wide his arms and started running to her, and she to him, when Van Helsing rushed forward between them. and he raised something he held in his hand up against her face. It was a crucifix. With a cry of rage and agony, Lucy flung herself away from John and toward the tomb, and she was gone.
John, are you all right?
The Lord help me. The Lord help me.
And he shall. Come, into the tomb. It's time. Now, first, let me put the bag I brought over here. And now I will remove the coffin lid again.
Professor, is this really Lucy's body or some kind of demon in her shape?
Oh, she's hideous.
Yes. Yes, your friend who was so sweet and pure is now a foul thing. But if you can do what you must do, you will see her once again as she was.
Whatever it is, we'll do it.
This wooden stake I have bought.
Yes.
This pointed stake. You must drive it through Lucy's heart. With this hammer.
Oh, no.
And when that is done, cut off her head with this surgical knife.
I don't.
You must do it. For her sake, John. For the sake of the woman you loved.
All right. Give me the stake. And the hammer.
John took the stake in his left hand, the hammer in his right. I saw him tremble as he placed the point of the stake over Lucy's heart, saw the point dig into her white flesh, and then I could see him gather all his strength, all his self-control. He raised the hammer high above his head and looked at Van Helsing.
Yes.
Ow! John struck with all his might. The thing in the coffin writhed, and a hideous blood-curdling screech came from the opened lips. The body shook and twisted in wild contortions. John never faltered. He struck, and he struck again, driving the stake deeper, deeper, as blood from the pierced heart welled and spurted up around it. And then the writhing and quivering of the body became less. The teeth stopped champing, and the thing lay still. It was over.
Is that enough, Professor?
Enough.
I think I'm going to...
I've got you. There. Now go outside, get some air.
No.
Both of you go. You look faint too, Miss Parker.
I must still her head.
No.
I have...
You have done all that can be asked of you. No more. I will sever the head. Now go now, but before you do, look at your beloved Lucy for the last time.
There, in the coffin, lay no longer the foul thing we dreaded, but Lucy, as we had seen her in life, her face as beautiful and pure as it had been then.
You will want to know that later on, Professor Van Helsing freed Count Dracula from his earthly bondage, and in so doing, brought his bloody career to an end. Unhappily, I must add that Count Dracula was only one vampire among... how many? I don't know. Hope I never find out. Hope you don't either. I'll be back shortly.
Dear Thomas's, your new Thomas's onion English muffins are so delicious, my husband insists on them at every meal. It's embarrassing when we go to a Chinese restaurant.
Dear Thomas's, for years I've been buying bagels and Bialys with my Sunday Times. Last Sunday I bought the Times and your new Thomas's onion English muffins. Not bad, Thomas's.
Dear Thomas's, since serving sandwiches on your new onion English muffins, I've become very popular with the boys.
Yeah, Dave!
Thomas's new onion English muffins. Here, 45, please, and don't spare the horses. Yes, sir.
In 1880, when a cab had 4 legs and took 12 minutes to cross Manhattan, Samuel Bath Thomas was baking bread, every bit as delicious as his original English muffins.
Here, 45, and move it.
Today, cabs have 300 horses, but still take 12 minutes to cross town. And Thomas's is still baking breads every bit as delicious as their English muffins. Thomas's protein, whole wheat, and white bread. Thomas's promises.
Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Paul Hecht, Stephen Schnabel, Michael Wager, and Marion Seldes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
This is Mary Helen McPhillips. I hope you'll join me tomorrow morning at 10:15. I have great fun in store for you. My guest is Henry Pleasance, the famous, very well-known serious music critic. But tomorrow, he's going to be talking about how great popular singers are and just why they are. And we'll hear little bits of some of their singing. That's tomorrow morning at 10:15.
Lewis in the Mutual Broadcasting System studios in Washington, D.C. Now, my commentary. President Nixon got a 6-day delay today in his fight against a Watergate subpoena, and a panel of experts said it will present another report on Saturday regarding that now famous 18-and-a-half-minute gap in one of the crucial White House Watergate tapes. A sweeping subpoena issued against the president by the Watergate special prosecutor Leon Jaworski had been due this morning, but U.S. District Court Judge John Sirica gave attorneys additional time to file briefs and to set a hearing date after the White House petitioned the court to quash the subpoena. In a brief session with attorneys in the Watergate cover-up case and White House attorneys, Judge Sirica gave them until next Monday to file answers to the White House motion. He set a hearing for next Wednesday. In a similar struggle last fall, you recall, Judge Sirica rejected White House claims of executive privilege. Back then, he ordered the president to turn over several tape recordings of presidential conversations, and he was upheld by the U.S. Court of Appeals here in Washington. But also, as you recall, the president eventually turned over the tapes without appealing the case to the Supreme Court. There were strong indications from both sides this time, however, that the final showdown may come in the High Court. Meanwhile, 2 members of the panel of tape recording experts said that they are going to present their report to Judge Sirica on Saturday. That panel has been studying the cause of the gap, studying it since last November. In its interim report, issued in January, the same panel said that the gap had been caused by a process of erasing and re-recording at least 5, possibly 9 times, but it did not address itself to whether the erasure and re-recording was deliberate or accidental. Judge Sirica said that the meeting Saturday with Dr. Richard Bolt, a former professor at MIT, and a second unnamed member of the panel would be held in the judge's chambers. The judge said details of the report will not be made public at that time, but that further proceedings in connection with the report will be decided at the meeting. The panel was chosen jointly by the White House and by Special Prosecutor Leon Jaworski after the gap in the tape was made known in a hearing before Judge Sirica, who recommended that the Watergate grand jury investigate the incident. The gap is in one of 9 tapes that were originally subpoenaed by the Special Prosecutor's Office last year. The blank section is at the beginning of a conversation between the President and then White House Chief of Staff H.R. Haldeman, the date June 20th, 1972. That, of course, was just 3 days after the break-in at the Democratic Party headquarters in the Watergate office building here in the nation's capital. At the White House today, Deputy White House Press Secretary Gerald Warren said that the House Judiciary Committee, which is considering impeachment of the president, got, in Warren's words, the full story of the Watergate issue when the president turned over some 1,200 pages of edited transcripts of taped White House conversations on Tuesday. Warren commented in response to a question about the committee's vote last night to inform the president that it feels he has failed to comply with its subpoena, which had asked for the tapes themselves rather than for the edited transcripts. Warren said that the White House feels the committee members have been given the facts on which they can move ahead. He also stuck by the president's offer to allow committee chairman Peter Rodino, the New Jersey Democrat, and the ranking Republican member, Michigan Republican Representative Edward Hutchinson, but no other committee, no staff members to listen to the tapes in private and to verify the accuracy of the transcripts. Warren today commented, "We feel that we have made a very fair, full, and responsible offer." From sources in the Senate came reports, meanwhile, that Alexander Haig, currently the White House Chief of Staff, today refused to answer questions before the Senate Watergate Committee, saying that he'd been instructed to invoke executive privilege by President Nixon himself. At an executive session of the panel, Haig presented a letter from the president saying, quote, "It would be wholly inappropriate for the committee to examine you about your activities as Chief of Staff or about information that has come to you in that position." The president's letter invoked both executive privilege and attorney-client privilege in ordering Haig not to cooperate with the committee's probe of the Watergate issue. Meanwhile, Vice President Gerald Ford said today that after reading some of the newly released Watergate transcripts, he is, in his words, convinced beyond any doubt that President Nixon is innocent of any wrongdoing. However, Ford said, he believes the president could have been a little more forceful in trying to get to the bottom of the Watergate issue a little faster. In a brief meeting with reporters of the Justice Department, Assistant Attorney General Henry Peterson today defended his conduct of the initial Watergate investigation and declared, "I am not a whore." The White House edited transcript showed Peterson regularly informing the president about the progress of the investigations, sometimes even advising him about ways to deal with top presidential aides who were implicated in the scandal. Peterson today said, "I walked through a minefield and came out clean." In another Watergate impeachment development, the Judiciary Committee approved by voice vote live television coverage of its impeachment proceedings, so long as it does not interfere with those proceedings. Presidential counselor Dean Burt said the White House had no objections to live television coverage. However, he repeated the White House view that whatever is done should be handled speedily. Burt said in a White House meeting with newsmen, "Time is becoming critical in this thing. It's not the right thing to continue the proceedings into the autumn election campaigns." Former milk producer lobbyist Bob Lilly is quoted in court papers as saying that his boss told him that campaign donations were pledged to President Nixon in conjunction with the 1971 price support increase. That statement is the first to be attributed to a dairy cooperative official, alleging any link between the president's order to raise federal milk price supports in 1971 and the dairymen's promise of up to $2 million in campaign donations. In a White House statement last January, the president specifically denied that he ordered prices increased in return for that campaign money. He did concede that traditional political considerations did play a part in his decision to overrule the Agriculture Department's desire to keep prices steady. The House Judiciary Committee is investigating the milk price matter as part of its impeachment inquiry, and the Watergate Special Prosecution Force is also looking into it. The White House has declined requests for numerous tapes and documents relating to that price support matter. Lilly's statement actually surfaced as part of subpoenaed papers made public in connection with the Justice Department's antitrust suit against the nation's largest dairy farmer cooperative, Associated Milk Producers Incorporated. He was interviewed by former American Bar Association President Edward Wright last December 27th and 28th as part of his investigation into the milk producers' political activities, which he conducted for the co-op's board of directors. A judge delayed today his decision on a motion by defense attorneys in the John Ehrlichman perjury case to move the trial out of Los Angeles because of excess publicity. Superior Court Judge Gordon Ringer ordered a recess until the next mail delivery at the request of defense attorneys who are waiting for newspaper clippings to arrive from San Diego County. The defense team has claimed that the former presidential advisor could get a more fair trial in the San Diego area because publicity there has been more favorable to Ehrlichman. They said the clippings are needed to support that claim. Syrian leaders seem to be confident that when Secretary of State Henry Kissinger arrives there on Friday, he may be carrying a significant Israeli concession that could pave the way for negotiations on separating forces on the Golan Heights. A high-ranking source in Damascus said the talks will be complicated, but we are convinced Washington realizes what is at stake and Kissinger will not come with an empty briefcase. Although the secretary has appealed to both sides for restraint while he tries to work out an agreement, Official sources in Damascus say that Syria's president has adopted a Viet Cong-style strategy, a strategy of fighting while negotiating. Diplomats also note a new Syrian desire to cooperate and maybe even compromise, a desire that has been promoted by, first, a growing belief that U.S. mediation efforts are sincere, secondly, the lure of U.S. monetary aid and Western technology for a long-hoped-for economic rebirth of Syria, thirdly, President Nixon's foreign aid package that gave Egypt $250 million also includes provisions for $100 million that could possibly go to Syria. Also, Israeli cabinet changes that have prompted some Syrian hopes that the Israelis may be more amenable than before to Secretary Kissinger's persuasive powers. And finally, the closing gap between Soviet and U.S. efforts in the Middle East. The Soviet Union had encouraged Syrian militancy to counter Kissinger's dominant role in Mideast diplomacy and its waning influence in Egypt, but Kissinger's conciliatory talks with Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko in Geneva have apparently resulted in new U.S.-Soviet pledges to try to work together insofar as the Middle East is concerned. The Senate here today passed and sent to President Nixon a compromise bill which creates a new federal energy office. The bill passed 236-9 by the House of Representatives back on Monday. It won in the Senate by a voice vote. Energy-related functions now spread over numerous federal offices. These would be centered in the new agency. It would have extensive authority to require information from energy companies and to even issue subpoenas if necessary. President Nixon is expected to formally nominate John Sawhill, now FEO administrator, to head up the new formal agency. The nominee would be subject to Senate confirmation. The bill authorizes $475 million for the agency to operate until June 30th, 1976. From the Mutual Studios in Washington, I'm Fulton Lewis, and that's the top of the news as it looks from here.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the Smile of Beauty and Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health, present It's Time to Smile with Rochester, Dinah Shore, Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian, Cookie Fairchild's Orchestra, the Ambassadors, yours truly, Harry Von Zell, and starring Eddie Cantor.
Down by the Ohio, I've got the cutest little oh my oh. There is nobody half as pretty as she, as sweet as can be, and jumping Jeepers Creeper, she's crazy for me, and what an oh my oh. The only one I've ever met who thrilled me so. She is the cutest thing that I've ever seen. Oh, milk and honey, if you know what I mean, with lots of oh my oh. Just wait till I get back to oh my oh. Down by the Ohio. She's just a simple little country girl, I know. She's raising chickens now, but you wait and see. Someday she's gonna raise a family for me when we are oh my oh. Just wait till I get back to oh my oh. Thank you, Harry Von Zell, and hello, everybody. Harry?
What?
Harry, do you know the famous book publishers, Simon & Schuster?
Sure.
What do you think?
What?
What do you think, Harry?
I don't know.
They've asked me to write the story of my life.
No.
There, they've asked me. I got to check them out.
Story
Yes,
of
sir,
your
everything.
life. Oh, that's wonderful. What's the title of your book?
Mission to the Maternity Ward. or one of our stalks is missing.
Oh, Eddie, you...
Harry, why shouldn't I write the story of my life? Didn't Lincoln, didn't Adams, didn't Jefferson...
Well, just a minute, Eddie. All those men became presidents. You can't compare yourself to them.
Why not? It's tougher today. They didn't have to wait around for Roosevelt to move out. Well, of course...
Thought of that, but Eddie, your book should be very interesting. That is, if you do a thorough job.
Well, don't worry, I will, Harry. I'm going to start the story of my life from the very beginning.
Good.
1910.
Oh, wait, Eddie.
What?
You're not trying to tell me that your parents first set eyes on you in 1910.
Yes, they did. For the first 20 years, they were afraid to look.
Well, maybe I can help you with your book.
Who needs you? Who needs you?
Well, I just...
After all, didn't Gypsy Rose Lee wrote a book? Shouldn't she write a book all by herself? And if she can do it, so can I. If Gypsy Rose Lee can reveal everything, so can I.
Maybe so, but nobody's going to whistle for an encore.
Harry, look, my book can't miss. You see, mine is a dramatic story of struggle. It's a typical American success. Think of it. As a boy, I often went hungry. I had no money to buy meat, but I worked hard. Inch by inch, I fought my way up the ladder of success. And now that I have enough money to buy meat,
yes,
who's got points? You know? Of course, Harry, I'm going to devote a large part of my book to radio.
Oh, sure.
Radio. We watched it grow, haven't we, Harry?
Like a mushroom.
Oh, gosh. From one little station into a giant industry. Every night I sit at my radio enthralled by the thought of its tremendous power, its billion-dollar networks, its thousands of employees working feverishly over the controls. I tune it in, and what do I hear?
What?
Give me a package of Beamer's Pepsi and chewing gum, please.
That's silly. Thrilling, ain't it?
Yeah, ain't it?
Well, Eddie, what else are you going to write about in your book?
Well, it's my ancestors. My ancestors.
Ancestors?
You know, a lot of Cantors have been famous, Harry.
I didn't...
Take my grandfather, Pancho Cantor. Pancho. He invented a movable victory garden.
A movable victory garden?
He was the first man to wheel a push cart. I'll give him a...
That was your grandfather.
Yeah, and let me tell you something else, Harry. If it wasn't for my uncle Sebastian Cantor, we wouldn't have the telephone or the electric light.
He invented them?
No, he paid our bills. You see, Harry? That was the rich one.
Well, Eddie, I really, you shouldn't mention that.
Oh, there'll be no secrets, Harry. In my book, I'm going to tell all. I'm going to reveal everything, Harry.
Everything?
I expect
Hey.
it... What?
No.
What's the matter?
Oh, no, you can't do that.
What's the matter, Harry? What are you...
Oh, listen, Eddie, be reasonable. You
Listen.
can't reveal the whole thing. You're not everything, Eddie.
Harry, what do I have to be ashamed of, Harry?
My salary.
It's nothing to speak about. Listen, Harry, I'm anxious to start typing my book tonight, so I'm borrowing Jack Benny's typewriter. In fact, Rochester is on his way over with it now.
Oh, Rochester?
Yeah, I can't understand what's detaining him. He's reliable, he's trustworthy. I know
Hello, come right in.
Thanks. How much can I hop this typewriter for?
You came to the right... Yes, sir, you came to the right pawn shop, buddy. Are you sure this typewriter belongs to you? What are these initials on the case? J.B.
That's me, Jefferson Benny.
All right, let me take a look at the machine. Seems to be in good condition. All except these two keys. How come the 1 and the A are worn out?
Last week we loaned it to a draft board.
The draft board, huh?
Yes, sir. Since then, this machine types by itself.
Types what by itself?
Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the country. And you're in, brother.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. Insofar as I'm overstocked with typewriters, I'll give you a $10 bill for it.
That ain't much for a typewriter, but insofar as I'm understocked with $10 bills, I'll take it.
Harry, I can't understand what's delaying Rochester. I hope he has money to get here.
Oh, well, don't worry about that, Eddie. Jack Benny told me that Rochester always manages to have $10 in his pocket.
When did Jack tell you that?
Yesterday, while he was looking around his living room for the piano.
Well, I guess there's nothing to worry about.
No.
Let's get back to my book.
Okay.
Now, the second chapter will start in 1914 when Ida and I were married. I'll never forget it. We had the plans for a cozy house. We even had blueprints for the nursery. Ida wanted a boy, and I wanted a girl, Harry. I wanted a girl.
Yeah, but Eddie, you had 5 girls.
Harry, is it my fault if the store can't read blueprints? What?
Well, anyway, I'll bet your proposal was romantic.
Oh, yes. I'll never forget it. I turned out the lights and slipped an engagement ring on her finger.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. In the dark, how could she see the diamond on the ring?
Listen, if it had a diamond, do you think I'd turn out the lights over there? Well, here's my orchestra leader, Cookie Fairchild. Come in, Cookie.
Congratulations on your book, Master. You know, last week I needed a little money, so I wrote the story of my life.
Really? Who did you write it for?
The Morris Plan.
Cookie, you wouldn't need money if you'd stop gambling in pool halls.
Oh, I'm not the only one. Just a minute ago in Kelly's billiard parlor, I saw Rochester lose $5.
Rochester? In Kelly's billiard parlor? Harry, get the number for me on the phone.
Yeah, okay.
So that's what's been delaying him. A pool hall, huh?
Kelly's pool and billiard parlor. Keep 'em rolling.
Let me talk to Rochester.
Okay. Hey, Rochester.
Just a minute. Let me take one more shot. Here goes. Good old Pepsi-Cola.
You want it on the phone?
Must be my gal. I'll take it. Hello, sugar. Hello, lammy pie. Hello, my little woo-woo.
Who?
Woo-woo.
Who?
Who's this that say woo-hoo-hoo every time I say woo-woo?
This is Eddie Cantor.
Uh-oh.
Rochester, you were supposed to bring me Mr. Benny's typewriter. What happened to it?
I had to honk it to buy medicine for my poor old grandmother. Poor old Granny.
Let me off your lap, honey.
Okay, Granny.
Rochester, if you know what's good for you, you'll get back the typewriter and get out of the pool hall before Mr. Benny catches you.
Don't worry, Mr. Benny only came here once and never again. I can still picture him flying back and forth.
Flying back and forth? What do you mean?
He dropped his toupee and his head wound up in a ping pong game.
You mean his toupee fell off? He must have been embarrassed.
No, sir, he just acted nonchalant. He took out a comb, parted his skin in the middle, and left. Lucky he stayed out of billiard range.
Oh, don't be silly. Nobody could mistake a man's head for a pool ball.
Then you think it's safe for me to take my hat off?
Of course it is. Take it off. Take off your hat.
Well, if you say so, okay.
Rochester, answer. Rochester, where are you?
I'll call you back as soon as I can crawl out of this side pocket.
I suppose in your book you'll devote a great deal to your life in show business.
Harry, I'll probably devote 30 or 40 pages to the songs alone that I sang.
Oh, of course. Say, Eddie, what was that song you did in the Winter Garden? You made up like a girl?
Oh, gee, I felt like such a fool with a dress and a wig singing. Ma, he's making eyes at me. Ma, he's awful nice to me. Ma, he's simply breaking my heart. When such love hits you, a girl must know some jiu-jitsu. Ma, he wants to marry me, be my honey bee. Every minute he gets bolder. Now he's leaning on my shoulder. Ma, he's kissing me. Forget the song. Harry, what do you suppose is with that Rochester?
Well,
pool rooms he's got to visit while I go crazy waiting for him.
Well, listen, don't be too hard on him, Eddie. After all, a man likes to drop in for a game of pool now and then.
Oh, yeah? Well, you never caught me hanging around pool rooms. That's why I am what I am today.
That's how you get to be what you are? Not hanging around in pool rooms?
Exactly. And what are you tying that string around your finger for?
To remind me to hang around in pool rooms.
Great guy you turn out to be. Here I try to give our listeners a noble picture of myself, and you tear me down. You're no help to me.
Oh, well, maybe to you I'm not, Eddie, but each week I try to be helpful to our listeners.
How?
Well, by suggesting how they can feel better faster. And ladies and gentlemen, here is what I humbly suggest. The very next time you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and under the weather because you need a laxative, you will feel better faster if you just remember Sal Hepatica and take it right away. Because then Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that's important, for it means you don't have to wait until night to take the laxative you need in the morning. You don't need to risk feeling miserable the rest of the day. It's worth your while to remember this about sparkling sal hepatica, too.
This famous mineral salt laxative also helps counteract excess gastric acidity, helps turn a sour stomach sweet again.
So get a bottle of sparkling sal hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. Then any time you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy sal hepatica.
And I can't... Harry, Rochester should have called back by now. I'm worried about him.
Listen, don't worry, Eddie. He probably had to stop at his home and...
Hello. Back home again. Mister, I hocked my typewriter here for $10, and it's imperative I get it back for $5.
Oh, I can't afford that. I'd lose money. How can I stay in business doing that?
Don't come to me with your problems. I ain't Mr. Anthony.
I'm sorry, but it'll cost you $10 to get it back. However, if you can prove that you have a steady job with a steady income, maybe we can arrange payments. Tell me, who is your employer?
Jack Benny. That louses up everything, don't it?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Well, let's see what we have for your price. Ah, here's a couple of beauties. A $3 typewriter and a $4 typewriter.
What's the difference?
Well, with a $4 typewriter, you don't have to kick the keys down with your feet. You see, you just have to kneel on them a little.
Luxurious, ain't it? Here's a $5 bill. Take out $4 for the typewriter, and how much is that bottle of perfume over there?
$1.
Okay. Pour it in a glass and we're even.
The perfume? Well, if you say so.
A Central Avenue zombie. Here goes. Wow! Say, mister.
Yeah?
Give me that $3 typewriter and set them up again.
Got an idea. Maybe Jack Benny knows where Rochester is. Why don't we call him up?
Well, you can't call Jack anymore. They took the phone booth out of his house, you know. They took out the booth and was renting it to boarders. So, yeah. Gee, I wish that Rochester...
Hey, there's somebody.
Maybe that's him now. Come in. Why, it's Dinah Shaw. Dinah, I want to tell you that I'm writing the story of my life. And guess what? I'm writing the book in 2 weeks from start to finish.
Ooh, a quickie from a Nicky.
Yep.
Mr. Cantor, I hope you mention me in your book.
Well, I certainly will, Dinah. I'm going to say that you're radio's most outstanding singer, and you can prove it now by singing People Will Say We're in Love.
Don't throw bouquets at me. Don't please my folks too much. Don't laugh at my jokes too much. People will say we're in love. Don't sigh and gaze at me. Your sighs are so like mine. Your eyes mustn't glow like mine. People will say we're in love. Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove. Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in love. Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove. Sweetheart, they're suspecting things.
That was wonderful, Dinah. Now, if only Rochester...
Looking for me, boss?
Why, yes. Now that you're here, I can go to work on my book. You know, Rochester, I spent all week making notes in the desert sun down in Palm Springs. What are you laughing at?
You've been in Palm Springs and I looking.
Stop that, will you? Now, where is the typewriter?
Right here. Where shall I put it?
Oh, just drop it anywhere. Rochester, what kind of a broken-down machine is this? What happened to Mr. Benny's typewriter?
Ain't you heard about all the typewriters being called in by Uncle Sam?
Yes?
Well, Uncle Ben got that one.
Well, I guess it'll have to do Rochester. Why did you have to hock that new typewriter? Couldn't you have borrowed the money from Mr. Benny?
You don't know it, but you got your best joke right there.
I see what you mean. Rochester, did you ever try asking Mr. Benny for a raise?
My voice didn't get this way calling for Philip Morris.
Tell me, how much does he pay you?
You wouldn't believe it.
Well, tell me anyway.
I can't believe it either.
Rochester, how much does Mr. Benny pay you?
You mind if I whisper it to you?
Go ahead, whisper. I'm listening.
There. Now you've heard what Mr. Benny pays me.
But, Rochester, I heard nothing.
That's it.
Look, I want you to do me a favor. You see these encyclopedias?
Uh-huh.
Carry them down to Mr. Benny's car.
Okay, but who's going to carry me?
Look, just put them in the car and get them to my house.
Okay, but who's going to carry the car?
Never mind. Get going and I'll see you back at my house in a half an hour.
Okay. Work. He sure pushes me around. I wish Mr. Benny would get back on the air.
Rochester! Oh, he forgot the typewriter, Harry. Well, I'll take it home with me in the car.
Hey, Eddie, what is this gold picture frame for? It looks very expensive.
It is expensive. You see, to impress the publisher, I want to put his picture in it and hang it over my desk.
Oh, I see. Well, what is that picture in there now?
Well, I'm going to take that out, Harry. It's my first baby picture.
Oh.
Look at me lying on the rug with my beautiful eyes. Ain't I cute? What are you laughing at?
You look like an owl that's been plucked.
Oh, stop, will you? Gee, Harry, it's such a beautiful frame. I really should stop on the way home and get a glass to fix it.
Well, look, I know how rushed you are, Eddie. I'll do it for you.
Yeah, you will?
Sure.
Thanks, Harry. I have so many things to do if I want to impress my publishers. First, I'm going to fix up a big dinner.
Yeah, that's important. What are you going to have?
Well, we're going to have roast of succotash, fillet of creamed onions, brisket. Mind you, brisket of asparagus tips.
Oh, Eddie, that's bad.
What do you mean bad? No points, Harry.
No, I don't mean that. I mean they're soft foods that may not give your gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health. And that's true, ladies and gentlemen, of many of the foods we eat today. And that's why the faithful use of Ipana toothpaste and gum massage is so important. Because Ipana is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it is especially designed to help give gums the exercise and stimulation they need but may not get from creamy, well-cooked foods. And since healthy gums are so important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles, many dentists suggest this easy, helpful routine.
Brush your teeth regularly with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for firmer gums, brighter teeth, and more sparkling smiles, remember to massage with Ipana toothpaste.
Say, driver, can't you slow this thing down a little? My gosh, what kind of a cab is this? 40, 50, 70, 80. Now it's up to $1.
Them's our rates, mister.
I know, but you see, I just remembered I left my wallet at the studio. You better pull over to the curb here. I'll have the money for you in a minute.
Hello.
How much can I get on this typewriter?
Again with that typewriter. Yeah, there's something fishy about this. Look, I just work here. Maybe you ought to speak to the owner.
Okay, who is the owner? Who?
How do you do?
Why, it's Greg Gordon, the man owner.
That's me. Everybody's waking me up in the middle of the day. Cantor, excuse me while I put this Murphy bed back in the wall. Oh! Murphy is still in it.
Russian, just the man I want to see. will you lend me $2 on this typewriter?
Cantor, darling, keep the typewriter. Put out your left hand, and here is $2.
Why don't you put the $2 in my right hand?
That one I'm keeping for security.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Implicitly, if not at all. But last week was the only time I ever let a man hock something without security.
What did he hock?
His wife.
His wife?
Yes, and I didn't make a nickel on the deal.
Wasn't there any interest?
No, she didn't appeal to me.
Russian, will you quit stalling? I've got to rush home and meet my publisher. You know, I'm writing the story of my life.
Do tell. You know, I would write the story of my life if it wasn't for one thing.
And what is that?
I'm living.
Yep, of course. Of course you're living. Of course you're living.
Not so loud, mein Grafbord is next door.
Wait a minute. Russian. What? Somebody's coming. Don't say anything. I'll duck behind this counter.
Okay. How much will you give me on these encyclopedias?
First, I'll have to check ownership. Did you buy these encyclopedias?
I didn't win them on inflammation, please.
Where did you get them?
Mr. Eddie Cantor gave them to me for a present.
Aha!
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Rochester, what's the idea of bringing my books to a pawn shop?
This a pawn shop? Them swinging doors fooled me. I thought it was a tea room.
Rochester, you've caused me so much trouble. I'll never be able to write the story of my life.
Then I'll write it. I'll write it. I've even got a great title.
What is the title?
Mein Kämpfer.
Oh, Russians. Wait a minute. Here comes another cut. Rochester, get behind the counter with me.
Say, how much will you give me on this gold picture frame?
Where did you get it?
Eddie Cantor gave it to me for a present.
Aha!
Oh.
Harry, why did you bring my picture frame here? I told you to hang it over my desk.
Then he came to the right place.
Why do you say that?
Yesterday he hocked your desk.
What goes on here? Harry hocks my desk. Rochester hocks the typewriter, my encyclopedias. I've got a book to write. I've got to write a...
Hello? Who? Yes. All right. The deal. Kemper, you don't have to worry about writing your book.
Why?
That was your publisher. He just hocked his printing press.
Oh!
Aha!
Thank you, Rochester, for being with us tonight. And I want you to know that next Wednesday night, your boss, Jack Benny, will be on this program, and also Burns and Allen. Oh, yes. Big doings. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to know that Jack Benny and Burns and Allen, Rochester, the whole gang of us, have been going around to various camps entertaining our men in service. One of the songs they particularly liked is a song actually written about them. Cookie, if you please. Who's sailing the ships? Who's flying the planes? Who's manning the tanks and the guns? It's the Smiths and the Jones and the Kellys and Cones. They're all America's sons. Who fights in the North? Who fights in the South? Who fights in the East and the West? It's the Smiths and the Jones and the Kellys and Cones. They're all America's best. Oh, they won't come back till they attack a job that must be done. Whose sweethearts will yearn until they return, then who'll be the happiest ones? It's the Smiths and the Jones and the Kellys and Cones. They're all America's sons. Get a load of this, just a partial list of these fighting sons of guns. There's Pancini, Frasori, Turetsky, Rebetsky, Sonata and Schultz and McMahon, Hathaway and McGork, Overbeck and O'Rourke, Didinsky, Sobransky, McMorrow, Olansky, Bohannon, Janelli, McGushin, and Kelly. I'd like to announce more, but I can't pronounce more. They're all American. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us tonight. And listen to next week. Don't forget, we have Jack Benny, Burns, and Allen. And in the meantime, don't forget the two products that make our Wednesdays together possible. Eye-Panna for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Eye-Panna, Sal Hepatica. And so remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. Good night.
Up next, you will go on a journey into Dimension X.
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, bring you Dimension X. I doubt that anywhere on Earth there's a man or a woman or a child who doesn't know the name Wayne Crowder. I doubt whether there's a human being who hasn't at one time or another used one of the Crowder products, the can opener or the razor blade, or the patented tooth powder dispenser, or the Crowder improved slideless fastener. There's a fortune in such products, and Wayne Crowder was the man to squeeze that fortune out, penny by penny. And he did. And in the magazines which write about men of business, he was described as a man of ice and stone and ink and steel. No warmth, but a heart to pump blood, not feel human emotion. But he took some of his money and he built himself a towering skyscraper. And he placed his private office at the very peak. And he built a battery of buttons into his desk so that when he wanted something, all he ever had to do was press a button. And like genies springing out of the bottle, the proper personnel would come running.
Yes, Mr. Crowder.
Got me my engineers.
Yes, sir. Right away, Mr. Crowder. Mr. Crowder wants his engineers at once. Here are your engineers, sir.
All right, close the door and get out. Now, gentlemen, sit down. Gentlemen, I hired you because you're the best engineers I was able to find. They tell me you can do anything. They tell me if there's a scientific fact known in the world, even if it was discovered 6 hours ago, you gentlemen are up on it. All right, I want to put that to work. Gentlemen, I want you to build me a spaceship.
What? A spaceship, sir?
That's right. I've decided that I'm going to be the man who gives space flight to mankind. Any questions?
Well, I don't know, sir. We can design such a ship. That part's not too hard. The basic blueprint has been in existence for many years. The submarine is the model for the shape and the form, but...
Yes?
But we have no way of providing the motor to power such a ship.
When the ship's ready to fly, there'll be a motor.
Sir, I don't like to contradict you, but you see, scientists have been searching for a motor power for spaceships for decades now without success. You'll have a ship, but we can't lift that ship from the Earth's surface. That is, not to the point of free flight, at any rate. Mr. Crowder, you see,
You'll be spending millions of dollars, hundreds of millions perhaps, for nothing.
What's your name?
Phillips, sir.
You're fired.
What?
Go down to the cashier and draw your pay and get out.
But, Mr. Crowder...
Get out. Nobody who works for me thinks of how much something costs. We use money. We don't let expense provide a rationalization for not beginning a project. Phillips, what are you waiting for? Get out. Gentlemen, any other comments?
The ship will be built, of course, Mr. Crowder. But the fact still remains. We can't power it.
You design the ship. I'll find the motor for you.
Where, sir?
That's a fair question. The answer is, I don't know. But somewhere in the world, there's a man who does know the secret. Long before Henry Ford, there was Leonardo da Vinci. And long before him, there was Archimedes. And long before him, there was some Stone Age genius who invented the wheel when the only thing the mob could conceive was dragging things around on their backs. I want that motor. And I'll root out the man who has the theory which will let us build it. I'll find him. Money will be available to him, an organization, my backing, and we'll get what we want.
You're going to be plagued with a host of crackpots, sir.
Obviously. So it's going to be your job to separate the wheat from the chaff. But anyone who shows up with a promising idea, no matter how fantastic it sounds, is going to have a chance to show what it can do.
How quickly do you want this done, sir?
Yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Anything you need.
Well, Mr. Crowder, we'll need construction yards, sir, and certain machinery and a great many materials, of course. A labor force.
Get them. Send me the bills. I don't want to be bothered with minor details.
Yes, sir. One more thing, sir. Phillips, sir.
Yes?
We need him, sir. He's a top man on electronics. He's a vital cog in our team.
I don't want Phillips working for me. That's clear, I hope. Who else in the country knows what he does?
Not one in this country, sir. There's a man in Asia, though.
Get him.
We've tried before, Mr. Crowder. He's working on an important project for his country.
I'm not concerned with details. Now get that man, pay him what he wants, but get him.
Sir, you don't understand.
I understand, man.
If this man quits his job, that whole project will collapse. It means the welfare of many people, millions of people in his country. And he has a high sense of patriotism.
By that sense of patriotism. Now, that's all. I don't want to see you again until you have a report of work in progress.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Crowder.
As a man named Phillips going to draw his pay, I want 2 company policemen to meet him at the cashier's office and escort him from there directly off the premises, and I want them to be emphatic about it.
Yes, Mr. Crowder.
And notify the newspapers, the television, and the radio networks, periodicals, and the scientific journals that I'll receive the press in my office this afternoon at 3:30. I have an important announcement to make. Gentlemen, you can finish your drinks later. Gentlemen of the press and ladies, it's my pleasure to be able to tell you that I'm in the process of constructing a spaceship. Any questions?
Did you say a spaceship?
That's right.
That's what I thought you said. I knew the drinks weren't that strong.
I expected it might be something of a shock to you all.
Mr. Crowder, is this spaceship under construction now?
It is.
Well, according to your plans, is it intended for interstellar flight or merely for flight between planets?
This is a beginning only, and my intentions are quite modest. I expect the ship to be able to pursue a course between Earth and Mars or between Earth and Venus. For the present, any longer trips are not contemplated.
You've solved the problem of motor force, then?
No, I haven't.
But what sort of... You mean you don't have any means of propulsion for the spaceship?
That problem is not solved as yet. It will be. That's why I called you in this afternoon. I want you to announce that I have $100,000 in cash waiting for the man or woman who first brings me the basic idea for such a motor. That's all I have to say for now. Finish your refreshments, ladies and gentlemen. I'll let you know from time to time how things go.
Mr. Crowder, one more question, please.
Yeah.
Do you have a name for the spaceship yet?
No, not yet.
Then let me suggest one.
Yeah?
Crowder's Folly.
Quiet, all of you. Quiet! What is your paper?
The Daily Times, sir.
Inform the company police that under no circumstances is any representative of the Daily Times ever to be allowed on company property again.
Wayne Crowder is offering $100,000 to any inventor who can produce an engine capable of driving a spaceship.
Wayne Crowder is offering $100,000 to any inventor who can produce
an engine capable of driving a spaceship. It was Crowder's Folly, but the word of what he wanted circulated to the far corners of the globe, and it was known in the white ice block huts of the Eskimos and in the grass-thatched villages of Central Africa, as well as places less remote. And the Crowder office became the Mecca and the heaven for the lunatic fringe of humanity. Their blueprints and scale models clogged its corridors, and more applicants came to the great skyscraper.
I told you I don't want these people in my office till they're screened. Now get out! Get out! Every time I open that door, they surge in like a tidal wave.
I have a progress report for you, sir, on the construction of the ship.
Go ahead.
I've spent $13 million for the yards, the equipment, including 3 gantry cranes, several dozen presses, thousands of dies, and so forth.
Go on.
We have 12,000 people working for us directly, not including subcontractors and their labor force.
What about the ship?
Mr. Crowder, the ship is finished as far as we can go. Certain additional construction cannot be done now because it depends on the shape and the mass of the engine, on the type of fuel, on the weight of that fuel.
I see. All right, lay off everybody we don't need.
I've ordered that, sir. Miss Crowder, is it possible that no one will turn up with a motor?
That's the one thing that's not possible. He will come. Money and determination will buy anything. Now close the door on your way out.
Yes.
Order the proper department to put a name on the forward end of the ship. I want letters in pure gold 1 foot high. The name of the ship is Crowder's Folly. Get it done today.
The sun rose in the morning and glinted rose on the silver sheen of the hollow ship's skin. The sun set at night and glinted rose on the silver sheen of the hollow ship's skin. The golden letters on the prow held out the fury of Crowder for the world to see. A staff of 50 was employed as time went on in taking rust preventive measures to ensure the ship's well-being. In a year, the first experiment seemed ready to bear fruit, and a test was held. The atomic fission motor.
In exactly 45 seconds now, we'll hold the test, Mr. Crowder. The actual trial of the motor is taking place 3 miles from here. Now, this dial here registers the nucleonic activity. And this dial, right here, is thrust. Over here, this dial is a measure of the effectiveness of the shielding in terms of outside radioactivity. That sound you hear is our generators right here, building up power to supply the motor by remote control. Now, if this needle goes around to the part of the dial marked in red, there will be an explosion. Are there any questions, sir?
Proceed with the tests.
Watch the needle, sir. 8,000. 8,500. 9,000. 10. 11. 12. 15. That's an overload now, sir. 18. 20. I don't know how much more it can stand, sir.
What happened? Your generator blew out. What? kind of
I beg your pardon, sir. The motor blew up.
What are you talking about? I'd hear something.
You see, sir, it takes a while for the vibrations of an explosion to travel 3 miles and then reach through 15 feet of concrete.
I see. Well, there are other experiments in progress. Let me know when they're ready for testing.
Yes, sir. Mr. Crowder, the inventor of that motor had to be with it, of course, during the tests, but he has, that is, he had a family.
The fool knew what he was doing. He understood the danger. Now line up those experiments and don't turn anyone away if he seems to have the remotest possibility of success. Now, I'm telling you, my man will come. Money and determination will buy anything.
And strangely enough, Crowder was right. Because one day there came to his office a stranger, a small man. He looked even smaller in that tremendous room. He was an unusual visitor in that he carried no briefcase fat with blueprints, schematics, or formulae. He was unusual in that he neither blustered, cowered, nor deferred to his host. Oh, he was a pleasant little stranger, bird-like of eye and movement, bright and smiling.
Mr. Crowder, my name is Wilkins. I can power that ship you want.
So?
Of course, what I have in mind won't be anything like that meaningless for you.
What?
Well, Rock, my motor requires a difference here in my head.
It so happens that I'm presently supporting half a dozen people who make this. None of them have been successful. What makes you think your idea will work?
Simple enough. The common magnet.
What?
Electromagnetism. Utilization of the force of gravity, or its opposite in this case, countergravity.
Thank you very much. If you'll forgive me now,
Just a moment, Mr. Crowder. There's one thing more. This.
I've seen pieces of metal before, thank you.
How high from your desk would you say I'm holding it?
I'm very sorry, Mr. Wilkins. Do you want to leave, or do you want to be escorted out?
This will only take a second, sir. How high from your desk would you say I'm holding this piece of metal?
A foot and a half.
And if I let go, then in less than a second, a fraction of a second, it should fall to your desk.
Now, look, I don't want the surface of that desk marred.
But will it be? You see, I have let go of the metal, is that right?
What? Good Lord.
Many seconds ago, it should have crashed to the desk, am I right?
This is incredible.
Well, if you want to speak to me anymore, I'll be right outside.
But it hasn't fallen.
That's right, sir. It hasn't fallen.
It floats in the air.
That's right, sir. It floats in the air.
How do you do it?
Well, why don't you call your engineers and ask them? I'll wait outside.
Get me my engineers immediately. Mr. Wilkins, you're quite right. This piece of metal is apparently counter-gravity. My engineers can give me no explanation.
Thank you, sir.
What do you want?
I want to build a spaceship using this material. No great expenditure, 1/100th of the cost your behemoth sitting out there in your building yard, and 3 other things. Workshop, expert mechanical assistance, and an answer to one question.
What is the question?
Why do you want so much to build this ship?
Frankly, because I love power. Because I'm ambitious. I want to be the master, not only of one world, but of worlds.
That's an honest answer. And that's as far as your thinking goes.
What else is there?
But there's my answer. I want to leave this planet and go to Mars. Because there are strange wonders there. Because there will be scarlet sunsets over barren wastes. And in the star-strewn night, the thin, cold air of a dying world stirring in restless sighs across the valleys of the dry canals. You may laugh out loud if you wish, Mr. Crowder. I prefer that to the peculiar repressed smile you're exhibiting now.
You're a very lucky man, Mr. Wilkins, to have scientific talent, because your talents as a poet are inferior and very sentimental. Well, all right. You're a sentimentalist and I'm mentalogic. No matter. We can work together, you and I. Your workshop will be ready by morning. If you need money or materials or personnel, just tell my engineers. You'll get it, or I'll know the reason why. That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Get me my engineers.
Yes, Mr. Crowder.
Now, we have 50 men working on preserving that useless hulk out there in the construction yards. Lay them off. Now, how many others?
But the ship will deteriorate if we do that, sir.
Let it rot. Lay them off.
Yes.
Now, how many other employees are still working for us on the project?
About 3,000, sir, including the people working on experimental motors.
Get rid of them.
But, sir...
Get rid of them.
Well, Mr. Crowder, I never thought you'd drop this project. You were so adamant on it.
I'm not dropping anything but dead wood. You saw what Wilkins had to offer. He's my man, and the rest is junk.
Mr. Crowder, he might fail. We ought to have a minimum of protection against...
I say he won't fail.
Yes.
You just lay everybody off that isn't needed. Give him 2 weeks' pay and my thanks for a thankless job well done, that's all.
Yes, sir. I'll get it done, sir. What a year's work.
Yes, and 10 years or 20 years, now do the same thing. That's why you're an engineer and I'm an executive. That's why you work for me, because when I have to, I can be ruthless with my own mistakes. What are you waiting for?
I was just thinking, Mr. Crowder, what would happen to me if my usefulness to you were over? I've worked for you for 30 years now.
Just don't give me any occasion to consider your usefulness terminated. That oughtn't be too hard.
Yes.
What?
Nothing, sir. I'll make the arrangements at once.
Who are you? What do you want?
I tried to stop him, sir.
Well, speak up, man.
My name is Jarvis. I am an electronics expert.
Oh, yes, I remember. You're the Asian. Well, come in.
Do you want me, sir?
Never mind. Just stay outside. Close the door behind you.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Vizushtuli.
Thank you, no. I want to give you a gift before I leave.
Oh, you leaving? I thought we still needed you.
I resigned.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm told you're a good man.
I want you to understand what's behind this gift. I was working on a power project in my country which would have meant a tremendous rise in the standard of living for millions of my people. I was unable to resist the money you offered.
Had you resisted, even more money would have been forthcoming. I placed no limit on your worth to me.
I understand. But you see, I did not come without a sense of guilt, because there was no one in my country who could take my place.
I would assume that.
And now I discovered that what I did was for nothing. The spaceship on which I worked is being dismantled.
That's right.
So I have been corrupted by you at a whim. I think you have too much power, sir. I think you use your power for evil, selfish purposes.
Selfish, yes. Only sentimentality is evil.
I think otherwise. And so, in order that you shall not corrupt anyone else, I have this gift for you. Here you are, sir. Oh. And just one more shot for good measure, to make sure you are really dead. Good.
There's a man on his way out by the name of Jarvis, an engineer. He's not to be molested. He probably won't stop at the cashier, so I want a check for 6 months' salary in advance mailed to his home address. The man showed a certain quality of ruthlessness which is deserving of recognition. And have the chief of the company police bring me a new bulletproof vest. This one seems to have been dented in 2 places.
According to Wilkins' plans, as executed by Crowder's engineers, was finished within 4 months. It was small. It was shaped like a disc. It gleamed brightly, even in the smoky haze of an October sunset. Inside, Crowder and Mr. Wilkins, in a small cubicle at the heart of the machine, were surrounded by many instruments of a complicated nature. Outside, huge crowds gathered to witness the test. They stirred and murmured, waiting restlessly, as inside the control room of the craft, Wilkins installed the final secret part he had not revealed to those who built his driving apparatus.
Well, Wilkins, what's holding us up?
Nothing now. Or sentiment, perhaps.
What?
A wish to look once more on Earth's familiar scenes. Here, now the screening is removed. Look at the people out there.
Never mind looking out there. Let's leave that thing closed. You're a sentimental fool. Or are you afraid? Or did you decide at that last minute that your invention won't work?
It will work. Oh, sit down, Mr. Crowder. Do me a favor. When I press this button, will you please press the button on the arm of the chair you're seated on? I'll tell you when.
Turn on your motor. I want to hear its roar and feel its tug as we cut loose from Earth's gravity and fly outward into space. That might be a moment in which I'd share your sentimentality.
Press your button now, sir. Thank you.
This is all hoax. I'm beginning to distrust you, Wilkins. When are we going to take off? You said at 5 sharp, and it's 2 minutes after 5 now. Well, do we move or don't we?
Mr. Crowder, we're already moving. The button you pushed was to nullify the effects of acceleration. If you don't mind, I'd like to open the screen again. Now, if you care to look for yourself.
Wilkins, we're in space. Look down at Earth. How far we've come. Why, it's no bigger than a toy balloon. A dime. A firefly. Man, Wilkins, you done it.
Yes.
I swore to be the first man to conquer space, and I've done it. It's a triumph of power and ambition.
And sentiment.
Oh, blast sentiment. Your maudlin dreaming would have died unborn except for me. I made this possible, Wilkins. Don't ever forget that. My capital, my forcefulness, my will. Look out there. Space. Stars that never were seen from Earth. But this is only the beginning. We'll build a larger model, one great enough to hold 100 men, 1,000, and cargo besides. I'm the master of the planets. Wilkins, turn back now.
No.
What? I said turn back.
No.
We've proved the ship can fly. Now turn back. I want to start work at once in preparation for the long flights to come.
Not so. We will go on.
What are you doing, defying me? Are you crazy? I'll break your puny little body into pieces.
Mr. Crowder, can you control this ship? Would you like to be stranded out here in space? Just adrift in space without control? Would you like that?
Turn back.
No.
You're crazy. You're crazy.
Crazy? No. Sentimental? Yes. Your money and ambition paved the way, that's true. But sentiment was the vital factor that sent me to you. You'll forgive me if I remove these primitive clothes.
Who are you?
Well, it's all right, Mr. Crowder. There is no need to be so terrified because you've had your first close look at a Martian going home.
You've just heard another adventure adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of A private detective receives many strange assignments, but none has ever received one quite like that given to the investigator we're going to tell you about next week, as we bring you from the pages of the September issue of Astounding Science Fiction, Untitled Story.
Dimension X is presented each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of the magazine Astounding Science Fiction. Today, Dimension X has presented The Vital Factor, written for radio by Howard Rodman from the story by Nelson Bond. Featured in the cast were Raymond Edward Johnson as Crowder, John McGovern as the engineer, and Louis Van Ruten as the Martian. Your host was Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman. Dimension X is produced by William Welch and directed by Fred Way.
Dragnet, the story of your police force, is next on NBC.
Take a trip back and pay a visit to Fort Laramie. Coming up next.
At the gallop, follow!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Sergeant? This one's fresh killed.
And fresh skinned, sir.
How many buffalo we found this way?
Well, we come on 10 with this one. The men are fanning out looking for more.
They wouldn't be far away if there are more.
They're right dumb, aren't they, Captain? Buffalo must be the dumbest critters they is.
Well, couldn't call them crafty, but they're half blind. Can't see trouble when they're heading right into it. Lieutenant Seibert's back from the agency yet?
Well, yes, sir. He brought the wagon. They're loading carcasses in it back by the Walla.
They better get a move on. That meat'll cook in this heat.
Captain, you got the feeling there's something wrong?
Wrong?
Well, I seen Injuns kill buffalo before, lots of them. But I never seen them leave this much meat on them.
Maybe agency life is making them lazy, Gorse. Maybe their bellies are too full.
Now, you don't think that, Captain.
I sure don't. I'm going to talk to Mr. Seiberts. Oh, are all of them cut this way?
I think so. I didn't rightly study them, though.
Then study them. All of them. Let me know what you find.
Yes, sir.
Have any trouble getting the wagon, Mr. Seiberts?
Oh, no, sir. The agent seemed glad to know we were bringing meat in.
That seem odd to you?
Well, no, sir. I never saw an Indian agency that couldn't use food.
Neither did I.
Oh, excuse me, sir. All right, man, you can move the wagon now. Pick up the rest of the carcasses.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take a look at these.
Hold it a minute.
All right, men, carry on.
Yes, Captain. Yes,
A lot of waste there, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of waste. How far to the agency? About 5 miles?
That's right.
You went there, you got the wagon from the agent. He said they'd be glad to get the meat. That all he said, Mr. Syberts?
I think so, sir. Oh, one thing he said when we first rode up.
Yes?
He asked us if we'd been engaged, a battle.
Uh-huh.
Said that early this morning he heard a lot of gunfire.
Yeah, I'll bet they did.
Captain Quint, sir?
Yes, Sergeant?
I studied them carcasses, all of them, like you said. They're all cut the same way.
Skinned? With the hump ribs cut away?
And that's all.
The men locate any more?
No, sir, just the 10.
According to Mr. Syberts, the Indian agent claims he heard a lot of gunfire this morning.
Well, it was a clear morning. The sound would carry all right. You saw the wagon tracks, Captain.
Yeah, I saw him. Tell the men to get a move on with their loading, Sergeant. Form a detail to haul the carcasses to the agency.
Yes, sir.
We'll rendezvous at the fork of the Rawhide and proceed back to Fort Laramie.
Yes, sir.
Captain Quince, what about the wagon tracks?
All right, Jenkins.
You see these tracks here? The fresh ones?
From the wagon that was just here.
That's right. Now, over here. There. You see those?
Yes, sir. They're not as fresh, but you can sure see them. Our wagon wasn't over here, Captain.
And it wasn't down there where they're loading now. Or over yonder where the last carcasses were found.
Well, that's right, sir, but...
Indians don't hunt buffalo with wagons, Mr. Syberts. And when they kill buffalo with guns or arrows, they don't just skin them, cut the hump ribs free, and leave the rest to rot in the prairie. From its horns to its chips, Indians use all the buffalo.
You think white men did this, Captain?
I'm thinking white men. And if buffalo hunters are moving up to the high plains, we got trouble, Mr. Syberts.
That's reservation land, Captain.
That didn't make much matter to them, Major.
You seem very sure this is the work of buffalo hunters, not Indians.
If it's Indians, they've changed their whole tradition of hunting buffalo and killing them. I tell you, these were fresh killed. And the only meat gone was the hump ribs.
Well, that's the best meat.
Yeah, to you and me, yeah. But the Indians eat everything in a buffalo, including the...
I know, Lee, I know.
What they don't eat on the spot, they take with them, even the horns.
Always use the horns for tools, implements, don't they?
Yeah, always.
I still hope you're wrong, Lee. It's a small hope, but it's there.
I'd like to be dead wrong. But I saw too much. And the Indian agent heard too much.
The battle?
Remember Texas? You get a clear morning, you could hear those buffalo guns roaring for miles. Enough of them sound like a pitched battle.
Wonder if they're still packing those old Sharps 50s. They're awful heavy.
Gotta be. They shoot ounce slugs, 125 grains of powder, 600 grains of lead, sometimes more.
And the Army struggles along with 450 grain slugs.
Well, we're not killing buffalo.
No, we're not. You know the position the Army's in as well as I do. White men aren't allowed on reservations to hunt, to mine, to anything. We can warn them if we see them before they move into Indian territory. If we catch them there, we can run them off or bring them back to the guardhouse. But we got to see them first.
We may not see him, Major. Until it's too late, we may not ever see him. And then the Army will be in another position.
What other position?
Fighting a war.
Don't you go roaming off now, Goofy. I want the wagon here so we can load it.
Awful hot just sitting here.
Well, you set, you hear?
I hear.
Hey, soldier, this here the sutler's store?
That's it, mister.
Much obliged.
Well, now, you
got yourself some knife there, ain't you?
Sharp as your eyes, soldier.
Straight blade, huh?
This one is. Got 'em curved, too. They're nice.
You like curved knives better, do you?
I like what I need. Sometimes I need a straight blade. Sometimes I need 'em curved.
What kind of man's got a need for knives, straight blade or curved?
You goading me, soldier?
I'd be a fool to goad a man sharpening a fine knife.
Yeah. You would. You'd be a plain fool. There's a fine edge coming. Fine edge.
It's your business, cutting things?
Let me show you that curved blade, soldier. Now, look at that. Ain't that pretty, the way it half circles?
You think it's pretty?
It fits your neck, soldier. Right close and neat like. Now, that's what I call pretty. The fit of it.
Pretty enough. Looks dull to me.
It gets dull. Cutting.
Before I cut a man's throat with it, I'd see it was razor sharp.
I will. I'll tend to that right now. But I'll keep that straight blade handy. In case I run into a soldier who wants to goad a body.
I knew a man like you once. Looked the same, acted the same, talked the same. He was from Texas, this man I knew.
A lot of good men from Texas.
This man, he was a skinner.
A lot of good men are skinners.
This man, though, he got himself killed.
How's a man gonna get himself killed skinning buffalo?
Well, he made the mistake, this Texas man, going into Indian territory. Went up into the Indian Nation. Got himself killed.
You don't know nothing about skinning.
I heard about this man.
You're dumb, soldier. Dumb as can be.
I ain't dumb enough to skin buffalo in Indian country.
I make $50 a month in my keep. With that, I get 50 cents a head on every buffalo I skin.
You do it fast, mister?
The faster I do it, the more money I make.
I'd sure admire to see you at your work.
Yeah, you would.
I would. I never seen a real good skinner at work.
You ain't?
You wanted to please a body, you could tell him how you set about your work.
You thinking about turning skinner?
Oh, I don't think I got the gift for it. Of course, I'm a willing hand and all that.
How are you on thinking?
I'm not too good, to tell the truth.
You might make a skinner at that. The thinking part, what's done of it, that's the hunter job. Old Jake Cuppy there. He's got to find the herd, do the shooting.
Jake Cuppy?
In the sutlers. He's buying lead now and powder. He's got a line on a big herd.
Where?
What do I care? A big herd, soldier. He'll get me there, do the killing. All I got to do is traipse after him and skin him.
You was going to tell me how you manage that.
You see, you work with a good hunter. That comes first. Old Jake Cuppy, he's good. He shoots them right in the lights.
Lights?
The lights, the lungs.
Now, here I thought a good hunter'd take aim on his heart.
The heart? No. You hit one in the heart, even square in the heart. He's going to run all over on you before he dies, charging around, pawing the earth, carrying on. No need a skinner wasting himself moving all over.
I can see that.
You hit one in the light, soldier. He may take a step or two on you, but no more than that. He drops right on the spot. Know how I mean? A skinner don't go to first one spot, then another.
Well, he don't waste himself, I understand.
And the gift you talk about. I got it for fair. I come on him. And first I rip him down the belly from the throat to the tail.
With a straight blade?
More than likely, yeah. Then I cut down each his legs. Go around his head, clean up to his ears. Listen here.
I figured the curved blade there.
And now myself, I don't bother with the rest of the head. I right away set to roll the skin back, just for starter. Then I draw a rope tight on the little flap of his neck that's free, see?
Uh-huh.
And I make the other end fast to the team and and I kicked them up. Then pulling that away, shook that hide right off in that animal. And that's a sight. I tell you, that's a sight.
I just bet it is.
50 cents. Every time I do it. I skinned as high as 50 buffalo a day. Now, that amounts to... Well, old Jake Cuppy usually does that counting up for me.
I guess you think a lot of Mr. Cuppy, huh?
What I got to think of him. I like skinning, soldier. That's what I like.
You putting up here at Fort Laramie a spell?
Tonight, anyway. Maybe longer. What do you care?
As long as you're here, I just want to learn all I can from you, that's all.
It's a good life. A lot of good men as skinners.
Your name, Jake Cuppy, mister?
Oh, yeah?
Your name, it's Jake Cuppy?
You don't want to steal up on a man that is eating, Captain. Might make him edgy.
I make you edgy, mister?
I'm getting over it. Sit down, as long as you're here. Oh, yeah, I'll move my rifle aside. You got your eye on it, too.
I seen big 50s before.
I declare it opens a man's eyes, stopping off at an army post. First they tell me I'm welcome to put up with the enlisted men here, and then the only ones that come poking around are officers.
That's so?
How come you know about big 50s? Lieutenant claimed he never seen one before.
Mr. Sybert's never saw a buffalo hunter before.
Well, he's seen one now. Where do you find them? Like him, so full of book learning.
We find all kinds, mister.
Yeah, well, you found one there. Now, he's up on all the law in these parts. I'm not talking about your army law now. I'm talking territory law. I think that's how he said it. Something about there's a time of year you can't shoot what Lieutenant calls wildlife.
There's a law.
About hunting?
First Territorial Assembly passed it. It's called Wildlife Conservation.
Well, I declare. In here, I thought the Army was a shooting outfit.
It is, mister.
Now, I'm going to tell you what I told the lieutenant. You're going to make laws out here. You make them about the Indians. But you leave a white man to his work. You hear?
Must be you've shot up all the herds in the South Plains.
Oh, I wouldn't take all the credit for that. Others got their due coming. I'm gnawing at you, Captain. Same way you're gnawing at me. You spoke your piece. Now, why don't
You're wrong, mister.
That's another thing. I'm almost never wrong.
There's treaty law that says you can't go into Indian territory. That means all the land north of Fort Laramie.
I'm getting a mite worried about the Army. Ain't they doing any killing no more?
We're obliged to warn you. If you do go in, we can't protect you.
I just don't recollect asking for any protection. You ought to come along, Captain. This hunting's for a real sporting man.
I saw some of your slaughter the other day. That's real sporting.
Now you hear me what I say. I get paid on how many buffalo hides I ship. That's fine. Now then, folks in the East are developing a taste for buffalo meat. All I gotta do is get it to the railroad. And that's fine. I get paid for that, too.
I'd hate to have to fight a war on your account, mister.
Maybe I'd be on your side. I'm good at shooting. I tell you what. You figure a price on Injun hides, Injun meat. Maybe I will be on your side, Captain.
is Kit Carson country, isn't it, Captain, along the Powder River?
He was up here, sure. All along the bottoms of the Powder. It was black with buffalo then.
Well, the big herds are still up this way, aren't they?
The Indians think so. That's good enough for me. And for Jake Cuppy, apparently.
You take men like Kit Carson, now he was a trapper, a hunter, but you hear good things about him. The Indians liked him.
You're not comparing Carson to Cuppy, are you, Mr. Sybert?
No, sir, I'm trying to figure out the difference. Both seem to be after the same things.
Seem to be, maybe. The early trappers, the hunters, the mountain men, they learned a lot from the Indians. Made friends with them, like you say. But more, they came to hunt like Indians hunt.
You mean they hunted as they had need?
More of that, they knew what conservation meant even then. That if you kill more than the herd can bear young, you'll run out of quarry. A man like Cuppy now, he likes a slaughter.
I hope we find him, Captain.
I hope we find him. In time, Mr. Sybert.
The wagon tracks we're following, Captain?
Well, what about them?
It looks like they stopped just ahead, sir, right at that line of trees.
Patrol! Halt!
They could be in there, Captain. Cuppy and Gulfy.
They could, Mr. Syberts. Come on, Gorse.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Gorse and I are going to move flat into the trees, Mr. Syberts. Have the patrol stand to cover us.
Yes, sir.
One shot out of those trees and you move in.
Right, Captain.
All right, Sergeant. Run crouch down to the brush. Then we move flat in their bellies.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Patrol, the police service is prepared to charge. Them high-bed wagons like Gophy had, they move through here better than we do, Captain.
I can't see Cuppy making a camp here.
I can't see him coming in here over the Army's warning.
Just about to the trees, Gorse. Now, don't straighten until we're in them.
Yes, sir.
All right, now.
They're not as thick as they look, Captain.
Well, they're ahead there, Gorse.
The wagon. Well, it's Gophy's wagon, all right. Some hides here in the bed.
His team's gone. Must be thinking to drag the hides back here.
From how far away, I wonder?
I don't know.
I'm trying to figure 'em, Captain. I can see they might hide the wagon so as we couldn't follow its tracks, but we can track horses' hooves just as well.
Not this way, Gorse.
Grain sacks. Well, sure.
Yeah. You fix grain sacks to their hooves, it muffles the sound, leaves almost no hoof prints.
They're smarter than they act, Captain.
Are they, Gorse?
Buffalo guns.
That's one sound they can't muffle. Come on, Sergeant.
We've ridden 5 miles at least, Captain, and no sound to guide us for the last 3.
Don't need sound with sign like that ahead, Mr. Syberts.
That brown haze like dust?
It is dust. Means a big herd. Probably been stampeded. There's bottomland just after that rise where Clear Creek feeds into the Powder. We'll make for that.
Yes, sir.
At the gallop! Ho! Ride out with me, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir.
Captain, look.
I'm looking, Mr. Syberts. I said it was a big herd.
But it's like a massacre. Must be 1,000 buffalo.
It is a massacre. That much killing of anything without cause, it is a massacre.
Well, Jake Cuppy, he couldn't have shot them all.
He could shoot enough with Gophie helping. Likely the rest were stampeded to death.
It's slaughter, that's all you can call it. I don't see how it could happen, so much of it.
Buffalo don't have much eyesight. They count on smelling signs of danger. Guppy's trick is to shoot from far enough away so they can't smell him. We better go down there, Mr. Syberts.
Cuppy, would he cause all this and then hide out, Captain?
He might. Knowing we'd be coming after him. Knowing he and Gophie couldn't hope to haul them all out before we got here. You seen any that's been skinned?
No, sir, not a one.
Captain Quince, over here.
Well, now. That explains a lot of things.
I come on their horses first, down further. They're shot full of arrows, too. Both of them are still warm, Captain. They haven't been dead long.
1,000 dead buffalo. 2 dead men. That's a lot of death. A lot of waste.
The Indians must still be around, Captain.
Yeah, they'd still be around. Up in the hills, likely.
Those arrows, sir, they're in Cuppy and Gophie and the horses, but not the buffalo.
The Indians weren't after buffalo, Mr. Syberts. Come on, let's move out.
Captain, we'll have to fight the Indians for this?
Not today. Not this patrol. But this isn't the last of the buffalo hunters. More'll come all the time, and we'll fight wars over it.
We've got to just leave things this way?
The sooner we go, Mr. Syberts, the sooner the Indians will move down and get the meat, the hides. Sometimes all a man can do is turn, walk away.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were James Nusser and Barney Phillips. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Syberts.
Company, attention! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Have you a youngster of school age?
Right now, for the new fall term, parents and citizens will discover that the enrollment in their community schools has increased tremendously. That means an acute shortage of teachers, schoolrooms, and supplies. Help your youngsters and others in your community by joining up with your local civic and educational groups. Act now to correct the great shortage of teachers and equipment. CBS Radio urges you to help make your community schools fit for your community's youngsters.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryant, Dick LeGrand, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Today is National Pancake Day. And that reminds me to remind you to enjoy a pancake breakfast tomorrow morning. Make plenty of them, and make them the delicious melt-in-your-mouth Pet Milk way. Just use your favorite pancake mix, and instead of ordinary milk, use Pet Milk mixed half and half with water. Once you taste pancakes made with Pet Milk, you'll never want to make them the old way again. And with butter and syrup on the table and Pet Milk handy for your coffee, what a wonderful way to start the day. Right now, grocery stores are featuring the everyday items needed for making delicious pancakes. Stores are also featuring Mary Lee Taylor's famous pancake recipe. So, help yourself to the recipe, take along some Pet Milk, and give that family of yours a real treat tomorrow morning. Pancakes made with Pet Milk. They sure are good. There's one thing at the Magee household that really sells like hotcakes, and that's hotcakes. So listen to a super salesman selling the idea of breakfast in bed to a lady who would rather cook her own, as we join Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
So you just tuck your little tootsies back in the hay, Tootsie, and relax while I get dressed, Tootsie. I'm going to bring you breakfast in bed.
Oh, no.
Yep.
No, Magee, really, that's a lot of trouble. Don't bother
Now,
to do
don't
that.
you worry. I'm going to do this thing up big, kiddo. I'll even get the tea wagon down out of the attic and serve your hotcakes a la carte.
Now, look, sweetheart, you're wonderful to want to, but
You betcha, and you got it coming, too. You deserve it. By George, I don't pamper you enough.
Oh, you do, too, Magee, constantly.
Yeah? You really think I pamper you?
Oh, pamper me. I thought you said hamper me.
You're going to love this, kiddo, and so am I. This is the kind of a thing that a guy, when he's got the type wife I happen to have got, and he likes to cook anyhow and don't do more of it oftener, he's missing a great bet. Throw me my shirt off of the bed head, will you?
Here. But, Magee, now, I just as soon get up, really. I can't eat lying in bed anyway.
Huh?
The coffee always goes up my nose. I'll get up and
No,
go down.
sir. You stay right where you darn are. I'll bring you a straw with your coffee.
Great. And if I can find a camel, I'll break his back with it. Really, now, I don't...
You've been a good kid, Molly. I ought to do more stuff like this. I don't bring you breakfast in bed often enough.
Oh, yes, you do, dearie. You do indeed.
When was the last time?
1937. And that's often enough.
Well, anyhow, what I plan...
Now, you remember you walked right through that door there with my breakfast?
Yeah?
Dropped the butter, stepped on it, and I got my first egg shampoo sunny side up.
Well, I'm no amateur when it comes to food, you know. I always did have a reputation for being a kind of an epitaph.
You mean an epicure, don't you? Someone who knows food?
Yeah, I guess I do. Well, what's an epitaph?
That's a message on a tombstone. Oh, what a thought.
Well, here I go, kiddo. You just snuggle down there and take life easy now. I'll have that dough rolled out and cut up into pancakes before you can say that's not the way to do it.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
You take yourself a little snooze now, Mrs. McGee. The chef will awaken you when breakfast is served.
Well, there he goes. Bless his little ham-handed heart. Take a snooze, Mrs. McGee, he says. Mm-hmm. I have news for you, Mrs. McGee. You just as well get up off your back and get your house coat on, because he'll be yelling up to know where something is before you can even...
Hey, Molly!
There he goes. Yes, dearie?
Does this electric timer on the stove work?
Did you try it?
No.
Yes.
Okay. You go back to sleep, Tootsie.
This would be very nice if I could take a little nap. But every time I close my eyes, I see a picture of what that kitchen will look like when he gets
Hey,
there.
Molly!
Yes, McGee?
Have we got a mixing bowl?
Several of them. Use the big white one.
Which big white one? There's two big white ones just alike. Which one is the mixing bowl?
Heavenly day.
Never mind, there's only one now. You just rest, kiddo. Did I wake you up?
Oh, no. I'm still asleep, thank you. Maybe I am asleep at that. Maybe this is all just a horrible dream. Maybe if I pinch myself... Ouch!
What?
No. No such luck. I'd just as well get my house coat on and go down there. Oh, gee. What a day this is going to be. He's going to give me breakfast in bed if he ruins the house and wrecks my nerves doing it. Honest to goodness, somebody ought to make a radio show out of this. They really should. I guess nobody'd ever believe it, though. It's too impossible to happen.
What'd you come downstairs for, Molly? You ain't supposed to be out here. You're having breakfast in bed. Now, top back upstairs.
I get lonesome up there by myself. Sometimes nobody speaks to me for 3 or 4 seconds at a time. It's those long silences.
Well, the rest will do you good, Molly. The knowledge that the preparation of your breakfast is in the expert, loving hands of...
Oh, dear. Now, who's that, McGee? My hair's all up in curlers. I don't look very presentable.
Oh, that's only Ole from the Elks Club. Come in.
Hello, Ole. Come on in if I don't frighten you. I haven't had time to take my hair down yet.
Oh, don't worry, Mrs. You look wonderful.
Well, thank you.
You know, I got a daughter who practices putting on lipstick without a mirror, and a sister-in-law who makes her own Sunday eyelashes out of a toothbrush. And last night, my missus tries a mud pack on one side of the face only, so only don't scare so easy.
Hi, Ole.
Oh, hello, McGee. What's cooking?
I am. Hotcakes. Molly's having her breakfast in bed.
In bed? Where do you sleep, Mrs.? In the sink?
Well, I'm not supposed to be down here, Ole. I'm going back up in a minute. Say, how's everyone at your house? All well, are they?
Oh, sure. Everybody's fine, Mrs. We got a letter from my oldest boy, Lars. He's in the Navy, you know.
Yeah, how's he like it, Ole?
Well, he says the only thing he don't like about it, there's too many fellers in blue serge suits telling him what to do.
Well, that's the Navy for you, Ole. That's one thing you don't have in the Army.
People giving you orders?
No, blue serge suits. When I was in the Army, in the First World War, the big war, we had...
Look, dearie, I've heard this, so if you boys will excuse me, I'll go back upstairs.
Good. Now, you crawl back in bed and... Oh, hey, while you're down here, where do we keep the orange juice?
In the oranges.
Oh, in the orange juice.
Anything else you need, dearie, just call up every 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, Tootsie. You rest. I got to get busy here, Ole. Give me a hand, will you?
Sure, McGee. Shake. It was nice meeting
No.
you. I got to go home.
No. I mean, hold this cookbook a minute while I get my stuff together.
Oh.
Here, read me this recipe. Right here, while I get the stuff out.
All right. Let's see. First, it says take 2/3 of a cup.
2/3 of a cup. Okay, I'll use this cup here. This piece here must be about 2/3. else does it say?
It says of pancake mix. 2/3 of a cup of pancake mix.
Oh, well, look, I can handle it from here on out, Ole. No sense in letting you louse up the recipe when I can do it myself.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and My Heart Cries for You.
See. After I get the stuff mixed good, I'll need... Oh, say, Molly,
Yes, lover.
have we got a hot, slightly greased iron skillet anyplace?
A what?
Just to cook 'em on a hot, slightly greased. Oh, I know. I can take a cold skillet and heat it and then grease it.
Very intelligent.
Oh, thanks, kiddo. Yeah, that's the way I'll do that. More than one way of skinning the cat. Now, look, I promised you your breakfast in bed. Why don't you go on back to bed till I get everything ready?
Because I love my little kitchen, dearie. Look at it. When you get through in here, I won't be able to find this sink or a... Wait a minute. Where is the sink?
Oh, it's right over here. Underneath this pile of pans.
Oh, it's just as plain as anything,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Gosh, you think I'm so dumb about cooking, I pull out the plumbing when I make a simple batch of pancakes and sausage?
Well, I don't know whether to answer that like a loving wife or an honest woman.
Well, gee whiz, kiddo, you worry too much. Now, let me see. Where'd I put my MLT cookbook?
MLT? Mary Lee Taylor?
No, McGee's Luscious Tidbits. Oh, here it is. Let's see, to make 27 4-inch pancakes. You like little pancakes or big ones, kiddo?
I think the 4-inch pancakes are just the right size.
They're too dainty for me. I prefer them about the size of manhole covers. In fact, I made some out in Cheyenne, Wyoming once in 1913 that they're still using for manhole covers. These ones I'm making here, boy, they were...
Somebody at the front door, Magee. Come in.
Who is it?
It is I.
We're out here in the kitchen, Mr. Mayor. Come on out.
Hey, how'd you know that was Mayor Latrivia?
Well, he's the only one we know who was educated enough and polite enough to say, it's I.
Oh.
Everybody else we know would say, who'd you think, Louis the 14th? Or something. Oh, hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latriv.
Well, get you in the apron.
Yeah. Going to give Molly her breakfast in bed, Latriv. And being that this is National Pancake Day, the Tuesday before Ash Wednesday, well, I thought it was only patriotic for me to whip up some pancakes.
Well, I'll see that the United States government is informed of your loyal devotion.
According to the recipe he's using, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, he uses a recipe?
Why, sure.
I always thought he was one of those rough and ready cooks who always says, I never use a recipe. I just guess at the proportions and I never have a failure. They never do have a failure either. You always get sick.
You stick around, son, and fling a flang into a flock of flapjacks. Mine are so light. Mine are so light, you gotta hold them down with a salt shaker. You like big pancakes or little pancakes, Latrivia?
Well, it depends on circumstances. When I'm out moose hunting, I like big pancakes.
Oh, do you hunt moose, Mr. Mayor? Where?
In Canada.
I never shot a moose myself. They good eating?
Well, I don't know. I just keep the antlers, send the meat to some worthy institution, and the remainder to a glue factory.
Oh. Do they make glue out of moose?
No, not glue. Mucilage. But for simple, quiet breakfasts, McGee, I like the little dollar-sized pancakes. In fact, there's only one thing I'd like better, and that's a pancake-sized dollar.
Well, they must be making our dollars out of batter now. Sure ain't much dough in them. I always said...
Ah, there's the milkman.
Hi, pal. Hello, Molly. Hi, Honor.
Hello.
Am I intruding? What's going on?
Just doing a little cooking, Junior, that's all.
A little cooking, he says.
Take a look around the kitchen, Mr. Wilcox. What would you guess he was preparing?
Well, let me see. From the number of dishes and pots and pans and the wax paper and paper towels and mixers and spoons and stuff, I'd say you were making chicken a la king for the Legion Convention.
Cut it out. I'm just fixing Molly her breakfast in bed. Look, pancake batter. Look, country sausage. Look, syrup. Look, butter. That's all. What's so complicated about that there?
Well, as the man says, it ain't the ingredients, it's what you puts into the ingredients.
Well, I'm afraid McGee is a perfectionist. Every time he cooks, he makes a perfect idiot of himself.
Oh, yeah? Well, by George...
Hey, wait a minute. What's this?
That's our Mary Lee Taylor cookbook.
Why, of course. So what's the matter with the way this boy is cooking? He's doing great.
I am?
Certainly. Oh, naturally, he makes it 10 times as complicated as this simple recipe.
Why, naturally.
But this is a wonderful recipe.
Sure.
And with a pet milk recipe, he can't go wrong. Pancakes with sausage patties.
Sir.
Boy, look at that illustration.
Yes, it's beautiful. Molly, tear out the illustration, pour a little syrup on it, and go back to bed. It's the only way.
No. Now, look, Fibber is absolutely on the right track. He can't miss.
Do you give track odds on that?
Now, wait. Look at this recipe. Plain pancake mix, 2 cups.
That's it?
Stir in gradually 1 cup pet milk mixed with water.
That's right.
Now, what could be easier than that?
Why, sure.
You see, the value of pet milk in cooking is that it adds that good, rich flavor to your foods.
That's right.
It'll pack these easy-to-make pancakes just full of good, whole milk minerals.
You betcha.
And in these days of high food prices, pet milk is a family favorite because it's economical.
That's it.
Costs less generally than any other form of milk. And pet milk is so rich, it's...
Now, who do you suppose that is?
Who is it?
Hold your say, only the 14th.
That's the old-timer.
Hey, can you wait a minute, old-timer? I was right in the middle of a story.
No, can't wait, kid.
Okay, come on in.
Hello. Go on with your narrative, son.
So, get some pet milk from your grocer today.
Well, it's a very interesting yarn, son.
Why, George?
What's everybody doing? Out here in the kitchen?
Well, I'm having my breakfast in bed.
You're? Where do you sleep, daughter? In the sink?
Well, she's going back to bed as soon as McGee gets his pancakes made, old-timer. That's what he's doing, making pancakes. In case you thought from looking around that the Montreal hockey team had been warming up in here.
Okay, everybody, scoff at me, deride at me, laugh at me if you want to. But by George, when I get these pancakes...
Now, pancakes. Do I love them?
Yeah.
And do I know how to make them?
Oh, had a lot of practice, Mr. Oldtimer. Huh?
Daughter, I made pancakes before you was born. Out west, that was. I was chuck wagon cook for the old Lazy Bee.
The Lazy Bee?
The old Lazy Bee. Named after my sister, Beatrice. Laziest woman in the Oklahoma Territory. Cross-eyed from when she was 29 years old. Had a fly in her nose and was too lazy to brush it off. Just sat and watched it till she sprang a eye muscle.
You was a chuck wagon cook?
You said it, Johnny. Well, sir, my recipe for poncho pie.
Poncho pie?
That's what they call my pancakes, daughter.
Oh?
Shape of a pie and tasted like a poncho. Well, sir, I mixed me a handful of acorns into a scoop of cornmeal, ground them onto a hot rock and mixed with rainwater, then stick them into hot ashes for 5 hours, then pick them out, cool them off, pick the acorns out of the pancakes, throw away the pancakes, shuck the acorns, and eat the hulls. Then I had me a recipe for broiling beaver tail at the Indian style.
King's Men and Yumpty Dumpty Dido.
Yumpty Dumpty Diddle-dee-doo, we've got a prescription for you. What little tune sends you over the moon? Yumpty Dumpty Dido. What do you sing when you feel like a king? Yumpty Dumpty Dido. Sing along with me, oh so merrily, and then with a shout take a breath and give out with the Yumpty Dumpty Dido. What do you hum when your heart's on the bum? Yumpty Dumpty Dido. What pulls you out when you're sour as kraut? Yumpty Dumpty Dido. When you're feeling blue, this tune pulls you through. So don't be a droop, fill your lungs, give a whoop with the Yumpty Dumpty Dido. What has the sound of a merry-go-round? Yumpty Dumpty Dido. What has a beat that'll go to your feet? Yumpty Dumpty Dido. Doctors sigh for it, babies cry for it. It's wonderful news, you can now chew the blues with the Yumpty Dumpty Dido. What do they sing when the wedding bells ring? Yumpty Dumpty Dido. What do they shout when the news has gone out? Yumpty Dumpty Dido. Seal it with a kiss and remember this: the world's on a string when you're happily singing Yumpty Dumpty Yumpty Dumpty Yumpty Dumpty Dido.
Look, Molly, this is the third time since noon that you've come trotting out here to the kitchen. The third time since noon. Gee whiz. How can I bring you breakfast in bed if you won't stay in bed?
Look, sweetheart, I'm starving. It's 2:30.
You've got to be patient, Tootsie. It won't be long now. I'll have these pancakes cooking before... don't eat that cracker.
But, McGee, I've
Come on now, put it back. That's a good girl. Gee whiz, you don't want to dull your appetite now. At the last minute.
Dull it. My appetite, dearie, has an edge you could shave with. You could even cut a throat with it. Oh, and this kitchen.
Well, it won't be long now, baby, and I know just how you feel. I got so weak myself working here that I finally had to fix me a couple of ham sandwiches and a pot of coffee to... keep up my own strength.
Oh, McGee.
I'd have had these pancakes cooking before now, only I ran into a little trouble with the batter.
Ran into trouble with the batter?
Mm-hmm.
You look like you just ran into the batter. Indeed. Why, it'll take you an hour to scrape yourself off, dearie, after you...
Oh, that's nothing, kiddo. That's just normal splashage for me. Some cooks spill stuff, but when I get to work, I splash. You see? Oops.
Hey, McGee, Molly, anybody home?
Oh, it's Dr. Gamble. I'm here, Doctor.
Oh, hello, Molly, and... Oh, no.
Yep. And whatever you're winding up to say, Fatso, it's already been said. So sit down and shut up.
I won't make a comment.
Good.
I can well imagine, as I look at you standing there, with big blobs of white gunk in your hair all down your front and in your eyebrows, stirring a batch of goo that's too thick for wallpaper paste and too thin for plaster, that you must already have been described by your friends as looking like everything from a paper hanger after a 2-bucket fall off a scaffold to a pearl button diver in a starch factory. So I will refrain.
Thank you, Doctor.
What is it, Molly?
Pancakes, Doctor. He's fixing me breakfast in bed.
Breakfast at this hour?
The hour is a little indefinite, Doctor. In fact, 6 hours have gone by since he started this little project. We refer to it around here as Operation Hey Molly.
Well, it won't be long now, Tootsie. Look at that batter. It's ready to go.
Why don't you go with it, McGee? Look, I'll take Molly out and buy her some breakfast.
I'll take that.
No, sir. You just trot right back up to bed now, kiddo, while this little drama goes on to a happy ending. Next time the curtain goes up, it'll find you sitting up in bed, smacking your lips and saying, McGee, you're wonderful.
Well, I guess I can climb those stairs again.
Sure.
Slowly. But if it takes over 20 minutes more, bring me up a sharp knife and some salt and pepper.
What?
That moose head in the guest room looks juicier every time I see it.
All right, Doc. This is it. Turn on the gas there, boy.
Gladly.
No. Under the skillet, Lemonhead. Not the oven.
Oh, excuse me. I thought you wanted to stick your head in it.
Oh.
Personally, if I were you, I'd...
Stuffed. Well, how about it? You finally admit I know how to cook hotcakes? More syrup? Another sausage patty? Well, stop nodding your head and say something, will you?
Oh, McGee, you're wonderful. Those hotcakes.
And you ought to know, Barrel Belly. You must have ate 3 dozen of them.
They are sensational.
Yep.
I hope I can get up from this table. Ooh. Because I ought to call my office and... Hey, what about Molly?
Molly? Oh, Molly.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, I almost forgot her. Oh, well, there's still plenty left for her. I'll run upstairs with a napkin and some silver, Doc. I'll prop her up in bed and get her all ready, and you fix the tray.
Right. What does she like on her pancakes, honey?
Syrup, sweetie.
She all ready? Hey.
Well, she's sleeping like a baby, Doc. Poor kid. I don't have the heart to wake her now. Well, no use wasting all these pancakes.
I should say not.
Sir.
There's one for me.
One for me.
One for me.
One for me.
2 for me.
Yeah. One more, sir.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. You know, no matter how gray the world looks when you get up in the morning, it's almost like seeing the sunshine to see a stack of golden brown pancakes on your plate at the breakfast table. And you know something? With Pet Milk and your favorite pancake mix, you can make the most delicious pancakes that ever made a husband say, mm-mm. Yes, just follow the directions on the pancake package, and instead of ordinary milk, use Pet Milk mixed with an equal amount of water. Oh, boy, what a difference. And no wonder. Pet Milk, remember, is sweet country milk with more than half the water taken out. So, when you mix Pet Milk with an equal amount of water, you're bound to have good, rich milk. Even richer than ordinary bottled milk. And, of course, that extra rich Pet Milk makes those pancakes extra good. How about pancakes for breakfast tomorrow? Extra good pancakes made the Pet Milk way.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't get any pancakes, kiddo, but I guess the sleep done you more good.
Well, how were they?
Oh, my gosh, wonderful. I and Doc ate 41 of them.
41?
A piece, that is. Doc says I'm a great cook. Gave me a B.S. degree when we finished eating.
A B.S. degree?
Mm-hmm.
Bachelor of Science?
Bicarbonate of soda. Good night.
Good night, all.
Now, first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? It isn't always the price tag that determines the value of a gift. Sometimes one that has cost the least means the most. As one bride-to-be discovers in the story of the week next Saturday morning on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program. Don't miss this true-to-life story. And don't miss Mary Lee Taylor's special husband-tested recipe for golden potato soup. A soup that's almost a meal in itself. Remember, for this double-feature program, tune in to your NBC station next Saturday morning for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Tomorrow, laugh with Groucho. Now enjoy Big Town on NBC.
Tales of espionage are coming at you with CounterSpy next.
The National Broadcasting Company delays the start of this program to bring you a special bulletin. From the NBC newsroom in New York, Henry L. Stimson, former Secretary of State and Secretary of War, is dead at the age of 83. Stimson died at his home in Cold Spring Harbor, Long Island. Keep tuned to your NBC station for the later news.
The National Broadcasting Company presents CounterSpy.
Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy. Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy.
Harding, CounterSpy. Calling Washington.
United States CounterSpies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These CounterSpy reports to the American people are brought to you each Friday night. Tonight, Case of the Curious Conspiracy.
Good evening, Mr. Harding.
Evening, Conway.
Through this door, Chief.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, Peter.
Evening, Chief.
I'll get started. Ladies and gentlemen, Lecture 7 in CounterSpy Refresher Course on Modus Operandi. Our speaker, Mr. Harding.
The case I'm going to tell you about demonstrates one of the most unusual and cunning schemes used by your country's enemies to sabotage our preparedness program. Although the plan has been in successful operation for some time, it was first brought to the CounterSpy's attention in the case of the Franklin Nylon Company, a small but vital subcontract firm, supplying materials to parachute manufacturers. On the afternoon of September the 5th, Charles Franklin, president of the company, was alone in his office dictating to a mechanical recorder.
And that, Mr. Harding, is the entire story. I had no rest since this horrible thing happened. I'm no better than a traitor and a murderer. I do not ask forgiveness. I deserve none.
Yes, Mr. Franklin?
Will you please come right in, Miss Brewster?
Yes, sir.
I want you to see that this record is delivered to the local CounterSpy field office.
CounterSpy?
Yes, immediately. That will be all, Miss Brewster.
Mr. Franklin, please don't think I'm speaking out of turn, but you haven't been yourself lately, and, well, I've been worried about you.
You don't have to worry about me anymore, Miss Brewster. I'll be all right soon. All right. Now, please see that the record is delivered.
Yes, sir, I will. And call the police right away. Mr. Franklin has just shot himself.
Harding, headquarters, Washington. Calling Agent Harry Peters, field office, Baltimore. Harding, calling Peters.
Peters, go ahead, Mr. Harding.
Have Agent Owens take over your assignment in the subversive investigation. I want you back here in Washington.
Something special, Chief?
Yes, Peters. Special and very strange.
Well, Mr. Harding, from what I've heard so far of that recorded confession of Mr. Franklin's, I don't find anything so strange about it or special.
Yes, that's right, Peter. So far, it runs along the usual course. A businessman falls in with a scheme to get extra allotments of critically short material.
So after a while, this larceny in Franklin's heart goes to the conscience in his head, and he takes his life.
The usual pattern. But now we'll get to the unusual, the rest of the record.
And then, Mr. Harding, on the afternoon of September 2nd, I went to Albert Langdale's apartment to discuss the first shipment of raw nylon to my plant. Langdale's sister Marion was not present this time. We had been talking only a few minutes when the rear door opened suddenly and a man with a gun came in and identified himself as one of your CounterSpy agents.
What?
Listen.
The agent was about to put us under arrest when Langdale grabbed his gun. A struggle ensued. The gun went off and your agent was killed.
Peters, there's more.
Langdale told me to leave and said he would dispose of the body. Later that evening, Langdale came to my home. In payment for the risk he took, he demanded that I turn over to him a controlling share of my stock in the company. I had no choice. I did as he ordered. And that, Mr. Harding, is the entire story. I've had no rest since this horrible thing happened. I'm no better than a traitor and a murderer. I do not ask forgiveness. I deserve none.
Well, Peters?
Strange is right. We've no previous record of this case, have we?
None at all. Certainly none of our agents has mysteriously disappeared.
Blackmail by a phony murder setup. Old as the hills.
Yes, and as old as espionage and sabotage.
What do you mean, Chief?
Well, we're not just dealing with ordinary blackmail. Look at the aspects of this case, Peters. The Franklin Nylon Company supplies material to parachute manufacturers. Well, the way I see it, this is a scheme planned by foreign agents to sabotage our war industry.
You're certainly giving it a big build-up, Chief.
Well, I don't think out of proportion to its importance. But I'm sure that Langdale, or whatever his real name is, and his sister Marion have probably worked this scheme on other businessmen. Now, Peters, I want a teletype sent out immediately to all field offices.
Gotcha. To track down any sudden transactions of controlling stock in subcontracting firms.
Right. I have an idea that will eventually lead us to Albert Langdale, his sister Marion, and their latest victim.
Yes, sir? I believe there's a reservation at this hotel for me. My name is Albert Langley.
Oh, yes, Mr. Langley. Please sign here, sir. Miss Langley is down the hall from you, just a few doors.
Oh, good.
She asked me to notify her as soon as you arrived. I'll call her now, sir.
Thank you, but if you don't mind, I'd rather surprise my sister.
Yes, what
Surprise, sister.
Oh, Albert, darling.
Careful, Marion. After all, that's no way for a sister to act, is it? Someone may see us. Let's go inside.
Now you can afford to be less fraternal.
So I can. Now, about our latest prospect.
You're not one to linger long over the niceties, are you, Albert?
When our mission here in the States is completed, we'll have a great deal of time to devote to our niceties.
When will that be?
Just as soon as we extend our control into a few more vital fields of American war production.
Oh, I meant to tell you. I read about Charles Franklin committing suicide.
I read the same thing.
You're not worried about it?
Worried, darling? Don't be foolish. I only wish our other clients had taken the same course. Now, to get to the latest prospect.
Well, he's a manufacturer of small metal parts for radio and radar equipment.
Radio and radar. Excellent, Marion.
His name's Vincent Scott.
Married?
Yes.
Oh.
Unhappily married.
Oh.
I've brought a new life into his life.
Vincent Scott would be amenable to a little larceny?
I didn't bring you all the way down here for nothing.
You've already told Scott about your brother.
I told him my brother Albert has excellent connections in the steel and copper industry.
Seen a great deal of Scott?
Every night for the past 2 weeks. I'm meeting him downstairs in the dining room at 8.
Tonight at 8,
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, dear sister, I suggest you call the maitre d' and change that dinner reservation from the 2 of you to the 3 of us.
Mr. Langley, I was very surprised when Marion told me you were to have dinner with us here this evening.
Well, Mr. Scott, I just stopped by on my way down from Washington. I'm only remaining for a day or two.
You don't mind, do you, Vincent? I see Albert so little these days.
Mind? Oh, of course not, Marion. As a matter of fact, Mr. Langley, after what your sister told me about you, I was very anxious to meet you.
Really? Well, that is a coincidence.
Coincidence?
Yes. After my sister told me about you, Mr. Scott, I was very anxious to meet you.
Agent Conway, Mason City CounterSpy Field Office to David Harding, Headquarters. Report on war production subcontracting firms. Controlling stock of Rayleigh Electrical Equipment Company, this city, transferred August 2nd to an Albert Langston.
Harding to Agent Conway. Continue investigation.
Mr. Harding, Agent Farrell just reported from Caryville Field Office. Controlling stock of Caryville plastic products transferred September 17th to an Albert Lewis.
All right, Peters, wire Farrell. Continue investigation and submit to me daily progress reports.
Agent Hudson, Chicago Field Office. To David Harding, Headquarters. Controlling stock of Abbey Glass Fiber Company transferred August 30th to an Albert Lamar.
Harding to Agent Hudson. Stand by temporarily for further instructions.
Will do, Chief.
Well, Peters, what do you think now?
Looks like you pegged it right, Chief. The pattern's there, all right.
Yeah.
An electrical supply outfit in Mason City, a plastics company in Caryville, and a glass fiber manufacturer in Chicago.
And the last victim, the Franklin Nylon Company.
Every outfit a small but vital part of our war production.
Yes, and examine the names of the new owners of the controlling stock, Peters. Albert Langdale, Albert Langston, Albert Lewis, Albert Lamar.
All one and the same person.
No doubt about that at all.
But where to locate him now? Or the woman who works with him?
Yeah, it's going to be tough, I know, but we've got one thing in our favor.
Like what?
Our understanding of the psychology of people like these. They set up a pattern, it works for them, and they stick to it without major variation. Well, Peters, you and I are going to examine that pattern at close range, personally.
Question one of the victims, you mean?
That's what I mean. Call the field. Tell them to get the jet ready for a flight to Chicago.
Right.
In the meantime, I'll radio Hudson that we're on our way out there to take over operations.
Well, Marion, everything is ready for me to take over operations.
You had no trouble selling Scott the idea, Albert?
I sell him the idea. Don't be ridiculous. Should know by this time I never operate on such a clumsy level.
You let him sell you the idea. Huh?
Of course. I merely mentioned my supposed contacts, my ability to procure certain critical materials for my friends.
And naturally, you included any friend of your sister's, a friend of your own.
Naturally.
Albert, you're wonderful.
Am I not?
And impossibly conceited.
Well, I see no reason to be ashamed of my talent.
Oh, you.
Come here. Wouldn't you like me to kiss you?
You know I would.
But not like a brother.
Oh, why must you spoil everything but... Albert, better let me go. The door.
Let it wait.
Maybe Scott.
It is. Go answer.
You're under arrest by the United States CounterSpy. What's the matter, Marion? I scare you?
Oh, no, not much. Max, you fool. You gave me the fright of my life.
Hello, Max. Come on in.
Hello, Albert. Sorry I'm late. My train was held up.
You knew it was Max at the door.
Of course.
I forbid you.
Oh, you need a drink, darling. I'll have one, too. Max?
A pleasure.
And you needn't rush, Marion. Max and I will talk over our business first.
All the tricks. All the low-down, dirty, despicable tricks.
What's eating her?
And no sense of humor. Well, Max, you all set to go to work?
All set, Albert. Got a nice new set of credentials. When and where?
Tomorrow night at 11. The Scott Company warehouse on River Street. You'll be sure to give your usual convincing performance.
You don't have to worry about me. When I pop up and say, United States CounterSpies, it'll be in the bag.
You are listening to the case of the curious conspiracy on CounterSpy. Later tonight, William Bendick stars as beleaguered Chester A. Riley in the delightful Life of Riley. Mom Babson Jr. will be on hand to help Pop out of his many predicaments. And, of course, the friendly undertaker, Digger Odell, will offer his usual chilling advice. Another Friday night chime favorite is Bill Stern's Sports Newsreel, with authentic and dramatic stories of the people who make front-page news. Friday night chimes mean laughs later with the Life of Riley and drama with Bill Stern's Sports Newsreel. Now, back to CounterSpy.
Yes?
You're Robert Abbey of the Abbey Fiberglass Company?
Yes, that's right. What is it?
I'm Agent Peters, United States CounterSpies.
CounterSpy?
You're wanted for questioning. Please come with me.
This time I want the truth, Mr. Abbey. You were forced into turning over the controlling shares in your company to this Albert Lamar. Now, isn't that right?
No, Mr. Harding.
Mr. Abbey, there's no use in holding out. We know just how you were taken over.
Now, gentlemen, please.
This man Lamar is a dangerous enemy agent. Under various names, he has defrauded other American businessmen. Now, in order to trap him, we need your help.
There's nothing I can tell you.
All right. Then we'll tell you something.
The reason you turned that stock over to Albert Lamar was because you found yourself an accessory to murder.
What?
The murder of a counter-spy agent.
The agent was killed by Lamar right in front of your eyes. Well, Abbey, isn't that the reason? Isn't it?
I had nothing to do with the murder. Please believe me, gentlemen. I wanted to go to the police so many times and tell the whole story, but I just didn't have the courage. It would have ruined me.
Mr. Abbey, that man you saw killed was not a counter-spy.
What?
As a matter of fact, he wasn't killed at all.
But I saw it happen. I heard the gun go off.
That was all an act.
A setup for Lamar to get control of your company.
You're not an accessory to murder, Abbey, but you are guilty of intent to conspire.
Oh, that doesn't matter now. As long as I have that terrible thing off my mind.
Well, are you ready to help us now?
Yes, Mr. Harding. Any way I possibly can.
All right. How did you first become involved with this Lamar?
Through his sister, Marion. One day on the street, we bumped into each other accidentally.
You can bet that was no accident. Well, Mr. Harding, now we know how the pattern starts.
Yes. All right, Abbey, I want a full description of both Albert Lamar and his sister, Marion. Then you'll tell us the entire story right from the beginning. From David Harding to all CounterSpy field offices, blue alert. Be on the lookout for the following persons: Albert Lamar, alias Albert Langston, alias Albert Langsdale, alias Albert Lewis, and woman posing as his sister, Marion. Description follows. Do not apprehend, repeat, do not apprehend these two. As soon as whereabouts are established, notify this headquarters.
Now,
Scott, you're sure there's no one in this warehouse but you and me?
Yes, I'm positive. What's taking them so long?
Oh, it's not 11 yet. The truck with the metal will be here on time.
I've never done anything like this before.
It's the first time for everything, you know.
I have a feeling this isn't going to turn out right.
I'm sure it'll turn out exactly right. Just as I planned it.
Langley, someone knocked over a case.
Be quiet.
There's someone in this warehouse. We've got to get out before it's too late.
Too late now.
What?
Both of you stand right where you are.
Why?
One move from either of you and I fire.
What are you doing here? This is Mr. Scott's warehouse.
Yes, I know. I followed you here. You're both under arrest by the United States CounterSpies.
CounterSpy?
For conspiracy against the government. We've been waiting to catch you, Langley.
I told you, Langley. I had a feeling all along.
All right, you two, let's go. Come on.
Could you wait a moment?
For what?
For
this. Let go of that gun. Let go.
Not until I get it. Not until... Langley.
He's dead.
You killed him.
The gun went off accidentally. I didn't mean to...
You murdered him.
Stop it.
Yes.
Stop talking that way.
Yes, you did, yes.
You're in this as much as I am. Don't you forget that. Not for a single minute, Scott.
What are we going to do?
You're in no condition to do anything. Get out of here. Go home. I'll call you later.
Yes, but they'll find out.
No one will find out anything. I'll get rid of the body. You go home and wait for my call. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Now hurry. Get out of here.
Yes. All right. All right.
Come on, Max. Get up.
Well, Albert, did I bite the dust good enough for you this time?
Max, you were magnificent. Absolutely magnificent.
Thanks. So, all you have to do is step in for the wind-up, huh?
That's all.
Well, I'll be on my way. I'll be hearing from you.
Of course, Max. You'll be hearing from me just as soon as Marion and I set the stage for another one of your CounterSpy entrances.
Hey, you can't enter this office without knocking first. Who do you think you are?
Well, who do you think I am?
Mr. Harding.
Even had you fooled up, Peter.
Dave, what's the idea?
Just testing my new makeup.
Come on. What's it all about? The gray hair and everything.
Yeah, and what about this newly acquired paunch of mine, huh? Would you say, Peters, that I'm a typical successful American businessman, huh?
Okay, I say you're a typical successful businessman. Now, how about the whys and wherefores?
Our agents located the woman in a Texas hotel. She's going under the name of Marion Lawrence this time.
What about her partner, Albert?
No sign of him so far, but I anticipate meeting him soon, personally.
Oh, now I get it, the disguise.
Mm-hmm. Everything's set up for me in Texas. Peter, you are now looking at Mr. David Harrison, president of the D&H Chemical Company. Come on, let's go. After all, can't keep a lady waiting.
Harrison, eh, Marion?
That's right, Albert. David Harrison, president of the D&H Chemical Company.
You told him about your loving brother's influence in obtaining critical chemicals?
Yes. And he's very receptive, I'd say.
Then, darling, I'd say it's just about time for me to come to Texas and meet your receptive Mr. Harrison.
David, I hope you don't mind my bringing Albert along.
Oh, not at all, Marion.
Mr. Harrison, my sister has written me so many nice things about you. It's a great pleasure to meet you in person.
Well, believe me, Mr. Lawrence, the pleasure is all mine.
How'd it go tonight, Mr. Harrison?
Fine. I really sold myself to them, Peters, all the way down the line.
Good. Then you ready for the wind-up?
No, not yet. We're delaying arrest until we're sure of getting the third member of the ring, that phony CounterSpy agent, and all their records and the stocks they've swindled.
You figure it'll take much longer, Chief?
No, not much, Peter. Albert put the bait out on his line tonight. I'll let it wiggle in front of me for another day or so, and then I'll bite. I'm all set to go to work, Albert.
You have everything straight, Max?
Sure, it's no different than any of the others.
I mean the time and the place.
10 tomorrow night. Harrison's private office over his factory, right?
That's right.
Here's a drink.
Oh, thanks, darling.
Max?
Thanks, Marion. Well, here's to another one, huh, folks? Let's drink to it.
To another one.
Well,
by the way, Max.
Yeah?
You were wrong before.
Wrong?
When you said this was going to be no different than the others. Max, I've the most wonderful feeling that this Harrison deal is going to be the smoothest operation of them all.
What time is it, Lawrence?
You don't have to stand near that window watching the delivery yard. The truck with the chemicals will be here on time. You don't have to worry, Harrison.
Oh, I'm not worried, no.
You're not?
Not a bit.
Well, in case you do have any doubts, let me assure you everything will go exactly as planned.
I know it will.
Of course, you've never done anything like this before.
Well, no, not quite.
You'll get used to it. And you won't regret meeting me, Harrison.
Oh, I know. I'm never going to regret that, Mr. Largo. Hey, nobody'd be ringing me here this time of the night. I didn't tell anybody I'd be here.
It may be for me.
Yeah, maybe it is. I reckon you better take it then.
Hello?
Albert, this is Marion. We're in trouble.
What?
Now listen to me and don't give yourself away.
Go ahead.
I was in my hotel room. Someone knocked on my door and said he was a CounterSpy. I got out the back way just before he broke the door in.
Where are you now?
At the railroad station. I'm going to get the package out of the locker.
All right, I'll meet you there as soon as possible.
You may not be able to get away from it.
That won't be difficult.
You don't understand. He's not Harrison.
What?
I had a feeling about it. So I phoned the real Mr. Harrison, and he's at home.
At home?
The man with you must be a CounterSpy.
Yes. Yes, that must be it.
Be careful.
Don't worry. I'm sure it can be managed.
Yeah. Something wrong, Lawrence? You look upset.
Well, I did have some rather disappointing news. I'm sure everything will work out all right.
Stand where you are, both of you.
Hey.
You're both under arrest by the United States CounterSpies.
Keep your gun aimed right at him, Max. Don't take it off him.
Hey, what's this all about?
Yeah, I'd like to know, too.
It seems, Max, that our Mr. Harrison isn't Mr. Harrison. Isn't that right, Mr. Harrison?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the fact that you're a CounterSpy agent.
CounterSpy?
Marion called. She just escaped arrest.
What?
She's at the railroad station waiting for us. We've got to clear out fast.
Yeah, but what about him?
That's right, Albert. What about me?
For all we know, this place may be surrounded.
I've got bad news for you two. It is.
And I've got worse news for you. We're using you to get out. And if we don't make it, you don't live.
Nothing doing, Albert. I'm not getting my head blown off.
You're doing exactly as I say. Don't you see, you fool? He may be bluffing.
What if he isn't?
We'll take that chance. You stay right behind him with a gun. Behind him, I said.
Okay.
Now let's go. Hold it. All right, we'll go down these stairs.
Stand with one.
Get him, Max.
Don't move, Lawrence, or you get the same as Max.
He's not moving, Peters.
Sorry I had to wait so long, Chief, but I had to make sure you were out of my line of fire.
Well, to be honest, I was getting a little jittery.
Marion called,
Just as we planned it.
Planned?
That's right, Lawrence. We let her get away.
Howdy. Agent Braden just radioed us from the railroad station. They picked up the girl just as soon as she got a package out of a public locker.
Everything we wanted in that package, Conway?
Everything, sir. Their records and the stocks.
Good.
Well, Mr. Harding, that winds it up,
To put it formally, Lawrence, you and the girl are charged with conspiracy and espionage against the government. And this is no phony. This is an official arrest by the United States CounterSpies.
Tune in every Friday, same time, same station, to CounterSpy. Listen next Friday for the exciting Case of the Insidious Impersonation.
When a certain chess player made a brilliant move, your counterspies were forced to checkmate him with the memory of an appendectomy. These and other facts will be told for the first time next Friday in
Case of the Insidious Impersonation. Tonight's CounterSpy program originated in New York, was directed by Marx B. Loeb, dramatized by Edward J. Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. CounterSpy is produced by Phillips H. Lord.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Chimes mean good times on NBC. Chimes mean good times on NBC. Chimes mean good times on NBC.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
In there already, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I just wanted to ask the agent a question, Chester.
All right, I was sort of hoping we'd be a few minutes longer.
Oh, do you want me to go back in?
Oh, no. Of course not. I was just thinking, though, with it so near to stage time and all, I'd like to stay a little bit and see it come in.
Are you expecting somebody?
Well, no, it ain't that.
What is it, then?
Well, I just like to see them stages come in, is all. I get to figuring on all the miles have come and all the folks that's rode in them and all the things that's happened. You know, Mr. Dillon, it kind of stirs a man up.
Hang on to yourself, Chester, because here it comes.
Oh, sure enough. Oh, ain't that a pretty sight? Oh.
Well, I've seen prettier, but we might as well wait around and see who's coming in, huh?
Jinkies, I enjoy that. Whoa, my.
Rigs ain't never exactly easy, but nothing special happened.
That's good.
You looking for somebody?
No, Chester, just sightseeing.
How's that?
He just likes to watch, that's all.
Well, now he can just watch me tend to that baggage. I'll see you later, Marshal.
Sure, Jim.
Well, he don't need to act so smart about it.
Pardon me, gentlemen. I'd like to ask a question.
Sure.
What's on your mind?
Billy Critt, sir, from Louisiana.
I'm Matt Dillon, Critt. This is Chester Proudfoot.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Critt.
Gentlemen, I was wondering if either of you could help me find a friend of mine.
Well, you don't have to do no more than just tell us his name, Mr. Critt. We know just about everybody in these parts.
It's not a he, it's a lady.
A lady? Well, now...
What's her name, Critt?
Russell. Miss Kitty Russell. You happen to know her, Marshal?
Know her? I just guess he does.
Yeah, I know.
I guess Mr. Dillon knows Miss Kitty just about as well as anybody in town.
I thank you, Marshal, if you tell me where I might find her.
Why, we'll take you to her. She's just down the street there.
Chester, will you go on down and pick up the mail and take it back to the office? I'll be there directly.
Well, sure. I'll do that, Mr. Dillon. But if you need any help...
Yeah, we'll call you if we need any help.
Thanks for your courtesy, Mr. Proudfoot. You say you can show me where to find Miss Russell, Marshal?
Oh, sure. I'll take you there. Come on. You, look a little young to have known Kitty very well. She's been here in Dodge for quite a spell now.
She's an old friend of the family, Marshal Dillon. Yeah. Most especially of my older sister. They grew up together. So when I started out on this trip, there was nothing for it but that I look her up. Lucy'd never forgive me.
I see. Has your sister heard from Kitty lately?
Why, they've kept in touch, sir. Birthdays, Christmas, things like that. You know how ladies are.
Now, here we are, right in here.
But this is a saloon, sir.
Have you ever been in one before?
Oh, I have no objections for myself, sir, but we're looking for a lady.
Well, come on in, Crit. I think Kitty can speak for herself. Kitty.
I'll be with you in a minute, Matt, as soon as I get these bills added up. Sit down.
This is an old friend of yours, Kitty.
Huh?
From Louisiana, named Crit.
Billy Crit, ma'am. Well, there's no wonder you don't remember me. I was hardly big enough to notice when you last saw me.
You're Billy Crit?
That's right, ma'am. I'm Lucy's youngest brother. At your service, ma'am.
Well, Billy. Well, I remember you. Well, sure I do. Well, I hardly know what to say.
Well, I better leave you two old friends to get acquainted.
Oh, no, Matt, you might as
I'll be over
stay.
at the bar, Kitty.
Well, thank you, sir, for your help.
That's all right, Crit. I'll see you later.
Well, Billy, sit down.
Thank you, ma'am. The marshal was very accommodating when I told him you were a friend of the family.
Oh, the family. Well, it was all a long time ago, wasn't it, Billy?
I reckon it was. I didn't expect to find you in a place like...
Well, how's Lucy?
She's fine. Enjoying splendid health.
And the children? There are 3 of them now, huh?
4, ma'am. Sister Lucy had another little daughter just last month.
Oh.
But I sure am surprised, ma'am, to find you in a...
Say, you've grown tall, Billy. I do believe you favor your father.
They say I do. Miss Kitty...
That whiskey drummer's about to leave, Kitty, if you want to settle up with him.
Oh, yeah, Sam, I do. I'll be right there. You'll have to excuse me, Billy. There's some business I have to take care of.
Why, that's all right, ma'am. But I wonder...
Yeah, Billy?
I wonder if you'd do me the honor of taking supper with me tonight at some suitable place?
Well, all right, Billy. Sure, that'll be nice. You come back this evening.
Kitty?
Yes, Sam.
I'll call for you, ma'am.
All right, Billy.
I guess you'll be staying at the Dodge House, Crit. I'll walk along with you. It's right near my office.
Well, thank you, Marshal. I'd just as soon get along there now.
Now?
Is it a good hotel?
The Dodge House? Oh, it's as good as we got.
No offense, sir, but... Well, I guess you look at things differently in the West.
We don't look at them differently, Crit. We just have to live differently, that's all.
And the people...
And the people don't take hasty judging.
I reckon I wasn't judging the people so much as the surroundings.
Well, surroundings aren't the most important thing out here, Crit.
Well, I know, sir, but... Well, I can't help believing Miss Kitty would be better off someplace other than a saloon. My people always told me she's a fine woman.
She is a fine woman. And I think maybe I'd leave Kitty's surroundings up to her.
No. Sorry we haven't a better eating place to show you, Billy.
It's all right, Miss Kitty. As the marshal said to me this afternoon, surroundings aren't the most important thing.
Matt said that, did he?
Yes, ma'am. And I can add that right now, at least, they aren't near as important as the company.
Well, thank you. Nobody's bothered to turn a compliment like that for me in a long time.
Miss Kitty, I'd like to ask you something.
Go right ahead, Billy.
Sister Lucy, she never mentioned the kind of work you do.
I don't think I ever mentioned it to her.
Well, I can't help feeling, ma'am, that you'd be a lot happier if you were situated someplace else.
Are you talking about the Long Branch?
Yes, ma'am, I am. A saloon just isn't a suitable place for a lady. I know it isn't.
Now, Billy, look here.
There she is. Where? Now, look at there, will you?
Oh.
There's Kitty. There's Kitty. You better come on back to your own place, Kitty.
Come on back. The lady is with me.
We've been looking for you. Come on back to your own place, Kitty.
Yeah.
We drink better when you're prettying up the place.
That's so.
You go along, boys. I'm having the supper.
I'll take care of this. I've told you once, the lady is with me. Now, if you don't stop bothering her, I'll be forced to take it as a personal insult.
Billy.
What's he saying, Tara? Well, I do believe the little fella is standing up for Kitty.
Tell.
I'm warning you, sir.
Why, you fancy talking, young...
Boys, you go on back to the Long Branch. I'll be along directly.
I won't stand for them talking to you like that.
Billy, sit down. Now, go along, boys.
Don't you think I ought to pin his ears back for him, Weave, just once?
He didn't mean anything.
I don't know.
Now, you go on now. Drinks are on me.
Oh, free drinks?
That's what I said.
Well, sure thing, Kitty. Well, we'll see you later.
Sure.
Come on, Weave. Sure thing. Go on, free drinks.
I wish you hadn't done that, Miss Kitty.
You don't understand the way things are out here, Billy. They didn't mean anything.
But no lady has to submit to that sort of thing.
Oh, Billy, you got a lot to learn. Can I come in, Matt?
Huh? Oh, sure, Kitty. Come on in. I got one more paper to sign here, and I'll be right with you. Now, what can I do for you, Kitty? It's an official visit.
Well, I guess it is, Matt, in a way. I'm awful worried about that boy.
Oh? Well, what's happened?
Well, nothing's happened yet. At least I was able to stop it.
What do you mean?
Oh, last night we were having supper at Delmonico's, and Tal and Weeb came in, and they were drunk. You know how they act.
Did Cret take him on?
He was ready to. I managed to stop it this time.
This time?
Matt, that young fool's determined to defend my honor. One of these times, maybe next time, I won't be able to break it up with an offer of free drinks.
Well, you may be right, Kitty, but not much you can do.
But can't you do something, Matt? Talk to him. Hurry him out of town. Take away his gun.
Kitty, use your head. I can't do that. The boy hasn't done anything. Nothing's happened.
And you're just going to sit around and wait till it does?
Now, I don't want trouble any more than you do, Kitty, but the boy has to grow up sometime.
You men have a fine idea what's grown up. Just settle it with a gun. Just shoot somebody, anybody. That's growing up in this town.
Kitty, will you listen to me? I know it's hard for you, but that doesn't change the way things are. I'll do what I can. I'll talk to him, but I can't...
You can't take his gun away. All right, Matt. I only hope he doesn't grow up just in time to get himself killed.
Doc, Miss Kitty read him out something fierce.
She did?
Yeah. Oh, well, what were you doing there, Chester? Eavesdropping, huh? No, Doc, but I was in the back room there when Miss Kitty come in, and there wasn't no way for me to come out once she started going on, Mr. Dillon. And there wasn't no way for me to keep him hearing, neither.
Oh, yeah, that's right. She really gave Matt a hard time, did she?
Oh, mercy, yes, she did for a fact. Why,
Yeah,
she told him...
I was too hard on him.
Well, Kitty. Oh, yes. Well, now, Kitty, now you've got to realize, Matt has a job to do. Yes, he has, and a tough job. And he can't take time to nursemaid every young pup who comes to town.
Oh, you men are all alike. Just leave him alone. Give him a gun and leave him alone. It'll all be settled one way or another.
Miss Kitty, Billy coming in.
I'm afraid he would. Well, I'll steer him away from the bar. Maybe that'll keep trouble away for a little while. Billy? Hello, Billy.
Good afternoon, Miss Kitty.
Come on over here and sit down, huh?
Thank you. I trust you spent a comfortable night.
Oh, yeah, Billy. Yeah, thank you.
Miss Kitty, I've come to tell you goodbye.
Huh?
I've decided to cut short my visit.
Oh. Well, Billy, it was nice to see you. Now, you be sure to give Lucy my love, huh?
I surely will do that, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, when are you leaving?
Right away, ma'am.
Well, you might as well go now while the weather's even. It's real hard traveling when it's stormy.
There he is now. The gent with the fancy talk.
Tal, you go along now.
You had something to say to me, sir?
Well, now, I don't know. I don't know if you'll still be hiding behind the gal's skirts again.
That's insulting, sir.
Chester, go get Matt.
Yes, I will, Miss Kitty.
Well, if it's so insulting, what do you aim to do about it?
I'm inviting you out into the street with me, sir, right now.
Billy, Tal, you stop this right now.
Not this time, Miss Kitty. Did you hear me, sir? Will you step outside with me?
You mean you really know how to use that gun you're wearing?
I know how to use it. If you are not afraid.
You young smart aleck.
I'm waiting.
Doc?
Yes, look here, Tal, now. This is a pretty foolish thing to do, starting a gunfight over nothing.
I can't help it, Doc. This kid has a chip on his shoulder 10 feet high. Somebody has to knock it off. Might as well be me.
Well, he's just a youngster, Tal. Now, he doesn't understand.
He might as well do his growing up right now. Lead the way, you.
After you, sir.
All right, hold it. Everybody stay right here.
This is an affair of honor, Marshal. You have no right to interfere.
I'm interfering anyway. Now, give me your gun, Crit.
No, Marshal. You... Give it back.
I'll give it back when you leave town. All right, Tal. Go on, get out of here.
No, wait.
Go on. Before I let you cool off in jail. Now, go on.
This is very humiliating for a gentleman.
Billy, this whole trip, this whole meeting with me seems to have been humiliating for a gentleman like you.
Why, ma'am, I was meaning to defend the lady's honor.
What lady? What honor?
Why, yours, ma'am.
Now, you listen to me. I've been getting along very well here without you to defend me. I live the way I want to live. I do what I want to do, and it's for my honor. Well, I haven't thought much about it for a long time.
But, ma'am,
I've had about enough of you with your fancy manners and your fancy talk. The sooner you go back to your mama and your nice ways of living, the better I'll like it. Sam, I'll have a whiskey.
There's a stage in an hour, Crit. You might want to be on it, huh?
I'll be on it, Marshal. That's for certain.
You can pick up your gun before you leave. You were pretty hard on him, Kitty. And pretty hard on yourself, too.
Yeah, I was. It settled it, didn't it? I guess it isn't the first time a woman's had to be hard on herself to keep a man out of trouble. Has he gone?
Yeah, he's taken the stage.
Well, that's good. Oh, well, Matt. Come on. I'll buy you a drink.
Well, you think I'm grown up enough?
Guess I'm going to have to let you decide that.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Of course.
You said it.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Sold American.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen know tobacco. They can see just who buys what tobacco. These experts present at the tobacco auctions can see Lucky Strike select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday night we will be broadcasting from New York City, where Jack Benny is going to open the March of Dimes Infantile Paralysis Drive. So let's go to Jack's house in Beverly Hills, where he's busy preparing for the trip.
East side, west side, all around the town. I wonder if the little flowers' leaves are turning brown. La, 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 sweet Georgia Brown. Oh, boy, New York. Bright lights, Broadway. So much excitement in New York. Subways, taxicabs, people rushing around. That's where you see all the old vaudeville acts. Powers Elephant, Sharky the Trained Seal, Fink's Mules, Fred Allen. Let's see now. I'll cash a check when I get to New York, but I'll need some money on the train. Better figure out how much I'll need. See, there'll be 9 meals in the diner at 50 cents a meal. That's $4.50. Maybe I should get Rochester to pack some sandwiches. Nah, how often do you go to New York? Besides, you get jelly all over the berth. Anyway, 9 meals, that's $4.50. Yeah, that'll cover it nicely. But to be on the safe side, I'll take $5. I better get it out of the safe now. I wonder if that door is heavy enough.
Halt! Who goes there?
It's only me, Ed. It's okay.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
How have you been, Ed?
Oh, fine, fine. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny.
Yeah?
Who won the election?
Roosevelt. It was pretty close.
So Hoover's out, huh?
Oh, yes, a long time ago. Oh, say, Ed, you have a nice Christmas?
Yes, quiet, but nice.
Good. Oh, Ed, I just want to open my safe for a minute.
Oh, yes, sir. Shall I turn my back?
No, it's all right. Now, let's see. The combination of the safe is right to 45, left to 160, back to 15, then left to 110. There. Darn it, I forgot to turn off the alarm. Now, let's see. Oh, there's a loose $5 bill. Yep, that's all I'll need. Thanks. So long, Ed. I'll see you in the spring. Take it easy.
So long.
Well, that takes care of that. Now, if I can get finished packing here, so...
Oh, it's you, boss. I heard your burglar alarm go off, so I rushed right in from the garage.
Oh, you mean you could hear it way out there?
Hear it? Everybody in Beverly Hills is digging a foxhole.
Well, I like to be on the safe side. Anyway, I'm glad you came in, Rochester. I want you to finish packing my trunk.
Yes, sir. Oh, say, boss.
What?
I packed your toupees in that hat box.
My toupees?
Yeah, I put in the blonde one, the dark one, the curly one, and the two with the fur lining.
Good.
Do you want to take the one with the cowlick?
The cowlick?
Yeah, you know, the one you say makes you look like Van Johnson.
No, never mind that one. I'll be associating with an older crowd in New York. By the way, Rochester, you finished your own packing?
I didn't do any packing. I'm traveling light this year.
Light?
Yeah, 1 pair of shoes, 2 pairs of shorts, 3 pair of socks, and 4 pair of dice.
Dice, I should have known. I suppose you think you're going to New York and clean out the town.
I sure am, boss. But I'll admit Wall Street has me a little worried.
What do you mean?
Well, I can bring back the money myself, but how am I going to move those buildings?
Now, you're just being silly. Look, Rochester, get my suits out of the closet, and then... Go ahead, Rochester. I'll answer the door. Oh, hello, Larry. Why aren't you home packing?
Oh, I'm packed already. I just came over to see if I could help you.
Oh, I'm getting along all right, kid.
Gee, Mr. Benny, I'm all excited. I've never taken such a long trip before.
Oh, you'll love New York. Now, won't he, Rochester?
Yes, sir, especially this time of year. You'll see all that snow, and the air is so crisp and so cold.
Yeah, and don't forget, Larry, we changed at Chicago.
Oh, I won't have to. I've got mine on already.
Larry, I mean we changed trains. That's where we get off the Chief and take the 20th Century.
Oh.
Say, kid, what are you going to sing on our first program in New York? Got it all set?
Yes, would you like to hear it, Mr. Benny?
Yeah, I want to see if it's okay. Oh, hold it a minute, kid. There's the phone. Hello?
Hiya, Jackson.
Oh, hello, Phil. I'm busy packing. Are you packed yet?
Well, I would be, but my laundry hasn't come back. My shirts and things.
Well, for heaven's sake, we're leaving in 2 hours. Haven't you any other shirts?
No, those were the only ones I had.
Oh, well, that's different. Rochester, let everything else go and finish ironing Mr. Harris's shirt. Hurry it.
But, boss, you promised Miss Stanwyck you'd get her stuff out first.
Miss Stanwyck can wait. This is an emergency. All right, Phil, we'll bring it to the station.
Okay, see you later, Jackson. I'll meet you on the chef.
That's the Chief. The Chief. That's the name of the train.
I know. I pulled the switch. Oh, Harris, you curly-headed clown. What keeps you from going high at you, boy?
Because you can't get a high hat on a low brow. Now, goodbye. Okay, Larry, let's hear that song you're going to do, will you, kid?
Give me land, lots of land under starry skies above. Don't fence me in. Let me ride through the wide open country that I love. Don't fence me in. Let me be by myself in the evening breeze. Listen to the murmur of the cottonwood trees. Send me off forever, but I ask you, please, don't fence me in, just turn me loose. Let me straddle my old saddle underneath the western skies. On my cayuse, let me wander over yonder till I see the mountains rise. I want to ride to the ridge where the west commences, gaze at the moon till I lose my senses. Can't look at hobbles and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in. I want to wander over yonder till I see the mountains rise. I want to ride to the ridge where the west commences, gaze at the moon until I lose my senses. Can't look at hobbles and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in.
That's swell, Larry. That song will be fine for next week's program. Larry, I'll meet you at the Santa Fe station a half hour before our train leaves.
Okay. Say, Mr. Benny, when you're on this March of Dimes tour, will you want me to go along and sing?
Oh, sure, kid. I was depending on you. Now run along and I'll see you later.
Okay. Goodbye.
So long, Larry. Oh, say, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
As long as we're going on this tour, do you think I should take my violin to New York?
You do, and they'll run you up that tree that grows in Brooklyn.
They will not. Now go upstairs and get my violin.
Okay.
Come in.
Pardon me, are you Mr. Benny?
Yes.
My name is Wimbish, Malcolm Wimbish.
Uh-huh.
I heard you were going out of town for a while, and I thought maybe you'd rent me your house.
Rent my house? No, I don't think so.
But gee, Mr. Benny, I haven't had a place to live since I got here. The hotels are crowded, and you can't get an apartment, and they're always painting the benches in the park.
Well, look.
Last night I even tried to sleep on a streetcar.
And you couldn't sleep, huh?
I couldn't. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley.
What?
Ding, ding, ding went the bell.
Look.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Went the buzzer?
No, the guy next to me was snoring.
Oh, well, look, fella.
Gee, Mr. Benny, I gotta find a place to live. I ain't got no place to sleep.
Well, I'd like to rent you my house, Mr. Wimbish, but I'll be back in just 2 months.
Well, that's all right. I ought to be awake by then.
Well, under the circumstances, okay, I'll rent you the house.
Thanks. I'll look around and see if I like it.
Well, just wander through the house. If there's anything you don't like, let me know.
That I will.
Now, doggone it, with all these interruptions, I'll never get finished packing.
Oh, say, boss.
Rochester, did you find my violin?
Not yet. I looked every place.
Where'd you look in the violin case?
Uh-huh. I opened the case, and all I found was 4 strings and a fat termite. Not only that, when I peeked in, he spit the bridge at me.
Rochester, that's a big fib, and you go. No, now go and find my... Now go find my violin. Now what is it? Come in. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, I'm Pauline, Miss Livingston's maid.
Yes, I know.
Well, I came over to tell you that Miss Livingston has a bad cold, so instead of meeting you at the house, she's going right to the station and get on the train.
Oh, Miss Livingston has a cold? That's too bad. Did you rub something on her chest?
I tried to, Mr. Benny, but she's ticklish.
Oh, well, what about the doctor?
He's ticklish, too.
No, Pauline, I meant, what did the doctor say about her cold?
Well, he said she could go to New York as long as she got right in her berth and stayed there.
Oh, well, thanks for coming over and telling me.
You're welcome. Mr. Benny.
Yes? What is it, Pauline? What is it?
Well, Miss Livingston didn't have room for all her things, so she wants you to put this in your suitcase.
This?
Yes.
But, Pauline, I don't want to take that. I mean, suppose my suitcase falls open, people will see it. I mean, what would they think?
Well, they could think it's yours.
Mine don't have those clips for the stocking. Now, Pauline, you better run down to the train. Miss Livingston may need you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Pauline! Oh, she took the girdle with her. Oh, good. Gosh,
Hey,
if I could
Mr. Benny.
Huh? Oh, yes.
I looked around the house, and it looks pretty good. But tell me, do you have any mice?
Mice? Well, I have to admit that we do have a few.
Good. I hate to live alone.
Oh.
I'll go look at some of the other rooms now.
Yes, make yourself at home. He's a democratic sort of a guy, isn't he? Now, say, Rochester, I just happened to think of something. I've got to make some speeches at several banquets, so I better take along my tuxedo.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Well, I was pressing your pants, and I think I left the iron on a wee bit too long.
Oh, my goodness. Did you burn a big hole in them?
Boss, if Tennessee could have found a hole that size, they'd have scored a touchdown.
What?
Roughly, you were burned out on the 10-yard line.
Well, look, maybe I can wear my... Oh, just when I'm in a hurry, then. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Don Wilson.
Look, Don, I'm trying to get packed. What is it?
Oh, I've got some terrible news for you.
What? What is it?
Well, I hate to tell you this, but yesterday I lost the money you gave me for the railroad tickets.
Oh, for heaven's sake, we leave in less than an hour. Did you put an ad in the paper?
Well, yes, Jack, I went down as soon as it happened. I wrote out an ad that said, Lost Saturday. Money for tickets for the Jack Benny Show on the Santa Fe Chief to New York.
Well, good.
But the newspaper said it was too long, so I cut it down to Lost Saturday, Money for Tickets.
Lost Saturday, money for tickets. Well, that's all right, isn't it?
No, they said it was still too long. So I just used the initials, LSMFT.
LSMFT, but Don, how will you get the money back? LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
I know, but did you get an answer to the ad you put in the paper?
Oh, yes, one man called up.
Good. What did he say?
He said, Soul American.
Don, you mean a man called you up just to say, huh?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said that.
What?
So long, Jack.
Imagine scaring me like that. But then Don's kind of cute in his fully packed way, I guess. Rochester, you better start taking out the bags. We got to leave right now.
Okay, boss, okay.
I'll just put on my tie and my coat, and then I'll be ready in almost any time now.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Oh, yes, I forgot about you.
I looked around the house, and I like it all right. But in the kitchen, I turn the faucets on, and the hot water runs cold, and the cold water runs rusty.
Rusty? You're in California, Bub. That's orange juice. Now, here's the key. Come on, Rochester, let's go. Gee, the station is crowded. Rochester.
Yes, boss.
Put on your red cap and carry my bags to the train, will you? I gotta meet my gang.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Gee, we're all supposed to meet here at the information desk. I wonder... Oh, there they are. Hey, Phil, Don.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Hiya, Jackson. Say, fellas, Mary went right to the train. She's got a cold.
Oh, that's too bad. Say, what are you carrying there under your arm?
Well, I heard it was pretty cold in New York, and I want to be on the safe side.
But Jackson, a smudge pot.
Well, I'm not taking any chances, you know.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Does anybody want to go to Anaheim, Azusa, or Cucamonga?
Say, Don, have you got all the tickets?
Well, not quite, Jack. At the last minute, Phil said he needed an extra one.
Phil, who are you sneaking on this trip with you?
Well, it's Frankie, my guitar player. I got to take him along on account of the magazines.
The magazines?
Yeah, he reads to me.
Oh, for goodness sake, now I have to buy another ticket.
Hi, Jack. Where you been? Ain't seen you around.
What? Oh, hello.
Who was that, Jackson?
Oh, he's a racetrack tout that used to hang around Hollywood Park, you know. Well, I'll meet you later, fellas. Now, let's see. The ticket window ought to be...
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Oh, come on. Somebody must want to go to Anaheim, Azusa, and
Now, let me see. The ticket window ought to be...
Jack, come here a minute.
Huh? Oh, it's you again. Huh? What is it?
I didn't want to say anything while you were with your friends there, but where you going?
New York.
What train you taking?
The chief. Why, what's the matter?
Take the El Capitan.
But I like the chief.
Come here a minute.
Yeah? Huh?
And take my tip, Bud. The El Capitan will beat the chief into Kansas City by 3 lengths.
What?
According to yesterday's performance, it can't miss.
Well, look, I'm sorry. I'm taking the chief. You know?
Look, come here a minute.
Uh-huh.
I was talking to the engineer who's riding El Capitan, and he tells me that today she's ready.
Well, I don't know.
And look at the breeding. El Capitan is by 20th Century out of Golden State Limited.
Well, thanks for the tip, but I'm going to stick to the chief.
Why?
Come here a minute. Don't noise this around, see?
No.
But I found out the chief is a sleeper. Now, so long, fella.
Okay. So long.
Now, let's see. The ticket window should be...
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Look, we're not asking much. 2 of you, or even 1 of you. Just somebody to keep the engineer company.
Here's the ticket window. Oh, pardon me. Are you the ticket clerk?
Well, what do you think I am in this cage, a canary?
Don't get huffy about it. All I want is a ticket on the chief.
Oh. Would you like the $60 ticket or the $140 ticket?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, with the $140 ticket, you ride inside.
Well, naturally, I want to ride on the inside. After all, you know, I'm not as young as I used to be.
You're not as young as anybody used to be.
Now, don't get fresh. All I want is a ticket to New York.
Return trip?
No, one way.
Good.
Now, cut that out and stop wasting time. I have to get to New York by Thursday.
I'm sorry, but our trains are all booked up.
Well, think, man. Think there must be one train that has room for me.
Leaving on track for and Cucamonga. Look, there are 5,000 people in this station. Isn't there somebody, anybody? Are there any volunteers? Please. I'll get fired if I don't get somebody on the train for Anaheim and Cucamonga.
Look, clerk, I've waited here long enough. You've just got
Well, you're in luck, Blue Eyes. I found one ticket on the cheap.
Good, I'll take it.
The chief leaving for New York. All aboard.
Hurry up, will you, clerk? Thanks. I'm coming!
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga has just been canceled.
I'm coming, fellas, I'm coming. Wait for me.
Hey, Jackson, we're moving. Hurry up.
I'm coming. Wait for me.
Well, Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's my good friend, F.E. Boone.
At 45 sold American.
Smoke that smoke of fine tobacco.
Smoke that smoke of fine tobacco.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco. Lucky Strike.
For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. Remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina,
And
Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45 sold American.
This is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Smoke Lucky Strike, the cigarette that means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Pauline, how's Miss Livingston?
Oh, she's fine.
Can I go in the compartment and see her?
Well, she's asleep right now.
Oh, well, I'll see her later. Say, conductor.
Yes, sir.
How long before we get to San Bernardino?
Oh, it'll be about 2 hours, sir.
2 hours? Why so long?
First, we got to go through Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Oh, that guy got his way anyway. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're tuned to KFI, Los Angeles.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake in I Wanted Wings. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of mankind's oldest dreams traceable straight back through recorded history to the ancient myths of Icarus and Bellerophon, came true on a lonely North Carolina sand dune on December 17th, 1903, when man stretched his wings and flew. America gave man the airplane, and now, as the forces of freedom meet the powers of despotism in the battle for the world, America must give freedom wings for victory. The planes that were counted by the hundreds in the last war, when I learned to fly, must be counted by the tens of thousands now, and there must be men to fly them. I Wanted Wings is a story of some of the men who will fight this battle of the sky. A story of the cadets of the Army Air Corps, written by Lieutenant Bernie Lay, Jr., now on active duty with the Air Corps. Paramount's picture must have given everyone who saw it a deep sense of pride in these gallant boys. And tonight we have the same stars who thrilled you on the screen: Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake. Ray has just served a year's term with me in Reap the Wild Wind. For your producer, a drama like I Wanted Wings is very close to him. Because in 1917, I started the first airline to carry passengers on regular scheduled flights between cities in the United States. And we trained many pilots for the Army, too. Traveling across the country last week, I met many people who may have been strangers in fact, but seemed like old friends, because they were regular members of this Monday night family circle of ours, listeners who helped raise the curtain in the Lux Radio Theater by going all out for Lux toilet soap. As one of them, a charming lady, shook hands with me, she told me how much she enjoyed these weekly evenings in the theater and pressed into my hand what she said was her ticket for our next performance. The ticket, I discovered, was a carefully folded wrapper from a cake of Lux toilet soap. As a matter of fact, I think I can see her now, sitting out there in that corner of our theater, which covers the state of Illinois. So for all of you who feel the same way, here's another play and another fine group of actors. It's curtain time for I Wanted Wings, starring Ray Milland as Jeff, William Holden as Al, and Veronica Lake as Sally Vaughan, with Lynn Carver as Carolyn. Somewhere near Marchfield, an Army flying fortress wings low over the hills, too low. Lurching through the night sky, it tries valiantly to gain altitude, its four giant motors roaring defiance to the earth. Suddenly, a ridge looms up in the darkness. With the speed of a comet, the giant plane sweeps on to its doom.
An Army flying fortress en route back from maneuvers is reported to have crashed in the hills north of Marchfield. The pilot is alive, and several members of the crew are believed to have bailed out safely. Officials refuse to comment on the unconfirmed report that a woman was found dead in the plane.
Now the pilot of the wrecked flying fortress is placed on trial. Gathered in solemn session to fix the blame for the disaster, the examining officers hear the charge.
Charge 1, violation of the 64th Article of War. Specification: in that Jefferson Young, 2nd Lieutenant Air Corps, having received a lawful command from Captain Everett Mercer not to attempt to take off from the scene of an emergency landing, did willfully disobey the order, with the result that injuries were sustained by the crew, a passenger was killed, and the airplane destroyed. Charge 2, violation of the 96th Article of War. Specification: in that Jefferson Young, 2nd Lieutenant Air Corps, did at Marchfield, California, permit an unauthorized passenger, one Sally Vaughan, on board a flying fortress airplane in violation of existing regulations and to the prejudice of good order and military discipline.
Are there any preliminary statements from defense counsel?
I wish to waive counsel, sir.
Is the court to understand the accused does not wish to be represented?
Yes, sir.
Very well. The judge advocate will proceed.
How does the accused plead to the specification, charge 1?
Guilty, sir.
How does the accused plead to the specification, charge 2?
Guilty, sir.
You have no further statement?
No, sir.
The court will be closed pending an examination of the record of the accused. Well, gentlemen, here is the record. Name, Jefferson Young III. Education, Lawrenceville Preparatory School, Yale University. Applied for Air Corps training, was admitted to Randolph Field, January 1938.
Colonel Brant, sir.
Oh, yes?
May I be permitted to speak, sir? I'm Captain Mercer.
Well, no witnesses have been called yet, Captain Mercer.
Oh, I realize that, sir. But I feel I have something to say which may bear on this case.
Who is this other man?
Ludlow, sir. Albert Ludlow. I used to be a cadet at Randolph Field.
You're an enlisted man now.
I was the crew chief on that wrecked plane, sir.
I see. You men are friends of the accused?
Yes, sir. We know why this thing happened.
And we know why he's pleading guilty, sir.
Well, I see no reason why this court shouldn't hear you. Proceed, Captain Mercer.
Thank you, sir. We'll have to go back quite a while. Just about the time you mentioned before, sir. When Jeff Young was admitted to Randolph Field. He was in the same class as Ludlow and entered on the same day. I was the officer in charge of new cadets.
All right, you new men, fall in here. Give me your attention. Men, down here at Randolph Field, we don't care who you are or where you came from. The Army's only interested in two things. Can you fly and will you make an officer? And we'll soon find out. Now, before you report to the flight surgeon for your physical, take a look at the men on either side of you. Go ahead, take a good look. In 4 months, one of you won't be here. Dismissed.
1 out of 3 washed out. That's a pretty high percentage, isn't it?
Well, let's see. You're on my left. This fellow's on my right. You two should toss a coin to find out which one he's talking about.
Thanks. It'll probably be me. My name's Tom Cassidy.
I'm Al Ludlow.
Jeff Young, gentlemen, at your service.
Say, you know, this place is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Look at all those planes up there. Scares you a little.
Scared of flying, Ludlow?
Scared of not flying.
Okay with you fellas, I'll take this part of the room over here. Okay, Cassidy?
Okay.
How about it, Mr. Ludlow?
That's all right by me, Mr.
Thank you.
Young.
Thank you.
Come to think of it, it's got to be all right. You're all moved in. Hey, who's the picture? Your girl?
No, just me. I keep it around to remind myself how good I am.
Let's see. What are you supposed to be doing on the horse?
That is a polo pony, my friend.
Well, fancy that. He plays polo.
That's right. I'm an 8-goal man.
Hey, Ludlow, this guy must be filthy rich.
Yeah, $8 million. $1 million of gold. That's how they rate them.
Say, Young, what does a tough guy like you want down here anyway?
Well, maybe I'll find out just how tough I am.
I don't have to find out. You see this statue? This is what they gave me for being the toughest left half in the Big Ten.
Well, it's too bad they don't have cheerleaders down here.
Yeah, and here's the shoe that kicked the winning field goal against Notre Dame last year.
Oh, very nice. Someday I'll show you my baby picture.
I can see this is going to be very pleasant, living in the Hall of Fame.
Say, Ludlow, what did you do before you came here?
Well, I was a mechanic, worked in garages, airplane factories. I tried just about everything.
Where'd you get your 2 years college equivalent? Night school?
No, I never stayed long enough in one place. I've got a satchel full of diplomas from correspondence schools.
But what brought you down here?
And I told you before, I want to fly.
Lower-classman report to supply room.
Lower-classman report to barber shop.
Lower-classman report for infantry drill. Lower-classman report for buzzer practice.
Lower-classman report to the meteorology class.
Lower-classman report to photographic room.
You know something? I've made a terrible mistake.
What's the matter, Young?
Oh, nothing, sir. Except I thought they taught you how to fly down here.
They do. You meet your flying instructor tomorrow.
All right, you men, listen carefully. That thing over there is an airplane. And I'm going to teach you how to fly one. I hope. All right, let's look her over. I'll tell you everything I know about it. All I ask is your strict attention. I expect you to make mistakes, but don't make excuses. Any questions? Good. Oh, you, Young, I'll take you first.
Yes, sir.
Fall in there.
Yes, sir.
Now, the rest of you get over there and watch. You all set, Young?
Yes, sir.
Well, get your hand off the stick. All we do this morning is shake hands with flying. Start feeling at home on a plane. Get familiar with the sky. Now, fasten your belt. try to land the airplane, Young. Nobody can land an airplane. Ease back on your stick and keep it from landing. Hold it off the ground until it lands itself. Now, that's better. That's better. Get your nose down, Cassidy. Don't land out of a stall. Get your nose down. That's it. Now you're flying. All right, Cassidy, bring her in. No, Ludlow. You keep making the same mistakes. Listen, Ludlow, don't use the whole field for a landing. Fly the airplane. Don't let it fly you. Now try it again.
Here's the list, boys. The ignoble order of blind and dumb airplane pilots.
Hey, who's ahead, Tom?
The dumbbell derby is now being led by Al Ludlow. He bounced 4 times on that last landing.
4 bumps, eh? At 2 bits a bump, he owes $1 to the kitty. Mark it down.
He's marked. He owes $30 right now.
Oh, what's the difference how good or how bad we are? They don't send us up to Solo, do they?
Yeah. Maybe they're going to wash out the whole battalion.
Oh, shut up. Hey, here comes the bouncing boy himself.
Yeah, hello, Al. Welcome home.
Yeah, I'm lucky still I have my breakfast with me.
4 bounces, pal. $1 for the kitty.
I'll give it to you up in the room.
You know, Al, we ought to make you a wholesale rate.
A layoff, Young. The way I fly's my own business.
Okay.
Young, Jeff Young.
Yes, sir.
On the line, right away. Solo.
Yes, sir. What? Solo?
Oh, you lucky.
Hey, where's my flying suit? Don't crowd me, boys. Give me some air.
Come on, Jeff, snap it up. And listen, get out there and show them. Give them the old power play. And just remember one thing. Keep your head, kid.
Oh, don't worry about me, boys. You climb a little faster and you glide a little further. That's all there is to it.
That's right, Jeff, but don't get nervous.
I'm not nervous.
And why you got your suit on backwards?
Huh?
Young, where are you?
Coming, sir. Ready in a second.
Come on, Young. You're going to Solo, not to be married.
Hey, Jeff, wait a second.
Huh? What's the matter, Al?
Oh, nothing. Just good luck.
Oh, thanks.
All right, Young, get out of there.
Yes, sir. Was I all right, sir?
Listen, you were only supposed to stay up there 5 minutes. Didn't you see me flagging you in?
No, sir.
Nobody ever does on his first solo. You send them up for 5 minutes and they try for an endurance record.
Hey, Jeff.
How are you?
Oh, gosh, Jeff, you were swell.
Oh, nothing to it, my friend. You just climb a little faster and glide a
Come
little
on
further.
down. Come on down. You're still 10 feet in the air.
Hey, what's that?
What's what?
Over there by the line.
Oh, well, let's see. Offhand, I'd say it was a girl.
Offhand, I'd say it was a very beautiful girl. What's she doing, taking pictures?
What do you care? You got plenty of pictures of yourself.
Oh, I've got to look into this. See you around, Tom.
Mike, bring that reflector in a little.
How's this?
Hold it there a second. A little to the left. I want it on the undersection of the wing.
Okay.
Too far, just a little bit. Oh, would you mind moving, please?
Who, me?
Well, you're the only person in my way.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to watch, that's all.
Why, haven't you ever seen an airplane before? Hold it, Mike.
Say, you're pretty free with that camera around an army post, aren't you?
Would you mind? You're casting a shadow on my reflector.
You know what? I think you're a spy.
That's it, Mike.
You know what happens to spies? They shoot them at sunrise.
Look, I'm trying to make a series of pictures for a national magazine with the full permission and cooperation of the United States Army.
A likely story. What kind of pictures?
You know, I hear it costs nearly $25,000 to make a pilot.
Well, that's very educational.
Well, don't you think you've wasted enough of the taxpayers' money? We'll set up over there for the next one, Mike.
Okay, Miss Bartlett. Oh, of course. That's right. Carolyn Bartlett, photography's dynamic symmetry girl. Kansas corn silos, steam turbines, the private life of a blast furnace.
Yes.
Oh.
And I must say, I find them even more interesting than Junior Birdman. Bye, Junior.
Now, just one thing more. You men who have soloed are starting to feel like pretty hot pilots. During the past week, several minor violations of flying regulations have cropped up. You've heard of Cadet Barker's being turned in for low flying over Fort Houston 2 days ago, but you may not know that he met the board this morning, and they threw him out. So go easy. You men who haven't soloed yet, I'd like to give you a little tip. The Army can devote just so much time finding out if you're a flyer or not, so make every minute in the air count. That's all for today. Oh, Ludlow, I want to see you. Stick around.
Yes, sir.
Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Ludlow, would you say that I know my business?
Well, they think so around here, sir.
Why am I losing out on a man who's got everything it takes to be a flyer?
That couldn't be me, could it, sir?
What's on your mind, Ludlow? Family?
Money? Women? What makes you... Just tell me I'm through, sir. I can take it. Ludlow, why don't you forget her? I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Oh, yes, you do. Come on, break down.
Oh, I can't forget her. I keep seeing her, the way she was the night we busted up. I keep hearing her. You're a flop, she said. You'll never be anything but a $15 a week grease monkey. I was sore, too. I told her to beat it, and she did. After that, I threw up my job and pulled out. Things didn't go so well, and I kept telling myself it was just bad break. But after a while, I started wondering, maybe it was me. That's one of the reasons I joined the Air Corps. You see, I had to know about myself. If I wash out, then she was right.
What if she is right? I know a lot of swell guys who are $15 a week grease monkeys. Now, the trouble with you is you're trying too hard. Relax. Stop tensing up. It's part of learning to fly, a big part.
I know that.
Now, look, Ludlow. Flyers are just like all other men. And they fall into the same two groups. Those that women have made happy, and those that women have made unhappy. If you can't forget this girl, don't try. But get this through your head. You can still be a whale of a flyer.
Now, look, Tom, it's very simple. Catastrophic instability is a characteristic of an aircraft which, having deviated from level flight, tends to...
Listen, I've soloed, haven't I? Why do I have to learn this junk?
You want to know what you're doing, don't you?
No, what for?
So, hey, Al, tell this guy, will you?
What can I tell him? I'm still a groundhog.
Hey, Tom, you're wanted at Lieutenant Mercer's office.
Now, what for?
They must need some expert advice. Go on, beat it.
Oh, catastrophic instability is the characteristic of an airplane.
What's on your mind, Al?
Nothing.
You've been sitting there all night tying knots in those goggles. Look at that, a perfect sheepshank.
Now, I'll roll up your flaps, will you?
It's nice talk to a hot pilot.
Yeah. You're in a class all by yourself, aren't you?
So they tell me. Just watch me up there, and maybe you'll solo, too. Come on, Al, snap out of it. Here, give me those goggles.
Cut it out.
Come on, before you break them.
Let go, do you hear?
Listen, what... See what you did?
I told you to lay off of me.
Are you crazy?
You never learn, do you?
Quit it, Al, listen.
Ludlow. What's the matter, young?
Nothing, sir.
I know you're supposed to be a gentleman down here.
You don't have to tell me what I'm supposed to be. Here or any other place. I'm leaving. But before I go, I'm going to...
Al, cut it. Cut it, do you hear? Now go and cool off.
You're lucky he caught you, Ludlow. Wash you out fast for striking an upperclassman. Now, what's this all about? Who started it?
I guess I did, sir. Had a little argument. I got sore, and I popped him. I don't blame him for losing his head.
Report to orderly room for disciplinary action.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to take any raps from me.
No, don't be a chump. I wouldn't want to see anybody washed out before he had a chance at what he came here for.
Well, what's the difference? They're sending me up on a test tomorrow. The last chance I'll get.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry I put the rib on. I know how you feel.
Oh, that's a laugh. How can you know? You've never been in a storm in your life.
Oh, no? I've been in a storm ever since I got here.
You? What are you talking about?
Every time I walk on that flying line, those faces nearly drive me nuts. 300 guys daring Jeff Young III to be as good as Joe Dokes.
Oh. Well, I never figured you were afraid of anything.
You want to know something else? The louder I talk, the more scared I am. But that's strictly between you and me. Here. Try wearing my goggles tomorrow. They were lucky for me.
Well, thanks, Jeff.
Keep swinging, Al. You've still got a chance.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake, will return in Act 2 of I Wanted Wings. And here's our young friend, Sally. Oh, Sally, I've got a question for you. When it comes to beauty care, don't you suppose there are lots of girls like this young lady, for instance? It's late evening, and she's getting ready for what she thinks is her beauty sleep.
1, 2, 3, 4. Up, down, side, twist. That makes 10 times. Whew. Grand exercise for the waistline, though. Oh, but I'm sleepy. Think I'll just skip the rest and turn in right now.
Goodness, Mr. Ruick. Isn't she going to do a thing about her complexion? Is she really going to leave dust and stale cosmetics on her skin all night long?
Sally, I'm afraid that young lady doesn't realize what a chance she's taking with her good looks. when she neglects complexion care.
Well, Mr. Ruick, I think somebody ought to tell her about Lux toilet soap and how little time it takes to give her skin real beauty care every night.
Well, Sally, why don't you tell all the ladies in our audience about the Lux soap facial that Hollywood screen stars use? The active lather facial, they say, is such a wonderful beauty aid.
Here's all you do. You pat Lux toilet soap's active lather lightly in. It feels so rich, creamy on your skin. You rinse with warm water and follow with a dash of cool. Then you pat your face dry with a soft towel. Now your skin feels exquisitely fresh, and it is.
You mentioned Lux toilet soap's active lather, Sally.
Yes, Lux soap has active lather that removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt. It's thorough, but it's gentle, too. So creamy it's like a caress to your skin. Leaves it feeling beautifully soft and smooth.
Thank you, Sally. 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars use Lux toilet soap for their $1 million complexion. If you haven't tried it, why not get 3 cakes of this luxurious white soap tomorrow? It's as fine a soap as money can buy, you know, yet it's so very inexpensive. Try Lux Soap Active Lather Facials every day for 30 days. Just see what Hollywood's gentle, protecting care can do for you. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of I Wanted Wings, starring Ray Milland as Jeff, William Holden as Al, and Veronica Lake as Sally Vaughan, with Lynn Carver as Carolyn. Two men stand before the officers of the court-martial to testify for their friends. Captain Mercer's voice is quiet as he goes back over the record of Jeff Young, a record which does not appear on paper, but only in the minds of the men who knew him.
Jeff Young was a great flyer, sir. He still is. I always believed it was Young who pulled Ludlow through his first solo.
That's right, sir. We talked all night before it. You see, I thought I was the only one who was afraid of flopping. But when I found out that Jeff was too, why, it gave me some sort of confidence. Well, anyway, Oh, I'm sorry, Captain Mercer.
Well, that's all right. This is really your part of the story.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Proceed, please.
Yes, sir. Well, I passed my solo, and that night Jeff and I went out to celebrate. We went to a club near the field, the Club Colonnade.
I saw you last night and got that home.
Take it up, Al. We got to be on the line at 8 in the morning.
Now, don't forget, Jeff, this war dance is on me.
Oh, we'll settle that later.
Oh, no, I just drew a month's pay. I'm showing you the bright light.
Okay. Hey, look over there, that table near the wall.
Ah, what is it? Oh, it's Tom.
Yeah, and stabbing me in the back. That's my girl he's with.
Your girl?
Well, she doesn't know it yet, but I saw her first. Come on, let's break it up.
Well, take off. I'm right on your tail.
You like this girl, Al. She takes pictures.
Well, who cares what she does?
How are you, Tom? How's the boy?
Oh, hello.
Well, Miss Bartlett, a woman's work is never done, huh? What pose is this? Night life of a flying cadet?
Oh, occasionally I come out of my dark room, Mr. Young.
Well, now, that's fine. You don't mind if we try to lighten up the party?
Oh, not at all.
Yeah, sit down. Thank you. Miss Bartlett, I'd like you to know Mr. Ludlow, hottest pilot in the class.
Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Cassidy was just telling me the most fascinating story.
I know. He had the ball on the 2-yard line and his skull fractured.
My ribs, not my skull.
You see? He's irritable, tired, overworked, and overexposed. Now, look, how about my having the next dance, Miss Bartlett?
Oh, certainly. You can find somebody to dance with you.
Well, that ought to hold me for a while. I'll take a look around anyway. Aha, now there's a fancy little dish. That girl singing with the band. See her, Al?
Yeah, I see her.
Well, they ought to put that on the menu.
Yeah.
Like to meet her?
Oh, no, thanks, Jeff.
Just wait here. I'll show you how it's done. Excuse me, Miss Bartlett. Hello there.
Hello.
Say, you're a swell singer. Is your dancing just as good?
Sorry, but I never dance with the customers.
Well, if you dance with me, I'll see that you're made an honorary member of the Air Corps.
Thanks. But I don't think I'm the type for wings.
Oh, yes, you are. Come on.
But I don't want to dance.
But you are dancing. Nice, isn't it?
Say, who are you?
Jeff Young.
Jeff Young? No, I know you're crazy.
Okay.
You aren't really Jefferson Young, are you?
Jefferson Young III, but just Jeff to you.
Thanks. My name's Sally Vaughn.
How are you, Sally?
You know, you don't look at all like your picture.
Well, I'm sorry you're disappointed. I'm not. You look just the way you should.
Got me all figured out, haven't you?
I think so.
You're smarter than I am. I never know what I'm going to do next.
And then we were on the 10-yard line. It was fourth down, 2 minutes to go.
Hey, Tom, not while you're dancing. You might forget and go off tackle.
Oh, cut it out.
Don't pay any attention to him. Go on, Tom.
Who's that fellow cutting in on your girl?
Tom Cassidy. My girl. Who says she's my girl?
You do. She does, too, with her eyes.
Ah, you're way off the course. Say, come over here. I want you to meet a friend of mine. Hey, Al.
Oh, yeah.
Al, meet Miss Vaughn. Look, dance together, you two. I've got to intercept a pass. See you later.
Hello, Al.
Hello, Sally.
Well, that's a warm welcome.
Lay off, Sally. I started all over down here. I'm after something new. What'd you follow me for?
Don't flatter yourself. I'm here with the band.
Oh, good. Stay with it.
Okay, Al. That's how it is.
Yeah, that's how. You messed up my life once. Once is enough.
Don't worry. I've struggled along without you. I just hope you find what you're looking for. Say, is that fellow really Jeff Young?
Yeah. And don't waste your time, Sally. He's way out of your league.
Think so? Maybe.
Where are you?
In the dark room. Come in, Tom.
Oh, Tom couldn't make it today, so I came instead.
Oh, Mr. Young.
Hello.
I'm rather busy. If you don't mind, I'll...
I don't mind at all. Maybe I can help. Need any good shots today? Got some great ideas.
Thanks, but I've got about everything I need.
You mean, you finished up around here?
That's right.
Then what do you do?
Well, you'll find me photographing bananas. I'm flying to Guatemala tomorrow.
Oh. Oh, I wish I'd known you were leaving. I'd have...
Yes?
Well, it kind of cuts my time down.
Excuse me, will you? I've got a picture here I'm working on.
Let's see it. Say, who's that cadet? Friend of yours?
I like to think of him as a friend.
I don't remember seeing him around here.
You ought to know him. You see him every day. He's no glamour boy. His ears are too big. But he'll make a magazine cover just the same.
Oh, quite a guy. What's his name?
Yankee. Joe Yankee. He's a composite of a lot of the cadets down here. His chin is yours.
Mine? Is that my chin?
Why not?
You know, it's a funny thing, but I've got a composite picture of a girl, too. Miss America, in a green smock and her hands in hyper solution. She knows all the angles and waits for development.
That's rather cute.
Say, look, would you mind if I kissed you?
No. I don't think so.
That's the way it was, sir. Miss Bartlett left Randolph a couple of days later. But she and Jeff wrote each other a lot, and they
Just a moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Are you sure, Ludlow, that all this has a bearing on the case?
Yes, sir.
Jeff Young is on trial here for wrecking an Army airplane.
Oh, it all adds up, sir. It would just give us a little more time.
Well, go on, Ludlow.
I told you, sir, that Jeff had met Sally Vaughn. But he didn't see her again until the day we had a crack-up on the field. One of the boys hit the hangar. It wasn't bad, but the plane started to burn, and Jeff was standing by. I don't think he was scared. He just couldn't move. Well, somebody else got to the plane and pulled the pilot out.
It was Ludlow who did it, sir.
I just happened to be there, sir. Anyway, Jeff couldn't forgive himself. That night, he went to the club colonnade, took a few drinks, just to forget.
Well, hello, Jeff Young III.
Sally Vaughn. Now I know why I came down here.
What took you so long?
I was trying to be a flyer.
You won't be if they catch you down here on a weekday night.
Let them catch me. I'm through. I'm no Joe Yankee.
Who?
I want to fly, I'll buy a blimp.
You can buy anything you want.
Yeah, anything but wings. You gotta have nerve for that, didn't you know? You gotta have guts.
What's the matter, Jeff? What happened?
It crashed right in front of me. And I stood there. I knew the guy. He was a friend of mine. And I stood there while he started to burn. Jeff Young, the big shot pilot.
Take it easy, Jeff. Forget it.
Forget it? Yeah, sure. Look, Sally, stick with me tonight, will you? I don't want to be alone. Just don't leave me.
I won't. Come on. Let's get out of here. Come in, Al.
Is Jeff here?
Isn't it pretty late for you to go around ringing doorbells?
They told me at the colonnade Jeff was with you.
Well, old Elsie Wellesley himself. Sit down, cadet. Have a little ring on the house. Nothing's too good for a hero. Joe Yankee himself. Kind of a cross between Sir Galahad and Daniel Boone. He's full of moxie.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that tomorrow, Jeff. Right now, you're coming back with me.
Oh, no, I'm not. Sally and I are pals. She isn't looking for Joe Yankee. Jeff Young's good enough for her.
Plenty good enough.
You said it, Sal. Hey, where's my drink? Oh, it's in the kitchen. Excuse me. Don't go away, Al.
Lay off him, Sally. I'm warning you.
You're getting what you want down here. Why shouldn't I?
You want his dough.
I couldn't be on the level, could I?
Well, you never were with me. I'll tell him to go back to the field.
You must think I'm crazy. I like this guy.
How long do you think it'd last, Sally? Jeff's no dope. What happens when he sobers up? He'll see you then for what you are. A smart little tramp with her hooks in him.
Shut up!
Why, you... Sally, I'll tell you once more. Send Jeff back or I'll spill the whole story.
Just try it.
Here we are. Come on, Al. Have a little drink, huh?
No, thanks.
Jeff, you'd better go back before you get in any more trouble.
Huh? Yeah, Al, take a little drink.
Jeff, did you hear me?
Sure, I heard you, and I'm not going.
Yes, you are. Come on now. It's getting late.
Oh. So you're running out on me, huh? You're one of those hot and cold propositions.
I'm not running out on you, Jeff. I'll be waiting around.
Sure. You're a good kid, Sal. You're all right.
Better run along now. I'll phone you tomorrow.
Okay, don't forget. Come on, Al. Going home.
That was smart, Sally.
For now it was. But you or your whole army won't get him away from me. And don't ever forget it.
Jeff pulled out of that one all right. It took a little time, but after a while he forgot it. And then Carolyn Bartlett came back from Guatemala. It was the night before we left Randolph Field. There was a dance at the field that night to celebrate.
Did you miss me, Mr. Young?
Miss you? Say, the day they turned me loose on cross country, I almost made it nonstop to Guatemala.
Why did you turn back? It was rather lonely down there.
Oh, Mr. Cameron must be slipping. I thought he kept you too busy to be lonely.
He always did, till I went to Guatemala.
Hey, Jeff, you want it on the phone?
Huh?
It's that telephone call for you.
Tear it up. I'm not taking any calls tonight.
You better take this one.
I'm sorry, Carolyn.
Go ahead. I'll wait for you outside.
Hello? Who is it?
Hello, Jeff. Why haven't you called?
Well, I've been busy, Sally.
You can't be so busy tonight. I hear there's a dance out there.
Well, it's just a little party, our last night at Randolph.
I can duck away after the first show. I think I'll drive out for a while.
Look, I wouldn't do that, Sally.
Why, Jeff, it's been weeks since I've seen you.
Look, Sally, we've been all through this. I thought we were going to be intelligent about it.
What does that mean? Goodbye, good luck, you go your way, I'll go mine? Don't try and sell me that routine.
I wish I could think of a better ending, Sally, but I can't.
No? Well, maybe I can. I want to see you tonight.
I'm sorry, Sally. I've made other plans.
Listen, Mr. Young, drop in here at my place after that dance, or I'll start making a few plans of my own. I'm expecting you.
Hello? Hello, Sally.
You weren't very long. Was it important?
Yes, in a way. Look, Carolyn, I want to speak to you.
Yes, Jeff.
Look, while you were gone,
56 days. I counted them.
You did?
I don't look so unhappy.
Well, Carolyn, you see, Gosh, it's hard to say.
Is it? Carolyn, while you were gone, I went into a tailspin and crashed right on the bandstand of the Colonnade Cafe.
How did you know?
Oh, I saw her lining you up.
But it's over now, really it is.
I'm sure you wouldn't have asked me if it was.
Look, Carolyn, tell me one thing, will you? How is it nobody ever married you before I will?
The next day, we were transferred to Kelly Field. And pretty soon, we were within 2 weeks of getting our wings. That was about all we could think of.
You never got your wings, Ludlow.
No, sir. You see, there was a formation flight one morning, Jeff and Tom and myself. I was the leader. I guess I was feeling too good. I led the formation pretty low over the trees and, well, hitch hopping, sir. I knew it was against regulations, but, well, Tom went even lower than I let him. He was skimming along the ground, and I knew it was going to happen. I tried to signal him up, but he didn't see me.
Thomas Cassidy, killed in formation flight. Albert Ludlow, eliminated from the service for disobeying regulations.
What kind of a racket is this, anyway? Graduation day, and they throw out the best man in the class for something he wasn't responsible for any more than I was. We egged you into it. Tom's the one that slipped up.
Well, I killed Tom. I'll take what's coming to me.
If you'd only listened to me, Al, we could have cooked up a story.
Well, don't you think I felt bad enough about it without lying out of it? And you didn't do me any good when you horned in on the blame. Almost got yourself washed out, too.
Oh, what's the difference? I'm quitting anyway. I'm fed up with discipline. They can have it. Take a running full twist into the lake.
Oh, now cool off, Jeff. You'll feel better after they pin those wings on you.
Wings? I'll hang them up in my trophy room.
Now, where do you get off talking like that? You've got no beef. You came down here a polo-playing drip, and they made a flyer out of you. I'm sorry, Jeff. I guess I'm always touched.
It's okay. You're right.
Young, we're flying with you this afternoon. Get out there.
Yes, sir. Stick around, will you, Al?
Yeah, sure.
Hello, Al.
Oh, hello, Carolyn.
What's the grip for?
Huh? Oh, I'm leaving. I was just watching the formation for a minute. Pretty, isn't it?
Al, you can't go like this. Jeff and I have plans for you.
Well, thanks, but I'd rather be on my own.
Where are you going?
Oh, this is a big country. Look, tell Jeff so long and to stay on the beam. You'll know what I mean.
Al, will you kiss me goodbye?
Why, sure.
Say, how many aviators do you kiss, sister?
Sally, what are you doing here?
I just drove over to congratulate Jeff.
So long, Al.
That's right. Turn up your nose.
Oh, Sally, stop it.
Try and make me. I know you, sister. I read about you. Big military wedding for Jeff Young III. Where is he?
Come on, Sally. Let's get out of here.
Let go of me. I'm tired of being pushed around. So they're giving him his wings. They won't dare when I get through. I'll give him a scandal that'll shake the army. I'll tell him a story they won't forget.
Oh, now, come on.
Al, let her go. Jeff hasn't seen her in months.
That's your story. He's seen me lots of times. Jeff Young can't pick me up and drop me without seeing where I'm going to land. I'll make him marry me.
Oh, Sally, be sensible. You can't do that.
Can't I? You'll see if I can't. You'll see.
Carolyn, do you mind?
I'm leaving, Al. Write to me, will you? Bye.
Sally. Sally, look at me. Jeff gave you a pretty rotten deal, didn't he?
I'll say he did. But I'll make him squirm. I'll take care of that pal of yours.
Ah, he's no pal of mine. Not after the way he kicked you around.
Well, I'm through being kicked around. Oh, well, I don't know what's the matter with me. I don't want to hurt anybody. But they're always hurting me.
Look, Sally, Jeff's got another half an hour in the air, and there's no sense starting anything till you've had a talk with him. Come on, let's go get a drink.
All right. Say, why aren't you up there flying?
Oh, me? Oh, they washed me out.
Wouldn't you know it? The same old Al. You and me both, a couple of also-rans. Come on, Al. I want that drink.
He didn't even wait to see me. Then this telegram came. I'm taking Sally away. We're getting married.
Married? Oh, no.
Whatever made Al do a thing like that?
Can't you imagine?
What do you mean?
Jeff, have you been seeing Sally?
Yes. She threatened to go to the commandant. I wanted my wings, so I saw her and gave her a check.
Do you think that takes care of everything?
What do you expect me to do?
But Jeff, you can't use a checkbook for a conscience.
Well, what's that got to do with us?
A lot. Look, I've had a swell time on my own, Jeff. I've got to know what I'm giving it up for.
Look, just because Sally
She
suddenly...
was here this afternoon. She wanted to make trouble. I spoke to her, and so did Al.
What'd she say?
Don't you know? Al drove away with her. You wouldn't be getting your wings today if it weren't for him. unpleasant thought, isn't it? I wonder if you're worth what he did for you.
No, I don't think I am.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake in Act 3 of I Wanted Wings. Let's drop in now at one of the parties being given for our boys in the service.
Hey, Joe, be a pal. Look, over there. See the slim destroyer in blue? Convoy me over, will you?
That's sailor talk for I want to meet that pretty girl in the blue dress. Introduce me, will you? Now that our young sailor friend has his introduction.
Mind if I tell you blue's my favorite color? Especially when it goes with a peaches and cream complexion.
Peaches and cream. That's certainly far from a new expression, but even our modern sailor boy can't think of a better way to describe a lovely Lux soap complexion. Smooth and radiantly fresh. That's the kind of complexion that gives a girl real beauty. Beauty that never fails to attract admiring eyes. Hollywood stars know this. Here's what charming Madeline Carroll says.
There's always romance in soft, smooth skins. Complexion beauty should be cherished. I use Lux toilet soap every day. It has such wonderful creamy lather.
Now, why don't you take a tip from this distinguished star? Make luxurious white Lux toilet soap your daily beauty soap, too. When you unwrap a cake of this fine soap, notice how satiny smooth it is to the touch. That's a promise of the rich, creamy lather Lux toilet soap gives. Lather that's quick and abundant, even in hard water. Your complexion is precious to you. Are you missing out by not using a soap that's as gentle and fine as you can buy? Lux toilet soap costs so little. Now remember, it's hard milled. That means every cake can be used down to the last thin sliver. Start using Lux toilet soap, Hollywood's beauty soap, tomorrow. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Curtain rises on the third act of I Wanted Wings, starring Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake, with Lynn Carver. The story continues. The record of a man who wanted wings. The officers of the court-martial hear the testimony of Albert Ludlow.
When I took Sally away and married her, I felt good about it. At least I was doing something I didn't have to be ashamed of. I was helping Jeff get his wings. The marriage didn't last long. It couldn't. We moved to a cheap flat in Kansas City.
All right, I'm coming. Oh, did you forget your key again?
Yeah, sorry.
I was talking on the phone.
Well, go ahead.
Hello, Tony? Look, what about a spot for me at the Paradise? Listen, I'm a married woman now. I don't want a trip to Florida. I want a job. Okay, Tony, skip it. I'm sorry I bothered you. Tony Vanessi, the wolf. Well, what happened today?
Nothing.
You mean you didn't get...
I told you nothing.
Don't bite my head off. I only asked a question.
Well, it would have been a commission job anyway.
Don't kid me, Al. You didn't want that job. You don't want any job except flying.
I'm through with flying. I don't want any part of it. Is dinner ready?
I'm sick of cooking for you. I don't have to stay here. I can skip right now. You think the baby's stopping me. Well, there isn't any baby. There never was.
Oh, I knew that, Sally.
You knew? Then what did you marry me for?
Well, does it matter?
So you didn't want to help me because you thought... You didn't care anything about me. What a sucker I've been. Trying to make a go of a 2-cent marriage when all the time you're just grandstanding for a guy named Jeff Young. It's on me, isn't it, Al? All right. But I'm walking out now.
She left that night. I don't know where. I came out to the coast and enlisted in the service as a mechanic, stationed at March Field. One day I heard there was going to be maneuvers. A lot of new ships came in, bombers. And that night, Jeff flew in with Captain Mercer.
Form sheet on 64, sir. Told you to drain those pressure gauges. Taking off tonight, not next week.
Yes, sir.
Young, is that the B-17 we borrowed from Hamilton?
Yes, sir. Just rolled her in. That brings our squadron up to full strength.
We'll keep their enlisted men, but we'll supply the officers.
Yes, sir. Haven't checked the new ship yet, sir. Excuse me.
Go to it.
Crew chief.
Up front, sir. Coming.
Get down here, will you? Al.
Oh, Jeff, is that you?
Oh, for the love of Pete, where were you? Where have you been?
Oh, gee, you look swell, Jeff.
Come on, spill it. Where have you been hiding? I dragged the whole country for you.
Oh, did you? Well, I moved around pretty much.
What about Sally?
Oh, last I heard she was in Florida. We're washed up. How's Carolyn?
Oh, I haven't seen her since graduation.
Oh, I don't get it. You two were dead right for each other. What happened? Where is she?
Oh, she's up north somewhere. I keep myself too busy to think about it. But say, crew chief on a bomber. Mister, you're doing all right on a year.
Oh, acting crew chief, sir.
Oh, don't give me that sir stuff. By rights, I ought to be taking orders from you.
Yeah?
Sir! Come on, I'll meet your commanding officer.
What's wrong with this emergency release?
Door doesn't drop, sir. Air Corps Supply won't have parts until tomorrow.
Well, Ludlow. You can't stay away from it, can you?
Well, if I can't fly 'em, sir, at least I can polish their wings.
I'm glad you're back with us.
Well, thank you, sir. I'll get the checklist, sir. Right back.
As a man who should be flying, Captain. Can we do something?
I've got a friend or two in the chief's office. Cases have been reconsidered before. But right now we've got other things to do.
All right, men. You get those flares installed in the bomb bay?
All set, sir.
Good enough. Oh, Al.
Oh, that emergency release is okay now.
Swell. Look, Al. I spoke to Mercer about another crack at Kelly. He said he'd go to bat for you.
Oh, do you think there's a chance?
You know Mercer. If there is, he'll swing it.
Oh, boy, the way I feel right now, I could swing the ship over my shoulder and carry it out of the hangar.
Look, I'm late for the pilots' meeting. But when we get back tonight, well, we've got a lot to talk about. See you then.
Yeah, see you, Jeff. Charlie, what about that turbo supercharger?
It's all okay. I'm working on the carburetors.
When you finish, knock off for a while.
Right?
And if you want me, I'll be right outside the hangar.
Where can I find Lieutenant Young? Al.
Oh, Sally, what are you doing here?
Al, help me. Help me. They followed me. The police are out there now.
Get out of here.
Al, I'm your wife. I'm in a jam, a bad one. Tony Vanessi's dead. Somebody shot him, killed him. They framed me. They said I did it.
Did you?
Al, please.
Did you?
Yes. And I'd do it again. I'd do it again. You've always helped me, Al. You've never turned me down.
Oh, you were born to kill somebody, Sally.
He hit me. He hurt me.
Oh, shut up. You can't stay here. Now, have you got any money?
No.
Oh, here. Here's everything I've got. Now, wait around the hangar until you see your chance and then get back to Los Angeles.
Will you meet me there?
No, you're on your own, Sally.
Al, please. I don't know where to turn. I've got to talk to somebody. I'm all alone. Tomorrow night, Al, at the station. Please, Al.
All right. They must have turned me out, labeled sucker. Now, get out of here. We're taking off in maneuvers. The ship took off a few minutes later. Jeff was pilot, and I was on as crew chief. But what I didn't know was that Sally was on it, too. She was hiding in the bomb bay. She didn't have time to get off. When I went back, I saw her. She was scared.
Al, get me out of here. I'm sick, Al. I can't breathe. I'm scared. Take me up front with you, Al.
Oh, you must be crazy. You want them to see you? Now, you stay right here until I come and get you. And stay put. And look out for those flares. In 15 seconds, they could blow us all to glory. Understand?
But I can't stand it in here any longer. I can't.
Well, now you will. Now, get over there.
Al, don't leave me in here.
Look out. Light flare! Light flare! Light flare!
Go on, please. Then what happened?
Well, there were sparks all over the bomb bay, and I'm not sure just what did happen.
I can take it up from there, sir. Go on, Captain Mercer. I heard Ludlow call live flares. I went back and we started to unload it through the bomb bay door. We got the flare through all right, but I slipped and fell. Bomb bay door was wide open. I tried to grab the catwalk, but the slipstream was pulling me out of the plane. Ludlow tried to hold me and we both went down. We had our chutes on, of course, but mine was late in opening. I hit a tree and was knocked unconscious. Young saw the chutes and started down after us. He landed in a narrow space surrounded by hills.
When I came to for a minute, he was leaning over me.
You all right, sir?
Oh, you're a fool, Young. Who taught you to land a plane in the middle of the night? A spot like this? I didn't.
We made it, sir. We're getting you out. You're pretty badly hurt. We have to get you to a hospital.
No, we're staying here. Notify Marchfield. We're staying here.
Oh, he's dying, Jeff. What are we going to do?
I'm taking off. I don't care at March.
Can't get out. That ridge, we can't get out. Can't get out.
Listen, men.
Yes, sir.
I'm in command now. We're taking off. Anybody like to stay? All right, bring that stretcher.
All set for the takeoff, sir.
All right, give me every last inch of manifold pressure. Those engines will take that burning up. Go ahead.
Wide open, sir.
Here we go, Al.
An awful lift, Jeff.
Got to try. More pressure, more pressure.
That's all we've got, sir.
There's got to be more.
Watch it, Jeff. Watch it. Jeff, look out. The ridge. Jeff!
Is everybody all right? Any of the crew hurt?
Nothing serious, sir. We've sent out a message.
Lieutenant Young.
Yeah?
There's a girl back there, sir.
Girl? Are you crazy?
She must have been on the tail of the ship, sir. She's badly hurt. Ludlow's with her.
Al, hold me.
Oh, it's all right, Sally.
I heard Al. Make it stop. Make it go away. Thanks, Al. It's not hurting now. You're really a good guy.
Oh, she's gone. She's gone, Jeff.
Her troubles are over.
Nobody can hurt her anymore. You know something? I loved her. Yeah, I couldn't help it. That's the whole story, sir. That's why Lieutenant Young pleaded guilty. To shield me. He said the court would never believe that I didn't know my wife was on the ship. He said I'd be finished for good. I'd never get another chance. He said he knew he had to go, but there was no sense in both of us taking it. That's all, sir.
The court will reconvene in 1 hour. Have the accused and the witnesses present.
Excuse me, is Lieutenant Young in the court?
He's in the corridor somewhere, miss. Oh, there he is.
Oh, thank you. There hasn't been any decision yet.
In a few minutes, I think.
Good luck, Jeff.
Carolyn,
I thought you might want to see me.
want to see you? I'd like to tell you how much, but I can't.
Why, Jeff?
Don't you know? You're about to tie a tin can to my tail. But thanks for coming anyway.
I'm here to stay this time.
Nope. I wouldn't ask you to hang my dishonorable discharge where home sweet home ought to be.
That won't matter.
Not to you, maybe, but it would to me.
Jeff, they want you inside.
Thanks. Goodbye, Carolyn.
I'll be waiting, Jeff. That verdict's for me, too.
The accused will face the court of the specification charge 1, not guilty. The court finds that Lieutenant Young's decision to disregard Captain Mercer's command was justified under the extraordinary circumstances. Of the specification charge 2, not guilty.
There they are. Look at that formation, Carolyn. Beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I remember standing like this with Al one time. Which plane is his, Jeff? There's so many of them.
He's the first. Right up there where he belongs.
Finally got his wings, didn't he?
Yep. They need men like Al. Men to fly the greatest ships the world can build. We're getting them. We're getting the planes, too. You think that's a lot up there? That sky will be black with them someday, and soon. Yes, we'll get our wings, American wings, for American fighters.
men with wings, all honor and good hunting. To Rayma Land, Bill Holden, and Veronica Lake, we dip our wings for an exciting performance.
Thanks, C.B. The Air Corps cadets of a few weeks back are the first-line fighting pilots of today. So wherever they may be, Iceland, Hawaii, Bataan, or Australia, we have one wish for them. Happy landing.
And a promise that we won't fail them.
What's the best way for us to help, Mr. DeMille?
There isn't a man, woman, or child in the country who can't help by doing his or her job a little better, working a little harder. If 130 million Americans all work a little harder, more planes, more tanks, and more guns will come rolling off the assembly lines, and there'll be more ships to carry them to armies that'll use them at the right places and at the right times. The word of the hour is work and more work.
We're going to buy plenty of United States saving bonds and stamps to pay for those planes and guns. Bonds every payday and stamps in between.
And I can hear an echo of that from Maine to California. Veronica, you're the only one in our cast who hasn't visited the Lux Radio Theater before, but I'd like to assure you now that your first visit will not be your last.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I am a stranger to this theater, but far from a stranger to Lux soap. I've used it for a long time now, so I know how really fine it is. A Lux complexion is something every girl wants.
And should have, Veronica. There's luck in that Lux soap.
What about next week, Mr. DeMille? Got a play?
We certainly have, Bill. And it's one to make us all stand up and cheer. Because it's the Warner Brothers hit, The Fighting 69th. And our stars will be Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy. This is a thrilling story of the First World War. The story of a regiment with famous names like Wild Bill Donovan and Father Duffy on its roster. If you're looking for a drama of action and adventure and raw courage, you'll like The Fighting 69th next Monday evening.
Well, it sounds great, Mr. DeMille. I want to hear it. Well, good night.
Just a moment before you all go. Bill Holden hasn't been talking about it much, but I think the audience would like to know that he's going into the Army on April 11th.
That's from all of us, Bill.
Well, thanks, everybody. Good night.
Night.
Good night. Good night to all of you. And keep 'em flying. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy in The Fighting 69th. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
William Holden is currently starring in the Paramount picture, The Fleet Sin. Veronica Lake is now being seen on the screen in the Paramount production, Sullivan's Travels. Heard in tonight's play were Warren Ash as Captain Mercer, and Leo Cleary, Boyd Davis, Arthur Gilmore, Griff Barnett, Edward Marr, and Howard McNear. Tune in next Monday night to hear Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy in The Fighting 69th. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
There's a time on Broadway when the splinters of night melt into dawn. It's a small time, a time that's slept through. The hour or so before the dissonance of the alarm clock shatters the city into waking. And the pavements glisten now, gleam and turn gray, gleam again, where it's touched by the steps of a leftover drifter. And echoes rocket against the channel street, make small holes in the city silence, ebb and die when the left owner turns a corner. And a small time, a time unnoticed, tail end of a dream time. And turn the corner and follow 3rd Avenue at 5 o'clock in the morning. There, where squad cars angled against curb, the width of the pavement away, outside a store lighted by a squad car spotlight, pet shop, where I was, and Detective Muggerman.
There he is, Danny. See him over near the back counter, just like the man said who phoned it in.
Yeah, try the door. Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
This card pasted back the door window. Case of emergency, notify owner, John Perry, 1212 4th Street.
It's right around the corner.
Okay, Muggerman, let's go inside.
He dead?
Knifed, barely breathing. Can you hear me, mister? Can you... Here, take a look at his wallet, Muggerman. Mister, can you...
A lot of dough in the wallet. No robbery. Identification, John Perry.
All right. Line. Can't move.
Get an ambulance, Muggerman. Take over. Tableau of violence. Scene with color. A wounded man who's dying has spilt with night onto the cement flooring of a pet shop. Concrete veined with the scarlet of a man. And about him, wild flight and tropic jades and yellows, caged. The clipped wings, the silent birds. And in rectangles of glass, dart and gleam and silences of small fish held in greenish tint of water. And become aware of something else. The sound and stirring of a city released at night, sent sprawling onto the beach of another day. So leave there, because Muggerman will take over. A short walk now to an address in case of emergency. Turn a corner. A few more steps and a brownstone. And a man in a heavy coat sweater removing the emptied trash cans into a basement doorway.
You're looking for something, mister? You can ask me.
You the super?
Landlord, Harry Crane. You?
Police.
You mind moving a little? I can get this can past you into the basement. One of my people do something to you?
John Perry,
Perry? Man didn't come home last night. That's what he was doing away from his room, huh? Something wrong.
He got stabbed. He's dying.
You don't say. With a knife, huh?
We found him a little while ago on the floor of his pet shop. He'd been there all night. No one to help him. No one to help him, huh? You don't say. How were the birds and the fish? Leaping for joy? You don't like him. Is that it, Mr. Crane?
Streak with mean. That was John Perry. Mean streaks. Bone deep. Dying, huh? And all night, too, huh?
You try to kill him? I asked you something.
I tell you what I did to him once, though. You want to hear?
Uh-huh.
A couple of years ago, Perry brought home a little yellow bird from his shop. Something wrong with its wing.
And?
One day, accidentally on purpose, when Perry was at his shop, I left the cage open by mistake. You know something?
No.
There wasn't anything wrong with the wing on that bird. He flew as good as any little yellow bird I ever saw. Right out the window on the wind. Perry screamed I was a robber and a thief. I had to knock off his rent, the price of that little yellow bird. Mean to the bone. You ask anybody.
Besides you, who else?
Any of my people in the house. Man who works for him, people up and down the street. You just go and ask anybody.
What about the man who works for him?
Vic Kendall lives next block down. Furnished room 1612. Tried to get a room for me. I was filled up, so I sent him down the street. You want to get out of my road here now? I'm sleepy, mister. You busting in here like...
Try waking up, Vic.
Oh, 6:30 in the morning. Oh, I still was trying to make some dream. Turn on the hot plate, huh? Enough water in the kettle. Yeah.
a hot plate up all the way.
What's the matter? Can't you see?
Well, who's up here?
Make a real effort, Vic. There's some trouble.
All right, I sit down. Fill the water boil.
Go ahead.
What trouble?
Where do you work, Vic?
A guy named John Perry, a pet shop over on 3rd. What's the matter?
Where were you last night?
3rd Avenue, 4th, around...
Doing what?
I was trying to meet somebody.
Trying to? Who?
Oh, come on. I don't know who.
Anyhow what?
I didn't meet anybody. If I had a car, one of these days... So I stopped at a used magazine place. I bought a magazine. Yeah, here, see this one, right? Here by my pillow.
Fell asleep reading, huh?
Yeah. Not only reading in this magazine's advertisements. Who reads them? Never send away for anything.
How do you get along with Mr. Perry, Vic?
All right, I guess. I know what to do in a pet shop, waiting on customers, feeding the fish, things like that I know about.
Experienced, huh?
Yeah. Mr. Perry hired me away from the village pet shop. More dough, I've been with animals for quite a while.
Then you got along okay with Mr. Perry.
I never liked him. That's what you mean. The guy who ran a pet shop so he could... Well, he liked things behind cages.
He was stabbed last night.
No, not me. Look, guys like me are in demand. I don't like Mr. Perry. I just walk out and get another job. I don't stab him.
How long did you work for him?
A week or so. I broke in by a girl for a day, and she left. And...
What girl?
I walked her home after the day she broke me in. Her name's Norma. She lives over a drugstore right down the street from the pet shop. Wasn't nothing there. Hey, coffee time. You want some?
No, thanks. Don't go far away, Vic. I might want to talk to you some more. Down a flight of stairs and outside again, and into a city side street, the spill and wash of a February day. And edging into it now, the crowd fragments. The fury-pale man who slams the door of a house, walks quick, almost runs from it. And a little way up the street, pauses a moment, considers a thought, then goes on. And slower his walk now. And on the corner, a woman who kisses a child, pats him on his way, then reshapes the lipstick where a child's mouth had smeared, and then slowly drifts into the pattern of day. And somewhere above, a window opened, and a philosopher and an observer of life assumes her post. Leans to the sill, adjusts a shawl, and day is officially begun. Past Pet Shop now, where earlier a man was found wounded and dying. Past it, and a little way down, a drugstore. And next to it, a door opening onto a flight of stairs. And the landing, and the place of Norma Ford.
You got here just in time. Just about made up my mind to go out.
Girl in printed silk wrapper, brown hair soft against the almost transparent pallor of her thin face. A girl who could have been 17, who was frail in a child's way, and bare-legged in worn and wrinkled silk-held clothes.
You want what?
I'm from the police. Let's talk about inside, Miss Ford.
Sure, inside. Where else?
Yeah.
Just made up my mind. I am going out. I'll let you watch me apply the face, and you can tell me you want what.
About a week ago, you were working for a man.
Why, I made up my mind to go out this morning. Put on a pretty, pretty face. Because a week ago I was working, and now I'm not. They say a girl has...
For John Perry?
He sent you to me? Because I did what?
Last night he was knifed. He's dying.
You think that's scary? Uh-huh. I think that's scary.
If he dies, the charge will be murder.
Gives me a little maturity, don't you think? Not scary.
Did you hear me? I said if he dies...
Don't lift a finger for him. Don't let anybody else lift a finger. Do nothing. Let him die.
Because he fired you?
Because the way you petted things. Because the way you stood and looked at them in the cages. For hours and hours and hours. Till once I screamed right out and told him off good, real good. For that he fired me. And I felt so good I came here and slept night and day for a week now.
You kill him, Miss Ford?
When this terrible thing happened, Mr. Perry.
Sometime last night.
Sometime last night, I was over there on that bed. And the disc jockey sending on music to me. From them to me. Then I got a notion, went to the phone and called a disc jockey and asked he should play a number, any number at all. Just say on the air, it was a personal request from Norma Ford. And say, hi, Pop. Pop, that's my father.
Oh?
Yeah. Pop's in Dannemora State Prison. He's got 6 more years of it. I wonder, did he hear my name?
Miss Ford.
Not through the lipstick. Nice face, huh? What you all looking, huh? Look, I gotta get dressed now. If you think
Yeah. Don't try for a job out of town, huh, Miss Ford?
You kidding? Now I'm in with the disc jockeys? I got a whole new life ahead of me.
Danny, hurry up. I don't know how much
I
time...
came over here as fast as I could, Dr. Sinsky. How is he?
Well, Mr. Perry's been trying to talk. Huh? We had him in an oxygen tent. He seemed to get stronger, and, well, you'll see.
Yeah. Mr. Perry. I'm the policeman, Mr. Perry. What happened?
Cage. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Now me. Cage. And I'll never get out.
Who stabbed you?
I was wrong.
Who?
So wrong. Sorry. Listen. Please.
Well, I'm right here. Mr. Perry. Doctor?
Wrong and sorry. That's how he died, Danny.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Against the chill hold of February night, Broadway's heart beats fast. The quick winds of winter twilight have scurried the streets, scattered the night promises, and ride now the winter seas. And on the avenue, the burst of glitter, and throats of women spangled with the fleeting jewels of nightlight. Their perfumed walk is promise. The hawker's shadow is promise. And the muted trumpet and the frenzied drum on the trailing edge of twilight winds. And a doorway with the neon lock. So dig deep for the buck, kid. Buy the February night. It's the buy of the year. And at headquarters, also early hours of night. And in the halls, the sound of the day shift men going home. The silences left in their wake. Separate silences will gather together as night swells. Time to clear desk. Time to...
Danny?
Come on in, Gino.
You are my last stop, Danny.
Huh?
My last stop before repairing to the Tartaglia abode, where doting progeny awaits me. A hot eggnog on the mantelpiece, my mucklugs by my chair, and Mrs. T to soothe from my brow the cares of the day with long, gentle fingers. And that's Mrs. T. I look forward to her.
Sounds cozy.
Say rather, a way of life.
All right.
Which could also be your lot, if you but... My eldest, Danny, Christina of the art classes. This spring, she will be budding into a blossom of...
You have something for me before you go home, Gino?
I'll tell Teeny you were asking about her. Goes without saying I got something for you since I saved you for the last.
Gino.
From Detective Muggervin, a rundown on the background and habits of the late murder victim, John Perry. A man alone and disliked in the world as far as can be made out from routine checks. And a man whose world came tumbling down around his ears a week ago.
What are you talking about?
From routine perusal of records has come to our attention this item. A week ago, the pet shop of Mr. John Perry was the victim of malicious vandalism. His store broken into, fish tanks spilled onto the floor, setting goldfish underfoot, bird cages opened, and birds released to fly wheresoever their bird brains led them. Said vandalism perpetrated by a youth named Mickey King, who gave himself up, confessed.
Go on.
Mickey King, juvenile, only son of Mrs. Martha King of 1843 West 18. Mickey now serving time in juvenile hall until room is found for him on a disciplinary farm.
What time is it, Gino?
9:15, Danny. Too late for juvenile hall.
On your way out, order a squad car, huh, Gino?
It's your life. And you could so easily... Good night, Danny.
Yeah?
Mrs. King?
Yeah, what is it?
I'm from the police. My name's Danny.
Oh, it don't
Clover.
matter. What do you want now?
It's about your son.
What do you want now?
May I come in?
Come in.
Thanks.
Look, it's late and I'm getting ready for bed. Now tell me, what do you want?
Well, I just want to talk to you about your son, that's all.
He's been talked about enough. He's been measured and weighed and tapped and put away. And at the present moment, the lights have been turned out where he's sleeping in a room with 20 others and outside a guard.
Where he is.
Is where he belongs?
I didn't say that. He broke up a man's shop.
Why did he do it? I ask myself that. I wonder about it. The days now, so many silences in them. Times to sit and let questions start and catch yourself shaking your head like an old woman. Because there are the questions and you miss the answers. Why did Mickey do what he did?
That's what I came to ask you about.
And today, this other thing. That man's dying. Mr. Perry. And Mickey in jail. And I thought... Maybe...
Maybe what?
Well, maybe Mickey didn't do it. Maybe whoever disliked that man enough to wreck his shop wasn't satisfied. So he come back and stabbed Mr. Perry.
Your son confessed to it, gave himself up.
Yeah. Look, my son, Mickey...
Yeah?
Well, he wasn't a bad boy. Not mannered, not gentle. He come home with little things that I knew he stole. Once even a car. And he would fight. And once I found a knife, but... Oh, but he loved somebody. So he was a poison. And he could be hurt and could be made happy. And, well, he was my son.
Loved somebody? You mean you?
I suppose he loved me, yeah, but a girl, a young girl. They were going to be married. Too young, but it'd be a happiness for a while. I didn't mind.
What girl?
The girl who worked at that shop, Norma Ford. Mister, will you see Mickey?
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Tell him. Oh, I don't know. Just tell him you saw me and that I'm all right.
And she touched my arm. And the other word she searched for somehow, not there. She turned from me. And I left. Home now, sleep now, long interval of nothing that separates 2 days. So work again. Call headquarters and say you'll be at Juvenile Hall. And go there. And Mickey King is summoned from one detail or another, is brought to you. Where you wait in a clean white room furnished with athletic trophies and steel grating over the windows.
What do you want?
Your mother wanted me to tell you she was all right.
What's this?
I'm Danny Clover, Mickey. I want to talk to you.
For what?
Have you heard about what's happened to Mr. Perry?
Got snicked by a parakeet? What?
He was killed. He was murdered, Mickey.
I'm not even 18. I'm too young for you to talk to me like that. I'm too young.
Who killed him?
Let me tell you about these jails, Mr. Cooper. After our evening meal, after dessert, which consists usually of some fattening morsels such as grape tapioca with walnut and whipped cream, gobs of, they give us an overnight pass.
I know you didn't do it, Mickey. I want your help to
rely on me.
About a week ago, you tore the place apart. Now the man is dead. Just a coincidence?
That's a terrible thing you say about a guy being knocked off like that. Just a coincidence. Respect.
Tell me about Norma.
What about her? You see her? How is she?
She's all right.
When did you see her? She by herself? She look okay? She by herself, mister?
She's going to marry you, isn't she, Mickey?
She by herself?
Your mother told me you and Norma plan to be married.
I'm too young. Going to shake your finger and say, wait till you're through college? What is it with you, mister?
Why did you tear that shop apart, Mickey?
Young mixed-up kid, what do I know?
Because of Norma? Because of the way Perry...
The way he what?
He like Norma? Norma like him, huh?
I try to kick your teeth, and they still can only keep me till I'm 18.
I'm sorry.
What?
I said I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that, Mickey.
You're apologizing to me?
Mm-hmm.
The way he treated Norma. And firing her. That's why I tore the shop apart. Go home.
Why'd you give yourself up?
All right, you listen, I'm going to tell you. I'm a kid, 17 years old. I'm supposed to be getting married, okay?
Go on.
Then I do a kid thing. Bust up a guy's shop. After that, I figure I'm going to get married. I'm going to be a man, so I got to act like one. Do something. Go to Perry and tell him it was me who broke up his shop, man to man. I work. I'm going to pay for the damage, man to man. Real grown up. What did he do? Yells for the cops. So now you can go home.
Hi.
Hello, Norma. This is Detective Muggerman.
Hello.
Hi. Well, I said hi.
Mind if we come in?
Yeah, I don't mind.
I talked to Mickey a little while ago.
Oh?
Mind if we come in?
You found a way. Come on. Leave the door open.
When were you planning to get married, Norma?
Girl's close to secret. I haven't figured it yet.
But soon.
But soon.
How's your father?
Got a card from him today. Dear daughter, how's my little girl? Thanks for cigarettes. And say that mystery book you sent last time was a honey. Take care of yourself, darling. Your old dad. Miss Sweetie. He'll be 62 when he comes out.
Now the boy you're going to marry is in jail.
He's being retained to get rehabilitated.
Looked up your father's record before we came here, Norma.
Why? What'd you do that?
We had to find out something.
What?
Your dad's record, it goes way back. He was in jail at 16. A year earlier than Mickey. Got out, in again.
Tell me
out.
about it. I'm his daughter. I love him. I want to hear all these things you got written down in records about him. Go ahead. Be real proud and tell me.
Have you found another job, Norma? I ask you,
I start tonight.
doing what?
You come on up tonight. The 12 Club. You give me a ticket and I'll give you a dance.
17, that kid.
Doesn't matter anymore, does it, Norma?
Name me a thing that does. Pop, Mickey, me. All of a sudden, I'm going to kick my heels to ticket.
Mickey isn't going to be gone very long, 6 months, 7.
Yeah, I know.
He'll want to marry you when he gets out.
Think so?
He told me.
He's not going to be Mickey when he gets out. Somebody else. He'll stay outside for a while. Then he'll do something.
What are you talking about?
I've seen it happen. So I know what's going to happen. Mickey, he'll stay outside a while. Try to get a job. And then he'll get restless. Then he'll do something big. And then he'll get caught. He'll be older, so now it's a penitentiary.
Like your father.
Yeah, just like my father.
Listen, Norma, you're just a kid.
That's why it's tough for us to believe you murdered a man. Because of your father, Norma?
Because what happened to him, how he turned up, was happening to Mickey.
Mister.
What?
You're waiting for me to say I'm sorry.
Well?
Mickey went to Mr. Perry. Told him he was sorry. Said he'd pay him a little bit a week. Now look.
That's why, I know.
That's why.
How'd it happen?
I went there. Late. I knew the store was going to be open the other night and the new helper gone. I was going to make him sorry he fired me.
Yeah.
First, he didn't know what to do. And he was happy to see me. He did things for me. He made a parakeet out of his hand. He rubbed a puppy against my cheek. Said I looked different. Then he put the puppy down. And I said, wait. And I opened my pocketbook and I took out a knife. He just stared at it, that's all. Even when I stabbed him.
Night leaps down on Broadway. The crowd spills into the streets to embrace it. Laughter swarms out of the shadowed places, and for a time, no despair. Just small shocks and sweet promises. And have a drink on me. For a time. Just for a time. It's Broadway. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Peggy Weber was heard as Norma. Featured in the cast were Leo Cleary, Lamont Johnson, Martha Wentworth, and George Peroni. Bill Anders speaking.
Broadway is My Beat has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Are you reducing tooth decay with Amident ammoniated toothpaste?
Well, answer the man, George.
Of course, Gracie. I use Amident twice a day.
You can smile when you say that.
Yes, it's the Amident Show, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, Dee Benaderet, Hal March, Marvin Miller, Wally Mayer, Harry Lubin, and the Amident Orchestra. For healthy laughter, it's George and Gracie. And for healthier teeth, for fewer cavities, it's Amident toothpaste. As we look in at the Burns home, we find George engaged in his favorite pastime.
Lazy. I want to be lazy. Want to just lie in the sun with no work to be done. Oh, under that awning they call the sky. Stretching in your horn.
Oh, that's beautiful, Sugar Throat.
Isn't that a great song? Mm-hmm. To me, that's one of the greatest things Irving Berlin has ever written.
Why don't you sing that on our radio program again? So you'll get that nice present Irvin Berlin promised you. You could use some new clothes.
Irving Berlin promised me a present?
Don't you remember? The last time you sang it, he sent a telegram and said, "Sing my song again and I will bring suit."
He can afford one with 2 pairs of pants. He's a very rich man. Been writing songs for 35 years.
Oh, how did he make his money?
Selling pickles. Tracy, he just sits in the house and money keeps pouring in.
Well, why doesn't he get the house fixed?
You know, you can make a lot of money composing songs. Do you know that Stardust has made over $1 million?
Really? What did he compose?
He wrote a tune called Hoagie Carmichael. Sometimes I wonder why I spend that lonely hoagie dreaming of a Carmichael. Like it?
Well, the melody isn't much, but those are beautiful
Pretty words, aren't they? You know, Gracie, years ago I started to compose a song. I never finished it.
Well, let's hear it.
Okay. Seeing is believing, that's a story old and true. Don't believe all you hear, you've often heard that too. You, dear, and I, dear, are exceptions to the rule. Dum-da-dum-da-dum-da-dum-da-dum-da-dum. That's the line that always stopped me. I couldn't get the right thing to rhyme with rule.
Oh, maybe I can help you. Let's see now. Does school rhyme with rule?
That's right.
Oh, I think I've got it. You do the last line and I'll do mine.
Okay. You, dear, and I, dear, are exceptions to the rule.
Oh, so look on the bright side while the stars are shining high above, and I'll see you in my dreams after school. Well, too sentimental?
Too short. You, dear, and I, dear, are exceptions to the rule. Yeah.
Come in. Oh, hello, Blanche.
Gracie, I heard George clear outside. If he's got a broken leg, shoot him.
Blanche, I happen to be writing a song.
That's right. George's song will make people forget Berlin.
That'll even drive the Russians out.
Look, girls, go into the other room, will you? I'd like to try and fix up the song. I've always had trouble with the lyrics.
Well, then forget the lyrics. Just write the words.
Yeah, I'll do that. Now go.
Come on, Blanche.
Say, Gracie, I see you had another accident. The fender on your car is folded up like an accordion.
It is? Oh, my goodness. Now, when did I do that? George will kill me.
You don't remember doing it?
No. Oh, why don't automobile companies make their cars with the fenders already dented?
What?
And then when you hit something, it would straighten them out.
Gracie, why don't you send that idea to General Motors?
I did, but I didn't sign my name to the letter.
Good.
3 days later, I got an answer saying, "Gracie, forget it."
They probably recognized your handwriting.
Yeah, the way I dot my E's.
Well, if George sees that fender, he'll dot your I's.
Yeah. You know, he gets awfully upset about my driving, and he shouldn't. It's helped us a lot socially. You know, that's how we met Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. McDonald.
Who are they?
Insurance adjusters. And we've gotten to know Mr. Fredericks very well.
Who's he?
Only the prosecuting attorney. And we'll never meet a sweeter couple than Mr. and Mrs. Davis.
Where'd you meet them?
I drove into the garage one night, and there they were, sitting on my front bumper.
Well, Gracie, you better get that fender fixed before George finds out about it.
Oh, I will, Blanche. I'll tell him I'm going shopping for vegetables, but instead I'll take the car to the garage.
Yeah, well, I'll run along, Gracie. Good luck.
Well, you better say goodbye to George, Blanche. He'll never forgive you.
You, dear, and I, dear, are exceptions to the rule.
George, Blanche is leaving.
Thank her for me.
Thank you, Blanche. Thank you.
Goodbye.
You, dear, and I, dear, are exceptions to the rule.
Dear, I'm going up and change clothes. I've got to go out and get some vegetables.
Good. You, dear, and I, dear, are exceptions to the rule. But you'll change your mind, dear. Come in. I'm in the den.
Sam the tailor at your service.
Just hang Gracie's dress over there, Sam.
My pleasure. By the way, Mr. Boynes, I heard your program last week with Al Jolson.
Isn't that Jolson a great singer?
Oh, magnificent.
How'd you like me, Sam?
If you don't mind, I'd like to keep your business.
Goodbye, Sam. Sam, goodbye. I'm busy.
I'm not leaving till you're noticing something.
What?
I happen to be wearing new shoes.
So what?
These are imported. They were made in England, sold to an exporter, exported to an importer, bought by a wholesaler who sold them to a retailer, who in turn retailed them to me. I can't understand it.
Can't understand what?
How all those people can make a living from shoes that I haven't paid for yet.
Sam, please, I'm writing a song and I'm having a little trouble rhyming the words.
Sir, that's easy. Rhyming is second nature with me. I take a word and piff, puff, poof, I got a rhyme.
Piff, paff, poof.
Poof, yeah.
Yes.
Take the word you. There's true, do, glue, flu, navy blue. Chartreuse.
Hold it. Chartreuse doesn't go with you.
But it goes nice with navy blue.
I'll see you later, Sam.
Okay, Daddy boy.
Goodbye.
Toodle-doodle.
Toodle-doodle.
Goodbye, George. I'm going out to get the vegetables.
Just a minute, Gracie. The vegetable man was here this morning.
Well, the spinach he sold me wasn't ripe. I had to throw it out. It was all green.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye. Hello, Frank. Do you know what happened to me?
Which fender, Mrs. Burns?
Left front. How long will it take?
I'll have a look. Hey, I got good news for you. Your frame is okay.
Well, you don't think George married me for my money, do you?
Hey, what's this bucket of water doing in the front seat?
Oh, don't tell anybody about that, Frank. It was George's idea. You know, I'm a little worried about him.
It was your husband's idea?
Yeah. When I drove to the beauty shop this morning, he told me to be sure and put some water in the car.
No, you see, he meant to put the water in the radiator.
Oh.
You see, if you don't do that, you'll have a cracked block. And that'll make two.
Oh, what?
Nothing. It'll only take about an hour to fix this fender.
Oh, but I can't wait that long. Oh, I've got an idea. I'll go get George, and we'll go to the movie tonight. And then while we're gone, you come by and fix it in our garage.
Okay, Mrs. Burns. I'll be there at 8 o'clock sharp. Oh, before you go, would you like me to look at your tires?
Go ahead, but I don't think you'll enjoy it. When you've seen one, you've seen them all.
Never mind, then. I'll be at your house at 8.
All right, goodbye, Frank.
Gracie, I don't want to go to a movie tonight. I want to stay home and fool around with this song.
But, George, I've already said you'd go. Bill Goodwin's going to pick us up at 7:30 right after dinner.
Well, you should have asked me first. I'm not going.
Oh, please, darling. It'll be just like a second honeymoon.
Second honeymoon?
Well, don't you remember our wedding night? You took me to a movie.
Oh, yeah. I remember that nosy usher.
Oh, you know, it was wonderful. George,
What?
how many women can say that they spent their wedding night with George Burns and William S. Hart?
You can count them on the fingers of one hand.
Mm-hmm. Let's go out and see if we can find that same picture tonight.
Nah, this song is driving me crazy. Why don't you go by yourself?
Well, I can't, George. They won't let me in the movie when I go by myself.
Why not?
Well, I don't know. I've tried hundreds of times, but every time I hand my ticket to the doorman, he tears it up.
Well, I'm staying home tonight.
Oh, but, George, movies are so educational. You can learn lots of things from them. Let's go see Gregory Peck.
What can I learn from Gregory Peck?
Will you be mad if I tell you?
I withdraw the question.
Oh, please, George. We've got to go to a movie. The Mechanic is coming at 8.
What's that?
That's the title of the new picture. The Mechanic is coming at 8.
I've never heard of it. The Mechanic is coming at 8. Sounds like a picture Jessel would produce. Okay, let's go and see it.
Oh, no. You see, it's a foreign picture. We wouldn't understand the dialogue.
Where was it made?
England.
Yeah, well, we speak nothing but Spanish. Well, let's go and see 12 O'Clock High.
Now, I think we'll enjoy it more if we stay sober.
Yeah, well, let's do it.
This is Bill Goodwin, folks. If any member of your family had any cavities last year, I'd like you to listen to this.
For fewer cavities, change your toothpaste.
Yes, for fewer cavities, for less tooth decay, change to an ammoniated toothpaste. Change to Amident toothpaste.
Tell me, Bill, exactly what will Amident do for my family?
Just this. The original Amident formula was subjected to extensive and rigid scientific tests, and here are the results. Better than 4 out of 5 who used Amident reduced tooth decay, and they reduced it by almost 50%. So if your family is like the average, that's what you can expect.
Yes, the discovery of Amident and the ammoniated dentifrices was revolutionary. In fact, the results you just mentioned, Bill, were written up by the leading dental journals in the country. And today, more dentists recommend Amident than any other dentifrice.
You know, I think the most important thing about Amident is how it helps youngsters. Mothers, you owe it to your children to help them prevent unnecessary tooth decay every time they brush their teeth. So please don't delay. Get Amident for your family. A-M-M-I-D-E-N-T.
Amident is available in both toothpaste and tooth powder.
George, at 7 o'clock, Bill Goodwin will be here in a half hour to take us to the movies.
Okay, I'm ready. Seeing is believing, that's a story all and true. By the way, Gracie, dinner was delicious tonight.
Oh, thank you. You know, I was going to serve corn, too, but we ate too early.
7 o'clock is too early to eat corn?
Well, yes, it says right on the can, economy size, should serve between 8 and 10.
I'll take it to the movie and we'll eat it later, yeah. Say, that chocolate dessert was delicious.
Well, I know how you love chocolate. Mm-hmm. You know, you're always saying, put enough chocolate sauce on it and you can eat sawdust.
That's right.
You really can, too.
Gracie, you didn't.
Oh, afraid it'll make you fat.
Yeah,
huh?
That's what I'm afraid. Will you answer the phone, Gracie?
All right.
And close the door.
Hello?
Hello, Gracie. This is Bill Goodwin. I just called to tell you I can't go to the movies with you and George tonight.
Oh, but Bill, we need your car.
Well, I'm sorry, Gracie. I'm at the airport.
My girl is coming in, and her plane will be an hour late.
Oh, but Bill.
Gee, Gracie, if it were any other girl, I'd ditch her for you, but this girl is it, my one and only. For the first time in my life, I'm really in love.
Excuse me, mister. I didn't know this phone booth was occupied.
Oh, that's all right, baby. Come on in. Sit down.
Oh, Bill! Bill!
You comfortable, baby?
Oh, sure, handsome.
What's your name, beautiful?
It's Gracie. It's Doris. No, it isn't. It's Gracie.
Hey, Doris, you're pretty cute.
You shouldn't have done that.
Well, I had to slap you, baby. I'm engaged. Gracie.
Yes, Bill?
I'm sorry about the plane being late. Maybe I can go with you some other time.
Oh, all right, Bill. Goodbye.
Exceptions to the rule.
George,
Yes?
Bill Goodwin can't go to the movies with us.
Well, that's okay. We'll go alone.
All right. Well, we better get started. It's a long way to walk.
Walk? We got a car in the garage, remember?
But, walking is good for you. Look what it's done for my family.
That's why I don't want to walk.
Now, take my sister Bessie. Now, I don't say this because she's my sister, but nobody walks like Bessie.
Nobody is built like Bessie.
You know how some people have a hobby of collecting stamps?
Bessie likes to walk.
Yes. She even goes into department stores and tries to walk up escalators that are coming down.
Nice hobby.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to visit Bessie tomorrow.
Where is she?
Between the second and third floors of the May Company.
I'm still not walking 3 miles to the movies. We're taking our car.
Well, I'll be right back, dear.
Seeing is believing.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Blanche. This is Gracie.
Oh, hello, honey.
Oh, Blanche, I'm in trouble. The mechanic is coming at 8 to fix the car, and I've got to get George out of the house. You and Harry will have to drive us to the movie.
Okay, Gracie. I'll talk Harry into it.
Oh, thanks, Blanche.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Harry, we've got to go to the movies with the Burnses.
Oh, no. I'm not going to a movie with Gracie, Blanche. It's too embarrassing. The last time we walked in, the usher said, "Would you mind sitting down in front?" And she said, "We can't. We bend the other way."
All right. So she's not an Einstein. Look at that hammy husband of hers. He even thinks he can compose music.
Well, maybe he can. Maybe he can. George has got a lot of talent.
Yeah, but it's all in his wife's name.
Oh, no, it isn't.
If you think George Burns is so loaded with talent, name one thing he can do.
Are you kidding?
Well? Well?
Did you ever see him mix a salad?
Get your hat. We're going to the movies.
Oh, no, we're not. For once, I'm going to make the decision. I'm the boss in this house. I'm the breadwinner. And picking up that rolling pin won't make me change my mind. We're going to the movies.
Oh, yeah. Oh. That's better.
Tell him to pick us up.
Oh, no, we got to take our car.
Oh, we can't. I let Harvey down at the office use it. He went to Yuma to get married.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, but Harvey doesn't know it yet.
I got to phone Gracie.
Hello, Hello?
Gracie, this is Blanche. I've got bad news for you. Harry just told me a friend of his took our car to Yuma to get married.
Oh, don't let him kid you, Blanche. Cars do not get married.
No, the friend is getting married.
Oh. Well, I've got to get George out of the house.
Well, bring him over here. We'll play bridge or something.
Oh, okay. Goodbye, Blanche.
Bye.
George, we're not going to a movie tonight.
Good. I can fool around with my song.
Oh, no. We're going next door to the Mortons and play bridge.
Oh, no. I'd rather go to a movie. You even said I could learn things from Gregory Peck.
Oh, I was kidding, George. You've already got Peck's charm and technique. Even your kisses are like Peck's.
I don't understand this. A minute ago, you were begging me to go to a movie.
Well, can't I change my mind?
Believe me, I wish you could. Look, honey, I don't want to play bridge. I love you, but not as a bridge partner.
Well, George, I happen to be very good. Just ask me any question about bridge. Any question at all.
How would you indicate a strong no-trump hand?
Any question at all.
How many cards in a deck?
Keep them coming. Make them tough.
What color is the ace of spades?
Black. You thought I couldn't play
I made
bridge.
a mistake. Look, we're not playing bridge tonight.
If that's a mechanic at the door, he's my dressmaker. She's going to a masquerade.
This I've got to see. Come in.
Hi, George. Hello, Gracie.
Hello.
See, I just dropped by to tell you I can drive you to the movies after all.
Oh, wonderful. Let's go, George.
Say, George, I hope you and Gracie won't mind sitting in the back seat. I've got my fiancée out in the car.
Well, I didn't know you were engaged. Congratulations. Nice girl?
Yeah. Met her in a phone booth at the airport.
Sounds romantic.
We'd love to sit in the back seat, Bill. George can watch you and learn something.
Are you kidding? I know Bill's technique backwards. Just give me 2 beats so I can get started.
All right. 1, 2.
Come here, baby. Let me put my arms around you.
Oh, Mr. Burns, please. I'm a married woman.
Turn your pretty little face up to me and pucker up.
All right.
There you are. That's Bill's technique.
George Burns. Bill Goodwin would never stop there.
You want the rest of it?
Of course.
Okay, you asked for it. Gracie.
Yes, darling.
Are you reducing tooth decay with Amident ammoniated toothpaste? Amident is a grand wake-up toothpaste. It tastes delightful.
Oh, now, wait a minute, George. When a girl has got her face turned up to you with her lips ready and waiting, that's no time to tell her about Amident toothpaste. That's a time for action. Brush her teeth. Let her see for herself how Amident leaves her teeth bright and sparkling, her mouth feeling fresh and clean. She'll learn why more dentists recommend Amident than any other dentifrice.
Well, come on. It's almost 8 o'clock. Let's get to the movie.
Yeah, if we're going to see a picture, let's get going. I promised my girl I'd have her at Ciro's by 11 o'clock.
Relax. The floor show doesn't start until 12.
I know, but she starts parking cars at 11.
Bill, as long as we're using your car, maybe I can have the garage man come over and straighten out my fender.
When did you find out the fender was dented?
When I hit that truck yesterday.
You mean you're the one who bent the fender?
That's right.
Well, the nerve of you, letting me take the blame.
I didn't blame you.
Well, I did.
Tracy.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself bending fenders. That's a woman's job.
Look, will you stop acting giddy?
Well, you may think I'm giddy, but believe me, I'm no fool.
Now, look. You may think I'm giddy, but believe me, I'm no fool. Hey, that line will fit my song.
Well, then what are we waiting for, Sugar Throat? Get to the piano.
Wait a minute. George is going to sing?
Yes.
Well, believe me, I'm no fool either. I'm getting out of here.
Seeing is believing, that's a story old and true. Don't believe all you hear, you've often heard that too. You, dear, and I, dear, are exceptions to the rule. You may think me giddy, but believe me, I'm no fool.
I just wrote that line.
I know I was there when you did it.
Well, have you got a chorus?
I've always had that.
Well, let's hear it.
Oh, I love you, dear, across my heart I do. Do you believe me?
I do.
That's right. Oh, you're the one and only girl I ever told that to. Do you believe me?
I do.
Good. And when things go wrong and skies above are gray instead of blue, you wouldn't have to worry, 'cause I'd know just what to do. I'd get up early mornings and I'd find a job for you. Do you believe me?
Are you kidding? You did.
I did it, Dad, didn't I?
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Wednesday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Harry Lubin in the Amadent Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. Brought to you by the makers of Amadent, the ammoniated toothpaste and tooth powder, recommended by more dentists than any other dentifrice. The George Burns and Gracie Allen program was transcribed in Hollywood, written by Paul Henning, Sid Dorfman, Harvey Helm, and Stanley Shapiro, and produced by William Burns. Now here are our stars.
George, now that you're writing songs, will you write one called the Sidney Schultz Blues?
Sidney Schultz? He's our butcher.
Yeah, I know. Business is bad, and I thought a little publicity might help him.
Good night, folks.
Girls, riddle me this. What shampoo cleans your hair without water?
Silly. There's no such shampoo.
Oh, yes, there is, lady. It's Minipoo, the marvelous new dry shampoo. Restores limp, oily hair to fragrant, shining freshness in only 10 minutes. Minipoo doesn't disturb your wave because it doesn't wet your hair.
This I can use.
Yes, use Minipoo when you have a cold, when time is short, between regular shampoos. Ask for Minipoo. M-I-N-I-P-O-O. Minipoo.
Next Wednesday and every Wednesday, listen to the Amadent Show, starring George and Gracie. Good night.
Stay tuned for Lum and Abner, who follow immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
But Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, George Haven's Secret. The Green Hornet strikes again. Judge Burnley sat in the study of his home, reading intently.
Suddenly, his attention was drawn by the click of the latch on one of the long French windows. He looked up, startled, and found himself staring into the eyes of a sinister figure standing before him.
The Green Hornet. Why do you come here? What do you want? It's after midnight. State your business and get out before I... Put down that gun. If you think you can bluff me, you're mistaken. So, by thunder, I'll have you hunted down and captured if it's the last thing I... Say something. Why have you come?
That's the next three. Petbad, Judge Burnley murdered. Hey, yes, sir. Read all about it. Green Hornet to play jury. Hey, yes, sir. That's the next three. Petbad.
Early the following morning, Gunnigan, city editor of the Daily Sentinel, was talking over the dictaphone to Honora Case, secretary to Britt Reed.
What time do you expect Reed to come in, Miss Case? Noon? Holy mackerel, what do you think we're putting out down here? A circus handbill instead of a daily paper?
I never know what Mr. Reed thinks. You'll have to ask him that.
Good morning, Gunnigan. Complaining about something?
Have you finished, Mr. Gunnigan?
Yeah, just forget the whole thing. I was just asking Miss Case about your Chief.
Asking or telling, Gunnigan? Hi, Reed.
Good morning, Axford.
Axford, I thought I told you to get out of here.
Oh, I started, but I heard that second-handed bawling out you were giving to Reed, so I thought I'd stick around and...
You get outside and hear a bit of good news instead of standing around in here and listening to what's going on.
The way you were shouting, everybody in the city room could hear you.
Now, listen, Chief, I was just about to...
Okay, forget it. Well, now that I'm here, what do you want to see me about?
It's about that murder. Judge Burnley, you know.
Judge Burnley? Oh, I didn't know. I went to bed early and haven't heard any of the news.
Holy crow, Reed. We got a scoop on it, and already got out an extra.
That's right, Chief.
Sure. Burnley was murdered sometime after midnight by the Green Hornet.
By the Green Hornet?
Yeah, the Hornet was the killer, all right.
Well, how do they know that?
Easy. The brazen Spalpeen let the Hornet seal at the scene of the crime, Reed. That he did.
I see.
The authorities are really out to get the Hornet this time, Chief. I got to have a scorching editorial for the next edition, so you better get right on it.
Yes, of course, Gunnigan. How was Burnley killed, actually?
He was shot down right in his own study, Reed.
Who called the police?
Mrs. Burnley. She and the butler were waked up by the shot and went into the study together. Then she called the cops. I went along with Sergeant Burke and the homicide squad, and the first thing we found was the Hornet seal stuck on the judge's desk.
The Hornet sure stuck his neck out that time, Chief. The cops won't let up this time. This is murder.
I agree with you, Gunnigan. The killer did stick his neck out a long way. And something tells me the hunt will go on until he's caught. That's the way I feel about it.
Good, and believe me, it'll be a headline news when he is caught, too.
Yes, Gunnigan, I'm sure it will. I'll be more pleased than you think when we can headline the news that Judge Burnley's murder has really been solved. That afternoon, Miss Case entered Britt Reed's office.
I have all the data you wanted on those two city officials, John Webb and George Haven, Mr. Reed.
Oh, yes. I want to go through it again, Miss Case. Just put it all on my desk.
Yes, sir. I suppose the investigation in which Webb and Haven were involved will be dropped, or at least delayed, since Judge Burnley's been murdered.
Delayed, perhaps, but certainly not dropped in this case.
But night before last, Webb committed suicide, and as I understand it, the judge was sort of a one-man grand jury investigating the graft charges against the two officials.
I know.
And Haven is such an important figure, I doubt that anyone outside of Judge Burnley would take the job of investigating him.
Oh, I don't know about that. The Sentinel has been pushing for that investigation for weeks. And we won't stop now.
In that case, the city will be forced to put somebody else on the case.
Well, that's what we're hoping. Well, I guess I'll take these papers along home with me and look them over tonight.
Oh, is there anything else you want me to do before you leave?
No, I might as well call it a day, Miss Case. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night, Miss Case. Britt Reed left his office and went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. Britt looked through the data on the two city officials then called Cato into the den for a discussion. Cato, I suppose you read the headlines about Judge Burnley's murder.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. It say Green Hornet killed Judge. I wonder why you not mention it when you first arrived tonight.
I wanted to check through these papers first, Cato. Fresh in my mind are some facts concerning the past lives of Webb and Haven.
Webb? Was he the same man who committed suicide night before last?
Yes. According to the papers.
Well, you think it's not suicide, perhaps?
Cato, I was waiting for further developments before I talked it over with you. But matters took a turn I didn't expect.
Well, I not understand, Mr. Britt.
You will when you hear what I'm going to tell you. The day before yesterday, I was in my office giving dictation of this case when the phone rang. I'll take it, Miss Case. Hello?
This is Mr. Britt Reed?
Yes, this is Britt Reed speaking.
This is John Webb, Mr. Reed.
John Webb? Oh, yes.
I know you must be surprised to have me call you, but... Well, I decided it was the best thing to do.
I guess I don't quite get the point, Mr. Webb. Why would you call me?
Your paper, the Daily Sentinel, has been pressing for an investigation against myself and George Haven. The investigation, as you well know, is underway.
Well,
Mr. Reed, believe me, I welcome that investigation. It'll clear my conscience regardless of the outcome. I was advised to do the things I've done in office, and though I can be blamed for being so gullible, I'm glad to say I'm strong enough to take the consequences.
I see. But that still doesn't explain why you phoned me, Mr. Webb.
I've called you because I know that you, through your paper, fight for what's right. I know that you give the news fairly and without prejudice. So I want you to have my story.
You mean you want to give me the story?
As a favor to me, I'd like you to come out to my place on Crosby Street. I feel that if you come in person and alone, you'll give me some frank advice in exchange for the full story of what's taken place since I've held office. I intend to give you facts and names to print in the Sentinel. I know then that the public will get a true, unbiased story. After talking to you, I intend to go straight to Judge Burton. Will you come?
Of course. What time, Mr. Webb?
Tonight at 8. I'll be home alone. Just come right in. I'll be waiting for you. Bye.
Bye.
I heard you mention the name Webb. Is he the same?
That was John Webb in this case. One of the men who are being investigated. Tonight he's going to give me a detailed story.
When you go to see Mr. Webb, did he act like he might later take his own life, Mr. Britt?
Cato, I went to Webb's home at 8. I went in as he directed. He was sitting at a desk in the study. He was already dead.
Dead? Then you one who phoned police, maybe?
No. He had a bullet wound in his head, held a gun in his hand, and there was a suicide note before him on the desk.
Well, that Webb's idea of giving you a story for a Sentinel, perhaps.
Cato, things didn't jibe in my mind. I felt that Webb really wanted to talk to me. I decided he'd been murdered. And then the killer fixed things so it would seem like suicide. In fact, I felt so sure I was right that I wanted the police to see that it was murder.
But they find Webb...
Now, wait a minute. I had a small box of Hornet seals in the secret pocket of my coat. I made a quick decision. Took the gun and the note, left the Hornet seal in front of him on the desk, and hurried out to my car.
Well, you want police to think Hornet killed Webb?
Only until I had a chance to hunt down the real killer. He'd know his plan hadn't worked, and he'd be sure to tip his hand.
What happened next, Mr. Britt?
Well, it'd been necessary to park my car quite a distance down the block from Webb's place. I had a small coupe. I got in. It was cold, and the motor wouldn't start right away. But finally, I got it started. And as I drove toward Webb's home up the street, I saw someone run out of Webb's, hop into a waiting car, and leave in a hurry.
You tried to follow?
No, it would have been useless. I stopped. Went back into Webb's home. And what do you think I found?
What?
Someone had placed another gun in Webb's hand, left another suicide note, and had taken the Hornet seal I'd left.
The man who killed Webb, plenty smart, and most dangerous, Mr. Britt.
You're telling me. I barely entered that study for a second time when I heard the police sirens. So I had to get out in double-quick time. Consequently, they pronounced Webb a suicide, as the killer had intended.
Well, Mr. Britt.
Yes?
Killer of Judge Burnley must be the same one who killed Webb and take Hornet seal.
Exactly. He must have posed as the Hornet and sneaked in on the judge, just in case he didn't die instantly. Then he left that authentic Hornet seal after the killing.
Killer must have found out Webb intended to tell everything.
Yes. I don't know how he did find out. But he knew if Webb were found as a suicide, it would seem as though he were the guilty man. And the investigation would be dropped.
Why he killed Judge Burnley, then?
Because Burnley gave out a statement after Webb's death that the investigation would continue. Cato,
Only 2 men were involved in the investigation.
Will you suspect Haven of being killer, maybe?
Hard to say. It would be only a guess, and it would be hard to prove, but...
Axford coming in.
We're in the den, Axford.
Sitting there like you didn't have a care in the world. That's the life.
Where do you sit on most of your afternoons, Axford?
Who, me? I'll have you know, Reed, I don't waste my time sitting around at all. Why, yesterday afternoon, for instance, I went in to ask Casey where you were. She said you went out and that you were going to see John Webb later for an interview.
Well?
Well, did I sit down and twiddle my thumbs? Not on your life. I went over to Haven's office, that I did.
To Haven's office? Well, what for?
Well, I thought if you got an interview from Webb and I got one from Haven, we could print them side by side. But both of us got stung, Reed.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, you probably got the Webbs while the cops were there, and with him already dead, you didn't get that interview. And when Haven's secretary told him I wanted to see him because Webb was going to talk to you, he told her to tell me to get out. So I got. And no interview either.
You told Haven Webb was going to see me?
Sure, but it didn't do any good. Well, I'm going to grab a bite and go on down to cops' headquarters.
Well, Mr. Britt, if Haven knew...
Yes, Cato. Haven knew Webb was going to talk.
Then Haven must be killer.
Yes, but we'll have to get proof. And what's more, there's something else, Cato. Something even more serious at the moment.
What's that?
Haven knew Webb was going to talk to me that night. If he were watching, he must know that I left that Hornet seal. He must realize that Britt Reed is the Green Hornet.
It not good to wait. Must do something before Haven make move that expose identity of Hornet.
You're right, Cato. It's too risky to wait.
What you do, Mr. Britt?
Make the first move against George Haven. Let's go.
Meanwhile, George Haven paced the rug in the luxurious office he had set up in his home. Haven was a large man, aggressive and fearless. His deep-set eyes, prominent jaw, and deep, husky voice never failed to hold the attention of Ken Fabian, his confidential secretary, who sat listening to Haven's fast-flowing words.
They thought they had me back to the wall, did they? I'll have to say about that, Fabian.
I'm sure you will, Mr. Haven.
Go on. Fabian, you mentioned a while ago that I took a great risk when I used the Green Hornet disguise on a certain occasion.
Oh, yes, sir. I've heard that the real Green Hornet relentlessly hunts down those who use his disguise to cover up, misdeeds.
So you think I might be a danger from the Hornet, eh, Fabian?
Well, sir, I have thought that he might try...
Suppose I told you that the Green Hornet has much more to fear from me than I have from him.
In what way, Mr. Haven?
Because I know the true identity of the Green Hornet.
You know who the Hornet really is?
Exactly.
Well, who is it, Mr. Haven? Is he anyone I know?
Curious, huh? Well, your curiosity will have to go unsatisfied for a while, Fabian. I'm keeping the information to myself.
Yes, sir. But why don't you tell the police? Then you have nothing to fear from the Hornet. And besides, there's a big reward for his capture. $25,000.
Fabian, I know who he is, but right now I can't prove it. Furthermore, if I told how I found out who he is, I'd involve myself in a certain crime.
Well, aren't you going to use that knowledge at all, sir?
Well, it will be to my advantage. Fabian, you're going to help me lay a trap for the man I know to be the Green Hornet.
Oh, but Mr. Haven, I'm sure there's nothing I could do to help. And, well, the Green Hornet is dangerous, sir. I don't...
Fabian, you're supposed to be working for me. When I tell you you're going to do something, you're going to do it, you understand?
Yes. Yes, sir. What is it you want me to do?
First, you phone the Continental Press. Tell them I've been threatened by the Hornet. They'll put the news on the wires, and within 10 minutes, it'll be on the radio station. Then you'll phone the police. Have them come out here. Meet them at the door and take them upstairs to your rooms in the east wing of this house. From your windows, you can look right down into that window there, in front of which I have my desk.
But don't you want them to surround the house in case...
That's what I don't want them to do. The Hornet will hear the broadcast. He'll try to get to me, knowing it's some sort of a trick.
You really think he'll come here?
Yes, that's exactly what I plan on. He may come as the Hornet, or he may find an excuse to come without his disguise. I'll get the drop on him, wave my arm as a signal. Then you can bring the police to this office.
But if he doesn't come in disguise...
I happen to know he carries the Hornet seals with him when he's not in disguise. I'll accuse him. The police can search him. They'll find proof enough. Now get busy on the phone. The Hornet may be smart, but he's not smart enough for George Haven.
What you plan to do when you meet Haven, Mr. Britt?
I still have the printed suicide note I took from Webb's desk. I hope to force Haven to print something. That would be for police comparison. And then to get him to disclose the whereabouts of the weapon he used to kill Judge Burnley. After that, I'll leave the evidence, put him out with a gas gun, and leave him for the police.
But if he tell police he thinks you Green Hornet...
If he's proven to be the killer, they wouldn't believe him, especially since he has no proof. I'll have to take that chance even though I... Listen.
Calling car 32. Calling car 32. Proceed to residence of George Haven, Linden and Pine Streets. Meet car from headquarters there. Watch for Green Hornet.
Police go to Haven's.
Wait.
Car from headquarters now proceeding to Linden and Pine. Keep lookout for Green Hornet. That is all.
Well, how Haven know we go there?
He had no way of knowing, of course. It's a trick, he knows the Hornet would be tuned in to hear any broadcast.
Well, maybe he intends to tell police who he thinks is Green Hornet.
Maybe. We'll go there anyway and be ready for a trap. Step on it.
A short time later, parked in the shadows nearby, Britt Reed and Cato sat in the back Black Beauty and watched as the police went into Haven's home. Then, moving silently, the sinister figure of the Green Hornet and his helper soon reached the long French windows of Haven's study. With cautious movements, Britt turned the handle slowly.
It's unlocked. He's making everything easy for me. Wait here. Good evening, Haven.
The Green Hornet. I was expecting you to pay me a visit tonight.
Really?
Pardon me for not rising. In this case, I couldn't be expected to show that courtesy.
Courtesy isn't to be expected of a killer, Haven.
That's a strong word for a man like you to use, Hornet.
Maybe. But, I happen to know you did kill Webb and also Judge Burnley.
Even if you had such knowledge, you couldn't use it without disclosing your identity.
What makes you think that?
Only one man would be in a position to know whether Webb really committed suicide or was murdered. Britt Reed of the Sentinel had an engagement with Webb at 8 o'clock.
Well?
Let's stop beating around the bush on it. You're accusing me of murder, but you can't prove it. I accuse you of being Britt Reed, but so far I can't prove that.
So you think I'm Britt Reed, eh?
I'm smart enough to know you are.
Assuming you might be right, what do you intend to do about it?
Get you out of my hair once and for all. As Britt Reed, you've done me a lot of harm through your paper. As a Green Hornet, you come in handy. So far. But it's time to get both Reed and the Hornet out of the way.
Well?
You've walked into a trap, Hornet. The window just behind me faces the east wing of this house. There's some other windows in that wing. The police are watching. They see me sitting here.
So that's it?
Yes. I have a gun here in my hand. When I wave my arm, they'll rush down here. In case you get away, which you won't, I printed a note in that envelope there telling the police you were Britt Reed. I'll send that anonymously through the mail. And with their suspicions aroused, they'll hound you till they get proof. If they don't get you now.
Wait a minute, Haven. Suppose I tell you I came here to make a deal.
What kind of a deal?
All the evidence against you and Webb was in Judge Barnley's files, right?
Yes, but
The Green Hornet has ways of getting things. Suppose I tell you further that the papers here in my pocket might be that evidence.
Let me see those papers.
If I come there by the desk, the police will see me. Come here and look at them. If you don't believe I have that evidence...
Without out of the way, they'll have to drop the case. Let me see the papers.
Take a close look, Haven.
We'll make a deal if it... Hold on. Those papers are blank. Give me that gun. Let go. There.
Now I've got your gun. And it must be the same one with which you killed Burnley. I will take that note you printed.
Wait. What are you going to do?
If the police get these, they can prove by ballistics that you shot Burnley. And the printing on this note will match with the suicide note you left with Webb. I can gas you and leave these bits of evidence here. The gun has your initials and fingerprints on it.
But you wouldn't dare leave that note saying that Britt Reed's the Hornet.
They wouldn't believe a killer, and Britt Reed could explain. But, on second thought, I won't have to leave it. I have the first suicide note you left with Webb. I'll leave that. Now, to give you a bit of gas.
No, I won't let you. I'd be disgraced, sir.
What are you doing? Wait!
I beat you, Hornet. I had a deadly poison tablet for an emergency. You can't hurt me now.
What happened? What did he do? He's committed suicide, kiddo. I'll leave the suicide note in the gun. Also a note saying Haven killed Burnley. Then they can get the proof from the gun. I'll sit at his desk and fix these things. There. Now I'll wave my arm.
Why do you do that?
The police are watching from windows across the way. That was to be the signal. Let's get away from here. Quick.
Golly, Reed, it was sure lucky you came back here tonight. You got in on the big news.
Expert got me to drive him over here. Believe me, Mr. Reed, it is big news.
Okay, it's big news. So what?
Well, at least it clears up the Burnley murder case.
That it does, Reed. Imagine, there we are waiting for Haven's signal. All of a sudden we see him get up and leave his desk. Then a figure that looked like the Hornet sat down at the desk and gave the signal. Was Sarge upset?
Upset, you say? Imagine how we felt when we found Haven lying there, dead from poison, and a suicide note beside him.
Sure, and another note saying Haven was the killer of Burnley. The gun we found there proved to be the same one Burnley was shot with. And it was Haven's gun.
And it wasn't just a trick of the Hornet? Not on your life. When we found out Haven was the killer, we grilled his secretary, that guy Fabian. He squealed that Haven also murdered Webb and made it look like suicide. We booked him as an accessory.
Reed, the amazing thing is, Fabian said Haven knew the identity of the Green Hornet.
Really?
Too bad he died before he could tell who he thought it was.
Yes, isn't it? If I'd been the Hornet and thought Haven knew my identity, I'd have been very much worried.
Listen to him. Reed, even if you wasn't the Hornet, and you thought somebody was going to accuse you of being him, you'd go to pieces, that you would.
Mr. Reed, if anyone accused you, I'd resign my job.
Oh, I guess you're safe in your job for a while yet, Sergeant Burke.
For a while yet, he says. Imagine Reed being the Green Hornet. Ain't that a joke? What a sense of humor that guy has, eh, Sarge? Reed, you slammy.
Popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hello,
the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early days of the western United States. His strength and courage were always on the side of right against might. No man could match his daring and resourcefulness. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young, and the Lone Ranger was fighting the greatest battle of his entire career. In a wild and isolated valley near the Rio Grande were camped the remaining members of the outlaw bands that had once terrorized the whole district. Formerly, they had answered to the commands of a dozen leaders, but now they were united into a single force under the outlaw known as Pawnee Pete. One morning, a horseman raced to the camp, dismounted, and delivered a message to Pete. Pete scowled and...
The boss says we're to leave Cantor in Arizona Lawson to him to handle, eh?
Those are orders, Pete.
And he's got the crest to think we're going on taking his orders?
Ain't you?
Stub, when you go back, tell him I sent him a message.
Yeah?
Tell him we've decided if we'd quit taking his orders a long time ago, we'd be better off today. Tell him when he thinks of sending more orders just to think back to Turk and Red and Laramie and all the others. They took his orders, and every one of them's been hanged.
It wasn't his fault.
We know whose fault it was.
Now, look, Pete, act sensible. You say to tell him to remember Turk and the boys. Well, why don't you try and remember all the cash you've made for the past year following the boss's orders?
That was back a while.
Just the same.
How much cash we made since Graham sent for the Lone Ranger? How much cash we made since that redskin in Arizona started butting in?
It wasn't anything any of us could have helped.
No. All right, Stub. I'll make you a proposition.
What do you mean, Pete?
The boss has always sent his orders through you.
Uh-huh.
You was the one rounded all of us up in the first place. We ain't never seen the boss. We don't know where he is. We don't know his name. We ain't never even heard his voice. You're the only one of us that knows a thing about him.
That was what you all agreed to. None of you was ever to ask who he was.
That was before the trouble started. I'll tell you what we'll do. Take us to him. Let us meet him face to face. We'll hear what he has to say and his reasons for it. If we agree he knows what he's doing, we'll keep on taking his orders. But if we don't, well, we'll tell him straight out we're finished with him.
Sorry, Pete. Can't be done.
Yeah.
I mean it, Pete. You know what would happen to me if I went to the boss with any such proposition?
What?
If he had me horsewhipped, that's the least I could expect.
That kind of a fella, huh?
Right.
And what I said afore stands.
What have you fellas got in mind?
We're getting to the bottom of this trouble.
Yeah?
We're going to start from the Rio and work north.
Huh?
We're going to search out every place a man could camp or hide. We're going to find Tonto in Arizona. And when we do, we're drilling them in their tracks.
Shut up. Quiet. You'll make enough racket to tell everybody in the county where we camp. Now, you keep still. Well, Tonto, you look as though you've been doing some real deep thinking. What's wrong?
You think a masked friend.
Still trying to puzzle out what he's up to?
Huh.
Well, you're just wasting your time. I give up trying quite a spell ago. If he don't want us to see him, I reckon he's got his reasons. And if they satisfy him, why, they're all right with me. So let's start thinking about something we can help.
What's that?
How to round up the rest of them crooks in the hills.
That's plenty hard.
It's been hard, but it's going to get harder. Those armories know by this time
Either they got to finish us off, or they're going to be finished themselves. I got a hunch the trial they made for us across the border ain't going to be a patch in what'll come next. That's why I say we shouldn't go near Graham's place. They'll be looking for us to get in touch with them. They'll be laying for us. Thing for us to do is to stay camped here in the hills till we figure out our next move.
That's right.
Oh, gone, you wolf. Can't you keep still for just one little bit? Yep, Tonto, I say that we... Wolf, what in the world? Run for it, Tonto. Come on, run for your life. Get up there. Get away.
Stand off, give us away.
Shut up. Got away from us this time, but they won't the next. Fine. You and Rich go back and get the horses. Them two won't get away from us now.
I think we gave them the slip.
You look.
What?
Look there.
They're still on our trail. Come on, cut over west. Get them all, Tonto, wait.
What matter?
We can't. Look there. There's some of them there, too.
There are others.
Oh, gone, there must be 50 of them. And the only way we can go is south. Tonto, if you want to live to see the masked man again, you better keep Scouter moving. Get up.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up, fella. Come on. After him, fellas, after him. We've got him on the run.
My horse. He ain't going to stand it take much longer, Tonto. He's just about all fagged out.
Them still close. Get him up, Scout.
Get up. Ain't there someplace we can stop, make a stand? Can't go much farther.
Tell me no place.
How far away?
About 3 miles now.
How far are them crooks behind us?
About a mile, maybe.
And come on, Tonto. I'll do my best. But the way this horse is tired, maybe before we get there, Scout will have to carry double.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Come on, boy. Get up. Get up.
Oh, Scout.
Oh, there. Well, we made it. Kind of a dead-end canyon, huh? Well, we could have found a worse place. Can't get at us except where we rode in. But we can hold them off there, all right. As long as our bullets last. How about water? There's spring or anything here?
There's no spring.
Have to get by with what water we're carrying in the canteens, huh? Grub?
No grub.
How you fixed for bullets? My belt's just about loaded full yet.
You got plenty for a while.
No grub. Doggone little water. And one belt of bullets apiece. Well, Tonto, this is just about the toughest spot you and me ever got in. But there's one thing sure.
What's that?
Maybe the whole bunch will try to get us. But by the time they do, by thunder, we'll see to it there's doggone few of them left. There they are behind them rocks, Tonto. Pour into them now. Come on. Come and get us, you yellow polecats. Come and get us.
Get out of the saddle, fellas. Hold up in that canyon. Find yourselves cover. We're going to blast them out or starve them.
In the meantime, miles to the north, Graham stood on the porch of his ranch house, and his foreman reined up before him.
Oh, there, fella. Oh. Dan, did you find out anything?
Sorry, but them fellas just came to be swallowed up. Found an old camp of theirs, but I couldn't follow the sign. I don't know what's become of them.
Why didn't they get in touch with me?
Why don't let me know what they're doing?
I don't know, boss.
Dan, do you think there's a chance any of the boys have got on their trail?
I don't think so, boss. Met Lefty and Bill, and they didn't have as much luck as I had. They met Tim, and he hadn't got this thing. They was all going to hunt a little longer, but I figured it wasn't no use. Thought I'd better get back and tell you.
Yes, Dan, thanks.
Of course, if there's anything more I can do...
There's nothing, I guess.
You see, boss, me and the boys, we kind of like Arizona and that engine. If anything's happened to them...
I'm sure they can take care of themselves. Only, it's just that, well, after all, 2 weeks have gone by without word from them. And that's never happened before. I simply can't explain it.
What do you do?
The only thing I can do, Dan, wait. Lesty's back. Tim is back. Bill's back. Why don't I get word from Arizona and Tonto? What's happened? Why can't they be found?
Any word yet, boss?
Nothing.
Boss, I'm afraid...
Dan, don't say it. I won't give up hope until I know they're dead.
Boss! Ah, boss, wake up! Wake up!
That's you, Dan?
Open up!
What is it, Dan?
Oh, you're dressed. I thought you weren't up yet. Come on. Come on around the corner of the house here.
Dan, what is it?
I'll show you.
But can't you
You
tell
know
me?
better than I do. Don't want to say anything so you can see for yourself.
In the name of heaven, Dan, see what?
There. Look at that hombre coming from the south. Ain't
Where?
that the...
The padre from the mission.
I thought so.
He's supposed to be with the Lone Ranger.
Uh-huh. That's why I figured if he was coming here, it must be something important.
He may have a message.
The masked man, you mean?
Yes. And the masked man may know what's become of Cantor in Arizona.
Hello there.
Buenos dias.
Look at his horse, Mr. Graham. He's coming right for a distance.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Padre, you're welcome to my ranch.
Gracias.
Have you come
Senor, I have a message from the Lone Ranger.
The masked man.
Where is he? Is he well? Will he soon return?
That it has been forbidden me to say, senor.
But can't you tell
the
me?
word I bring you concerns Arizona and Tonto.
You know where they are, Padre?
See,
Why haven't they shown themselves?
they cannot.
But can't you tell me?
They are in the most great danger.
What do you
And
mean?
if they do not receive aid soon, senor, they will die.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. 3 days had passed since the afternoon on which Tonto and Arizona had taken refuge in a small canyon. Outside, the outlaws, under the leadership of Pawnee Pete, had made camp, and finding it impossible to storm the canyon, had contented themselves by laying siege to it. Arizona and Tonto found hope of escape gradually fading away.
That sent the skunk to cover, Tonto. Ain't as bold as they was, sneaking up here. Tonto.
What matter?
You think you could spare another sip out of that canteen? Of course, I know ain't much left, but just a little sip.
Oh, we save water.
Tonto, my throat and mouth so dry, I can feel my tongue swelling.
How bullets?
Huh? I got 8 left. Oh, wait. Forgot about them 2 I just fired. That leaves 6. Yeah, I reckon I better load up again. How many you got?
Me got twice 10.
6 and 20. 26. Well, how's a good way to put it, Tonto? Would you say we were just about 2 drinks of water and 26 bullets from going west in a blaze of glory?
Maybe we get way.
How?
Me not know.
Nope, neither do I. But I ain't afeard to face it, Tonto. If I have to go...
What you think?
Let it be like this. With a gun in my hand and my boots on.
How them 2 jets in there fell on this long, I don't know. But we'll get him. We'll finish him off if we have to stay here until winter.
At the same time, in the town of Spanish Flats, two men drew up on foam-flecked horses before the office of the sheriff.
Dan, stay with the horses. I'll be out as quick as I can. Sheriff. Sheriff, this time you're going to listen to me. You're not going to dodge and squirm and think of excuses. Ever since you've been in office, you've been afraid to go after the outlaws that have made the law in this county a joke. Well, now there's going to be a showdown.
What's that off all this?
I told you I hadn't seen Tonto in Arizona for weeks.
Now, look, Graham. I've searched everywhere for them two, and so have my deputies.
They've been found.
What?
And if they aren't rescued shortly, they won't live to tell the story.
Hey, where are they? How'd you find them?
I didn't. The padre from the mission was at my place. The Lone Ranger had sent him.
The Lone Ranger?
Tonto and Arizona are in a small canyon about 5 miles this side of the Rio, holding off every outlaw in the district.
They're cornered?
Yes.
And you know how to reach them?
If we can go there in force and start at once, I'll take you there. You'll go?
Why, doggone you, Graham. Didn't Tonto and Arizona save my life when I thought I was done for once?
I know that.
Didn't they come here and do my job for me and try to give me the credit?
Yes.
Ain't them two hombres worth any dozen other gents in this county? Bet I'll go.
You'll need help.
I'll round up every man in town able to carry a gun.
Then hurry.
Hurry? Just stay out of my way. You start the other end of town, and I'll take this one. Any man can handle irons that don't want to come, drag him out by his ear.
Right.
Get going.
Get up, Tom. Get up there, boy.
Get up. Get up. Hi. Hi, everybody. Saddle up and load up your guns. Hi, we got a job of work to do.
Quiet, everybody. Everybody out to get a ride. We're heading for the Rio. Climb your hardware and come a running. Let's go. Come on. All right, fellas, let's go.
Here's our chance to clean up them crooks once and for all. We're riding to save Tonto. We'll give them skunks what for. Well, what's holding us up? Let's get started. Everybody ready? And Graham, you take the lead. All right, fellas. Make dust for the hill. This way. Come on. Get up.
From directly overhead, the sun, burning hot, poured its searing rays into the canyon where Tonto and Arizona lay. Arizona, who had been keeping watch from between two heaped piles of stones, now turned and crawled painfully toward the place where Tonto was dozing. Reaching the Indian, he put a hand upon his shoulder.
Tonto, you sleep, Tonto?
Huh? Let me wake.
I wanted to let you sleep longer, Tonto. I just couldn't hold out no longer. Just couldn't. Tonto, I almost wish I was dead.
Things plenty bad.
You think you're strong enough to stand watch for a bit, Tonto? I'd try to give me a nap.
Tonto, do it.
Oh, you're a real pard fella. If I just had some water.
Water all gone.
I know.
You have trouble?
With the gang? Oh, they don't come near no more. I reckon they found out we ain't got any water or grub left. So they figure they won't have to do nothing but wait. I'm afraid they're right. Tonto, you think we're going to get out of this?
Me not know.
Think the masked man or anybody will find out where we are and send help?
This hard place find.
1,000 miles from nowhere, seems like. Maybe we just better give up.
What you mean?
Wouldn't it be better than dying for lack of water? Wouldn't it be better than going on hour after hour, feeling the sun drying you out and your tongue get thick and... Oh, Tonto, I'm just about half crazy.
You not crazy?
I am, Tonto. Oh, I'm a yellow coward. It ain't dying that I'm afraid of. It ain't bullets or fighting or getting wounded. But don't you savvy, Tonto? I just can't stand this boiling death under that sun there without being able to raise a hand or stir a step to get back at the skunks that are keeping us here. Tonto, I can't stand it. I've got to do something.
Help come.
It won't ever come.
It come now.
Ain't no use trying to talk to me, Tonto. I just can't hope no longer. I can't.
Help come now.
It's too late.
Look there.
What?
Look up trail. Look there by cliff.
Horsemen. Tonto, am I seeing things, Tonto? Is that really horsemen coming over that trail?
It's help, all right.
Oh, thank heavens, Tonto. Thank heavens.
I seen Arizona stick his head over them stones they got piled there. He looked like he was ready to keel over. Shaking his fist at me. It's a doggone week he could hardly stand on his feet. Then he crawled back and...
Look there.
What is it?
The sheriff and the posse.
What's the...
Somehow they found where we are. They come to get Arizona and Tonto.
Wait a second. They can't have seen us yet.
But what are you...
Shut up. They ain't seen us. And if they ain't, we'll fix as soon as they don't until it's too late. Bat, Pug, come here. I got a job for you to do.
They're coming, Tonto. Still coming. Look at them pile around that cliff up there. I've counted almost 30 already. They know the whole gang of outlaws are here. They know what they're up against.
That's right.
Wait.
What you see?
A gang. Peach bunch. What are they up to, anyhow?
Them try hide.
Yeah. Looks like they're all taking cover over in that brush. And I don't see... shots. And those shots was fired at the sheriff. But the shots come from over there. They didn't come from where all them fellas are hiding. Tonto, they're going to trick the posse. Look. The posse will think them crooks are all bunched behind that hill to the right. They'll head for that hill, and just at the right moment, that gang will open up on them. They'll be wiped out.
That's right.
But what do? We've got to stop it. They'll be riding right into a trap.
No good calling. Them two not here.
Too far away. But they've got to know where them crooks are hiding. Tonto, we can't let them get killed on our account.
And what we do?
Tonto, I told you I weren't afraid of dying, didn't I?
You know you speak true.
I'm going to prove I did.
How that?
There's just one way to save them fellas that come here to save us.
How do it?
Get aboard my horse. Ride out of here. Right into the brush where them crooks have hid themselves. And make them show they're there.
That's a good idea.
I'm kind of weak, Tonto. You help me get into the saddle? Thanks.
And me go, too.
Now, look here.
You not stop, Tonto. Here, Scout.
Here, boy. Tonto, you should...
You risk life. Tonto, risk life. Here. You get in the saddle.
Now, take it easy, fellas. Don't anybody get rambunctious and try to get ahead of the rest of us. Just keep your horses to a walk.
All right, you give the orders, Sheriff.
That hill is where them shots come from.
I saw the flashes.
So did I. There's no way to circle it, so we'll just ride slow till we get close enough. Then when I call out, go into a gallop and top that hill so fast nothing can stop you. All right. Shoot to kill. Clean them out. Then we can get Tonto and Arizona. If they're still alive.
If they aren't, Sheriff, I'll never forgive myself. They came to this district because I asked them.
And to do the work we was too yaller to do. All right, boys. Keep your eyes peeled. We'll be letting loose in a second. I'll give the word. No. Come on, Will.
Hold on.
What?
Behind us and over there to the left.
That's Tonto and Arizona.
And it looks like the whole gang. They were waiting there to ambush us, and Tonto gave them away. Back, men, back. Ride before Tonto and Arizona are killed. At them, men.
Warned of the trap that awaited them by the courageous acts of Tonto and Arizona, the posse with Graham and the sheriff turned their mounts and rode toward the brush-covered hillside where the outlaws were hiding. The sheriff, firing as he rode, urged his men on.
Here's our chance to line up the whole gang. Give it to them, fellas. Come on, blast them with glory.
They knocked Tonto and Arizona from the saddle. Pay those coyotes back.
Take that.
There's Pete. Drill him.
Keep your guns hot, boys.
Well, let's come. We've got him. Don't let him get away.
Let him have it.
Although the outlaws, knowing that defeat meant hanging, fought desperately, they also fought on foot. The forces of the law were mounted, and finally seeing that further resistance was useless, Pawnee Pete threw down his gun.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! We give up!
Men, hold your fire!
You sneaking killers. We oughtn't to let you give up. We ought to give you just what you give Arizona and Tonto. You drilled them.
We ain't that easy done for, Sheriff.
But we saw you fall from your saddles.
We not hurt.
Fall from our saddles? Sure. Well, we had a couple of good reasons. One was we was up against odds we couldn't face by ourselves. And if we made it look as if they'd already got us, they'd leave us alone.
Well, I'll be doggone.
And the other, Sheriff, Well, maybe we didn't have no choice. I reckon if you had gone without food or water for as long as we did, you'd have had trouble hanging on yourself.
Then you're all right?
Everything considered, yeah.
And the Lone Ranger sent us here in time. We've captured the last of these hoodlums, and our work is done.
Not quite, Graham.
No?
You forgot the one fellow that's been behind them all the time, scheming their crookedness, keeping himself secret.
I know.
Well, that army's turn is coming, Graham. And you can believe me, it won't be long.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Crime doesn't stand a chance against Dick Tracy. Up next.
This is Dick Tracy on the case of the Low Hijack. Stand by for action. Let's go, men.
Yes, it's Dick Tracy, protector of law and order.
Before we listen to today's Dick Tracy adventure, I'd like to talk for a minute and 10 seconds about one of the greatest figures in baseball. A man most of you have probably never seen in action, but whose name will be remembered as long as there's a living baseball fan. George Herman Ruth, the mighty Babe. A sample of his greatness is the huge Yankee Stadium, which is known as the house that Ruth built. And a proof of the fact that he's known all over the world as an American idol was the Japs' battle cry as they made their suicide charges during the war. Remember it? It was down with Ruth. Of course, the Babe's famous for his unequaled record of 60 home runs in a single season. His remarkable homer-hitting record includes 714 round-trippers hit in his major league career, not counting 15 smashed in World Series games. Well, in 1919, Ruth hit the longest home run on record, 518 feet. Did you know that before Babe became a terrific slugger, he was a pitching ace? That's right. Well, right now, Babe is recovering from an extended illness. He's working at a job that combines two of his chief interests, his love for youngsters and for baseball. He's working to make it possible for all boys to play America's favorite game under the best conditions. And now, Dick Tracy. Yesterday, Tracy, in analyzing the hijacking case, came upon an important conclusion. He decided that the hijackers were operating through agents placed in the firms whose trucks were being robbed. In following out this line of thought, he went to interview Maury Bund, one of whose trucks had been involved in the previous night's raid. Well, what Tracy didn't know was that the eccentric Maury Bund was the head of the hijacking gang. However, he and Pat got such an unpleasant reception at Maury Bund's that Tracy decided not to tell what he suspected about an undercover agent. Right now, Tracy and Patton are back at headquarters.
Well, Pat, what did you think of our most recent acquaintance?
If you mean Maury Bund, I think he's a Lulu.
Well, at least he has an interesting approach to life.
He certainly has. What about that washing routine he put us through?
Well, I'll say this for it. It's certainly a novel way to entertain visitors.
I'll never forget that introduction as long as I live. Have you washed your face and hands, Patton? What am I, a baboon?
We'll gloss over your last remark as a rhetorical question to which we both know the answer.
Oh, go wash your neck.
In a minute, Patrick.
What's the matter? You taking a constitutional?
No, I'm thinking. Sometimes moving my feet helps.
Let's go back to the guy who's scared of germs.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you want me to tell Maury Bund that we suspect this hijacking gang has an undercover man planted in his store and in the Stanton Importing Company?
I told you. All of a sudden, I decided not to trust him. Is that a good enough reason?
Well, under certain circumstances, yes. Have you got something concrete to go on? Something besides just a hunch?
No, I haven't.
Well, what's this feller's background?
Oh, he's a snob of the first water.
Yeah, but he's the head of a store. I thought snobs didn't soil their hands with anything as sordid as trade.
Even snobs like to eat.
I'll bet that's something in his house. All right, so he runs a store because he needs money. How's the condition of his business? Is he making the kind of dough to support all those complexes of his?
Well, Pat, I'll look into his business, but I don't think we'll find much. As far as I know, he's well in the black.
Okay. So what are we going to do? Play games here in the office or get out and ask questions?
Well, we're off on a question kick in a few moments. I want to talk to Stanton. Maybe he can tell us why it's always his trucks that get hijacked.
I'll tell you why. He carries the most expensive shipments.
And his shipments can be resold without being recognized.
Let's give it a Stanton. Hey, you don't suppose that he could be hijacking his own trucks, do you?
What do you mean?
Well, supposing he's losing money. Then he could heist his own shipments and get the insurance companies to pay off.
Yeah, it's a theory. But at the moment, there's no sale as far as I'm concerned.
Why, do you have a hunch about Stanton, too? Look, if you keep on with your premonitions, there won't be any point at all to scientific crime detection. All we'll do is play your hunches and arrest people accordingly.
It's not as bad as all that, is it, Pat?
Well, I guess not.
Just remember that I said I don't trust Maury Bund. Then we can drop the whole subject of hunches.
Why not? Let's get to Stanton.
We're on our way. Tracy's hunch about Maury Bund is dead right. And the less that Maury Bund, head of the hijacking racket, knows about the plans and suspicions that Dick and Pat have, the safer our two friends will be. And now, Maury Bund is at his apartment, greatly concerned over the surprise visit he received from Tracy and Patton.
What do you mean, Maury Bund, about throwing me and Cy Heavy to the wolves?
I meant it in a figurative sense. In the old days, it used to be a popular ruse when being chased by wolves to toss out one of the party to distract the animals while the others got away.
Yeah, I heard of that. Tough on the guys that get tossed.
Inevitably.
So you mean you're thinking of tossing me to some wolves, like maybe the cops, huh?
That depends.
You don't want to get rid of me. I'm too important in the hijacking setup.
Along with your other faults, I now see that you're developing delusions of grandeur. Wash your hands and face.
Ah, wash your... Look, Maury Bund, I just washed them.
But since then, you've been outside the room. Wash.
Maybe I'd be better off with the wolves. Wash your hands and face. Wash your hands and face. Why don't you worry less about the germs and more about Dick Tracy?
My mind is sufficiently flexible so that I can worry about several things at the same time. Tracy has a featured place in my ratiocinations.
That sounds like a barbecue sauce.
It means reasoning, you troglodyte.
I know what troglodyte means. You're calling me like a caveman or maybe even an ape. Well, all I can say is I'm the only ape around to which it is being paid $500 a week.
Sometimes you amaze me, Deadpan. I'm going to miss you.
Which brings us to a subject that I got all kinds of interest in. To wit, the wolves.
Maybe we can avoid losing you.
Along those lines, I will work very hard.
Tracy knows something. He wouldn't tell me what.
He don't suspect you of nothing, Maury Bund. How could he? You're a big store owner. He ain't going to think you're in the hijacking racket.
I know that. I might also point out that I have not been known to leave my apartment for years.
Sure, that's right. So why are you getting so excited if Dick Tracy won't tell you what he knows?
Because I do not intend to give up a very lucrative activity just because the police seem to have scruples about hijacking.
Yeah. You say it's so good, Maury.
Therefore, we have to steer the police away from us. And for that reason, I want what you would undoubtedly call a fall guy.
Back to the wolves again, huh?
In a manner of speaking.
Well, now, look. My hands and face are nice and clean, and if you stop to think for a moment, you'll know that you'd be up a tree without me, so...
So?
So why don't you give Cy Heavy the dubious distinction, if you'll forgive the expression, of keeping Tracy happy and the cops away from our work? And also, he don't know what troglodyte means.
This is not the first time you've generously offered Cy Heavy for the sacrifice.
Yeah, I know. But I don't want you to think in terms of me instead of him.
You are beginning to persuade me.
Guess that means you're going to do it, huh?
Yes, I think so. We'll toss out Cy Heavy and see what kind of bait he makes.
Now you're talking sense, boss. Tracy and that lug Patton will be very happy with him.
But not for long, I trust.
What do you mean?
It is my intention that Cy Heavy and Tracy and Patton kill each other in a gunfight. Why just frame one person? Let's frame them all.
Yeah, I see what you mean, Maury Bund. And Cy Heavy's a good boy with a gun. Yeah. Should make an interesting little get-together.
Your stamp of approval, of course, is all I need.
How you fixing to do it?
I heard from Billy Tell a short while ago.
Huh? He's still working for the Stanton Company, ain't he?
And very ably. Billy Tell said there's a fairly good shipment leaving their warehouse tonight. And it's going straight out, no stops at the garage.
So we're going to heist it. But what about Cy Heavy?
That's just it, you fool. We're going to put Cy on that truck in such a way that Tracy will be sure to hear about it. Then we'll wait for results.
Yeah. But how are you going to get Tracy there?
By using an ancient and dishonorable device, an anonymous call.
Oh, yeah, I think I see. You tell Tracy what's coming off, but Cy Heavy don't know nothing about it. Then they all meet up on the road, and it makes like the 4th of July, eh?
That's the general idea.
Yeah, but supposing that Tracy smells a rat. After all, he must have heard of anomalous phone calls before.
I will disregard your solecism and try to point out to you why this plan is sure to work.
I'm waiting.
Tracy will, of course, suspect that he's walking into a trap when he gets the phone call. But he can't be sure. He can't afford to ignore any tip.
So he brings along 1,000,000 cops, and Cy Heavy don't do nothing but get himself killed.
No, Tracy won't know exactly where the truck will be. And he won't risk other patrolmen if he thinks they might be killed. You see, Tracy has the misfortune of being an honorable man.
Maury Bund, I salute you. You're a smart operator.
Please, at all times, remember that.
Oh, don't worry. I wouldn't cross you. I'm a smart man, too, in my quiet way.
Very well, then, listen. This is how you'll work it tonight with Cy Heavy and Tracy. You will proceed.
Here we are, Pat. This looks like Stanton's office.
Yeah, is the fellow expecting us?
Yes, I phoned ahead, and he's anxious to see us. He said to walk right in. His secretary's off for the day.
Come in.
It's Dick Tracy and Pat Patton, Mr. Stanton.
Come in, gentlemen.
Well, thank you, sir.
I believe you know what I want to discuss with you.
If it's what you told me over the phone, yes. You think that some employee of mine may be tipping off the hijackers when we have an important shipment going out from our warehouse.
That's right.
Have you any proof to back up that statement?
No, I haven't. That's why I want to look at your records.
You see, Mr. Stanton, the fact that in the last 2 hijackings, your trucks and drivers were the victims certainly would indicate that someone who shouldn't knows a great deal about your operations.
Well, Tracy, I brought up my personal records for you to look at. I've also indicated the names of the people most recently employed and who'd be in a position to know of our shipments.
Yes, I think that these will be of invaluable assistance, Mr. Stanton.
Let me see. Sweeten, Crosby, Prester, Tell. What about this fellow Billy Tell? He seems to be the latest addition to your staff.
He came with excellent recommendations. He's a veteran with a fine record. No, I think you fellows are barking up the wrong tree.
Just the same, I think I'd like to have a little talk with Billy Tell.
In a moment, we'll return to Dick Tracy. But first, what's marriage without a father-in-law? Well, in Willie Piper's case, it would probably be perfect bliss. You see, Willie's the bashful, long-suffering hero of the Willie Piper Show on the air Thursday evenings on most of these ABC stations. His father-in-law is a domineering gent whose aim in life seems to be to keep Willie happy with his presence. Well, the family frenzy started not too long ago when Willie's father-in-law carried him over the threshold, and Willie protestingly, Pete, gee, I wish I had a mother-in-law. When Willie found a place to live for himself and his new bride, Pop suddenly discovered he was a lonely old man in a great big house, and that meant a troublesome threesome instead of a blissful couple in the Piper household. We're sure that Willie wouldn't be surprised to find that Pop had been vaccinated with a phonograph needle. Seems to him his father-in-law never interrupts himself long enough to say something. In short, Willie is a grocery clerk by trade, a husband by intention, a son-in-law by circumstance. It's the funniest triangle since 3 was a crowd. Don't miss the tales of Willie Piper tomorrow night when it's broadcast on most of these ABC stations. And now, back to Dick Tracy.
Do you know what you're to do now, Deadpan?
Yeah. After we slug the driver and I get Cy planted in the truck, I get a hold of Tracy on the phone.
That's right. And be sure that Cy Heavy has plenty of ammunition.
Will Tracy and Patton escape alive from Maury Bunn's clever trap? Better tune in tomorrow for the adventures of Dick Tracy, heard overseas through the Armed Forces Radio Service. Dick Tracy is written for radio by John Ray and Everett S. Crosby, and this is George Gunn speaking. The Northwest Mounted Police. Just 4 words, but words that immediately bring to mind wonderful sagas of adventure. And it's with Sergeant Preston of the Mounties that Challenge of the Yukon is concerned. Challenge of the Yukon is an exciting program heard on ABC Thursday nights against a background of the vast Alaskan wilderness in which the Klondike gold rush of the 90s took place, and assisted by King, his big Eskimo lead dog, Sergeant Preston tracks down criminals and follows the mysteries of disappearing travelers. For a complete half-hour adventure story you're sure to enjoy, listen to Challenge of the Yukon tomorrow night on most of these ABC stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
J. Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police force in the world, takes over for Gangbusters to interview by proxy Sheriff T.L. Head of Tunica County, Mississippi. Commissioner Valentine.
Commissioner Head, the notorious criminal, Valansky, has been front-page news within the past 3 weeks, and we're all very anxious to hear the inside facts.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, in the spring of 1940... Stanley Valansky and his partner, James K. Tillotson, were two of the trickiest gunmen at large. Using the names of Robert Hack and James Stewart, they stopped at a fashionable inn at Laconia, New Hampshire, and posed as sons of very wealthy families.
How about it? Another demi-task, Valansky?
Will you cut out that Valansky stuff? Registered here as Hack and Stewart. Somebody will hear you.
Okay. Oh, but what a hotel. A dining terrace overlooking a mountain lake. Yes, sir. Home was never like this back at the penitentiary.
Oh, stop the gagging.
Okay.
Here. There's something in the newspaper that might interest you.
Let's see. Wells Beach, Maine. Local store robbed by 2 masked gunmen. Now, I wonder who they could be. You know, you'd think those guys would learn that crime don't pay.
Yeah. Wouldn't you, though? Oh, come on. Come on, let's go.
Oh, we ain't had no dessert yet.
I said, come on. Okay, here. Lean against the rail like this, kind of casual like.
What for?
Did you see those 2 girls just finishing dinner across the pavilion?
I'll say, a couple of dolls.
Well, one of them is Martha Sanford, an old New England family.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How do you know?
I checked on her this afternoon. She and her girlfriend are going to be our first bit of camouflage.
Oh, boy. Imagine being camouflaged with them. Camouflage me all over, brother.
Now, shut up. Just tag along with whatever I say.
I think it's just horrid your mother and Dad want to drag me off to Bar Harbor.
Yes, I wish I could stay on here with you, Martha.
Anyway, it won't be for another 2 weeks.
I beg your pardon, but aren't you Martha Sanford?
Why, yes.
I guess you don't remember me. So many fellas were giving you the rush at Dartmouth last winter.
Oh, were you at Dartmouth that week?
Yeah. I guess I didn't make much of an impression, though. My name is Hack, Bobby Hack.
Bobby Hack. Were you in the ski jumping contest?
No, I was just a spectator, but, well, Jimmy here, he tried to break his neck in the ski jump.
Me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Sanford. This is Jimmy Stewart.
How do you do? And this is Julie Harris.
How do
you do?
Hello, Miss Harris. Well, you girls seem to be going somewhere. It was nice meeting you again, though, and perhaps we'll see you now that we're all here at the resort together.
I don't see why not.
Well, that'll be fine. Well, goodbye, Miss Sanford. It's been a pleasure, Miss Harris.
Yeah, me too.
Goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
Look, for Pete's sake, will you cut out that Me Too stuff?
But, Valansky, what did you let him get away for? We could have dated him easy.
There's no rush. No rush at all. We won't pull another job until next week. Then we'll use him proper.
Attention, squad room. Report from Cambridge, Massachusetts on warehouse robbery. 2 gunmen believed heading this direction in black Buick, Massachusetts license, heavily armed and dangerous. All police be on alert for this car.
Come on, let's get into the car, will you? Those girls don't come, we'll go without them.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Get in. Society dames never are on time anyhow, Tillotson.
Should I go into the hotel and tell them to shake a leg?
Look, you don't tell society dames like them to shake a leg.
Oh, you don't, huh? Okay. But I'm still sick of waiting.
Oh, here they come now.
Hello, have we kept you waiting long?
Well, if 1 hour ain't long.
You ain't.
No, don't pay any attention to Jimmy, girls. I'm trying to cure him of the habit of saying ain't, but he says some of the Harvard boys say it. So hop in, girls. Jim, get in the back seat with Julie.
Okay, you're the boss.
He does have a grouch. Indigestion?
You'll get over it, Martha. Well, girls, where'll it be?
It really doesn't matter.
Hey, pal, look what's coming. Scram.
Cop.
What did you say?
Get going, will you? That flatfoot's coming over to the car.
What's the matter with you boys?
Oh, pardon me. Is this your car, young man?
Why, yes, officer.
Black Buick, eh?
What's wrong with that, officer?
It may be nothing, miss. Only we're looking for a car of this type in connection with a holdup over in Massachusetts.
Why, the very idea. Are you accusing us?
I'm not accusing anybody. Just checking.
Oh, never mind, Julie. The officer has to do his duty.
New Hampshire plates. The bandit car had a Massachusetts license.
Well, there's your answer, officer. Okay, pal, let's go.
Just a moment. You're probably okay, but let's see your driver's license and car registration.
Oh, I certainly, officer. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't seem to have them with me.
Now, see here, this is ridiculous. I'm Martha Sanford, officer, and if you want proof of who I am...
I'm not worried about you, young woman. But your escorts here will have to identify themselves. I'll stand on the running board. You better drive to the police station.
No, you don't. Cop it. Step on it, pal.
Bobby, what are you doing?
Sit low in your seats.
Fire!
Bobby, stop this car.
Shut up. That cop's running back to his car. He's coming after us.
Oh, please stop. We'll all be killed.
Shut up, I'll crown you.
You must be banned.
Look out, pal.
You'll hit that tree! No!
Polanski.
Yeah.
You okay?
I just had my wind knocked out. Here, help me out of here.
My back. My back.
Come on, get me out of here, will you?
Yeah. There we are.
Okay.
My back. Oh, I'm dying.
Come on, Polanski, we got to blow.
Yeah, you said it. She'd die.
I'm Barton of the FBI, Lieutenant Rayburn. They told me at the station I'd find you here at the hospital.
I'm glad you got here, Mr. Barton.
Any idea yet who the gunmen were?
Yes. Fingerprints on the wrecked Buick indicate the driver was Stanley Belansky.
Belansky, huh? And the whole country's looking for him. How are the girls?
Well, Miss Harris will recover. But the doctors say Miss Sanford is dying.
Oh, that's terrible.
Her back was broken. She's right here in the emergency room. This way. Don't leave, nurse. We may need you as a witness.
Good Lord, how young and pretty she
Miss Sanford, can you see this picture I have in my hand?
is. Is that Belansky's picture, Lieutenant?
Yes.
It's not clear. Hazy.
I'll hold it closer.
Yes. Bobby Hack. He said...
You're positive, Miss Sanford?
Yes, I know.
I'm afraid there's nothing more we can do here, Lieutenant. She identified the picture just in time.
Warning. Gunmen believed to be Belansky and Tillotson have just pulled new holdup. Watch greater Boston area. Belansky headed that way, armed and dangerous.
Attention. North Walpole Sporting Goods Store robbed of 40 rifles, 30 revolvers, large quantities of ammunition.
Special notice. New kidnapping and robbery. We need work of Belansky and Tillotson.
3 Oaks Inn, and the rocks are glassy. You know, Tillotson, this is one of the swellest views on the whole North Shore.
Let's skip the scenery, Belansky. It's after midnight. Let's get to work. You know, New England ain't healthy for us no more. We want to get this job over with and head south like we planned.
Okay. Just think of it, though, pal.
This hotel's full of people. Come on, will you? Will you come on?
Okay. Oh, look, the manager's bedroom's that window up there on the second floor. Yeah. We can climb up this trellis.
Okay, I'll go first. Just like Romeo climbing up the trellis. Watch it. Yeah. Is it?
Get up here. There it is. There's the telephone trunk wire. Got it.
Right.
Okay. All right. Go on in through that open window.
Okay.
Watch it. All right, come on. Flash your light.
Hey, this ain't no manager's bedroom. It's a woman's.
Yeah.
What is it, Joe?
Don't make no noise, lady.
You make another sound and we'll choke you right out of this world. Now, who are you? You a guest here?
I'm the cook, but no good will it do you.
Take us to the manager's room.
You let me be.
Why, you fat cow, I'll break your neck.
This is Leary. Is anything wrong in there? This is Leary.
Who's that?
Quiet.
It's burglars, Mr. Brown.
Wrap that gun around her head.
What is this? What's going on?
Get your hands up.
Why?
Get your hands up. You're Brown, the manager, ain't you?
Yes.
Now get this straight. You've got a lot of wealthy guests here. We're going to go around to each room. You're going to knock on the door and wake them up. We're going to rob every one of them.
No, I won't.
We'll do what we say, mister.
And after we rob all the guests, then you'll open the hotel safe. We're doing a complete job.
Yeah. Spring house cleaning.
And don't try any funny work. The telephone wires are cut. We're way off on these isolated rocks, and if necessary, we can kill everyone here.
Boy, this will go down in history. Robbing a whole hotel at one time.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. For over 2 hours, Belansky and Tillotson held everyone in that hotel at gunpoint.
And that, Sheriff Head, was one of the most daring robberies in years. Now, Sheriff Head, Belansky and his partner, Tillotson, after robbing an entire hotel, headed south.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. And they pulled so many big robberies in the South, our time doesn't permit us to enumerate them. But the gunmen continued to follow out their plan of camouflaging themselves by going around with only the leading families and the finest girls. In fact, one such young lady went driving with them just outside of Biloxi, Mississippi.
It's awfully sweet of you young men to drive me way out to my uncle's like this. I do hate riding on buses.
Isabel, it's easy to be sweet to a girl like you.
Yeah, besides, you could camouflage.
Camouflage?
Oh, he means you're so pretty you dress up the cars.
Oh, you know, I never thought I'd like northern boys, but I feel like I've known you two all my life. Oh, here's my uncle's house. Turn in his driveway.
Okay.
I know Uncle's going to be glad to see you.
To see us?
Uh-huh.
Why, does he know we're coming?
Why, sure. I telephoned him and told him I was bringing out the nicest young man.
Hey, that your uncle's car in front of the house?
Why, yes.
Hey, wait a minute, Isabel. Just who is your uncle?
Well, I told
Never mind his name. There's a police car there. There's a star on it.
Well, what's got you boys so upset? Just because my uncle's a sheriff?
It's a trap, pal. She brought us here on purpose.
Now, why should I do such a thing as that?
Because you probably read the account of the holdup at the Wiggins Bank.
Lansky, a guy's coming out of the house.
Yeah, I see him.
Well, that's my uncle.
Yank the dame back in the car. We'll hold her as a hostage.
Come here, you.
No, you don't.
Oh, yeah, to heck with it. Go on, step on it. Hey, that guy's shooting at us.
Keep low.
If I could only get my hands on that dame now, I'd kill her.
What a rotten trick she pulled on us. I'm telling you, Belansky, it's getting so you can't trust nobody. Nobody.
Come in.
Hello, Captain James.
Well, Barton, what brings you down to Biloxi?
Those two bank robbers whose description you broadcast yesterday. The ones who robbed the Wiggins Bank. I flew down as soon as I read about them.
Flew down? The FBI must want them mighty bad.
They sound like the men we've been chasing all over New England. Belansky and Tillotson.
I'm sorry, but we haven't even got a clue on them, Barton.
Well, Captain James, I've been studying their method of operation for weeks. And I've got an idea of how we might get on their trail.
Yeah? How?
Well, those gunmen never hide out in the usual places. They appear in public with respectable girls and pose as young men of wealth.
By Godfrey, that's how Sheriff Howard's niece almost caught him.
Now, it's only a hunch, Captain James. But I have an idea. If we canvass the restaurants and entertainment spots, we may find Valansky and Tillotson spending some of their money right under our noses.
This cafe we're coming to isn't exactly the highest class spot, Barton, but it's very popular.
Well, we might as well try it, Captain James. We haven't had any luck yet. Well, you can give the place the once-over from the vestibule here.
Quite a crowd.
Yeah. No sign of... James.
Yeah?
That table in the far corner, near the exit sign.
Is that Valansky?
Yeah. The girl at the table with him and that other chap. That's Tillotson.
What a break. There's so many people in there, they're jammed in like sardines.
How are we going to get to that table without being spotted?
Both Tillotson and Valansky are bound to have guns. If they ever start shooting in that crowd, it'll be a wholesale massacre.
Yeah. Wait, I've got an idea. Here's a couple of waiters' aprons.
Yeah. Say, that might do the trick.
Hide the string and back away.
Right. You think we ought to carry a tray or something?
No, we'll need our hands for action.
I'm ready.
Now, remember, James, we've got to grab those rats before they can pull their guns. If they do spot us, jump for the table.
Yeah?
Knock the table over and pull the tablecloth over their heads.
Right.
Okay? Come on. Not too fast, James. Not too fast.
Yeah. The girl's looking this way.
Yeah, I see her. Keep walking. Just a few more steps.
He sees us.
Come on, dive for him fast.
Right.
They got him. Drop that glass. You get lousy. Put the cuffs on him, Chance. I got this one.
Okay, you bet. Okay, don't shoot. Don't shoot.
Okay, Valansky, start walking. You and Tillotson are all washed up.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, Valansky and Tillotson were sentenced to life in prison in the Mississippi Penitentiary for robbing the Wiggins Bank. But just 22 days ago, on October 5th, at 8 o'clock Friday morning, 4 prisoners were loaded into the truck cage at the penitentiary to be taken to the prison farm. One of those prisoners was Valansky. The prison truck was driving along the road.
Now listen, you guys.
Yeah.
I think we're safe because they got us in this iron cage in the back of the truck here. Well, we had a .38 smuggled into prison. Kennedy's up next to the driver. They think he's a trustee, but he's got that gun. And he's going to poke it in the driver's ribs. Then things are going to happen and happen fast. You ready? Okay, Kennedy.
Stop his truck or I'll blow your head off.
Come on, Kennedy, open this cage quick.
Come on.
Okay, come on, throw that driver in there. Here.
Come on.
That does it. Now, hold on, guys, we're going places. Come on, Kennedy, get this train rolling. Hurry up.
Emergency. To all state police and sheriffs, Stanley Valansky and 4 other convicts escaping in prison truck along Highway 7. These convicts all armed and will kill. Block all roads. Block all roads. Attention, all police. Attention, all police. Valansky and convicts who abandoned prison truck and kidnapped women and children have released victims and are now fleeing in black Buick sedan along road to Tunica. Be ready to shoot it out with fleeing convicts headed by Valansky.
Kennedy, look. There's lights in the road up ahead. Must be cops.
We can run them down, Valansky.
You guys lie down on the floor of the car. Get down.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to shoot it out with them?
No cop's ever going to take me again, I'll tell you that.
All right, then. Here we go.
Come on, step on it. Hey, they didn't get us.
Just ahead, this road to the left. Leads in the swamp.
Take it. Every cop in the South is after us. I'll kill them. I'll kill them if they ever get anywhere near me.
Hold on now. Gonna take that turn.
And look out, the trees.
I can't. Stop.
Get out of the car, man. The cops are already come down the road. All right. Come on, fellas. Take to the swamp. It's our only chance. Come on. This way. Right on. Come on, man. Keep going.
I sure don't know how you ever found this deserted house, Polanski. You're mighty good.
Yeah, those fools were out looking for us in the swamp. But you and me was having ourselves a good night's sleep in this house here.
Sun will be up in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, how are we going to get out of these parts?
Don't you worry about that. I got more tricks up my sleeve than these hicks down here ever dreamed of.
I think we ought to get going now. Hey, Polanski.
What's the matter?
There's a whole army surrounding the house.
What?
Men, dogs, guns.
By the dirty rats.
Yeah. Look.
All right, I give up. I give up, coppers. I'm through.
And this time, Polanski, you're through for good.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. Just 3 weeks ago today, Polanski was caught in that deserted house. And tonight, he's once again in the Mississippi State Penitentiary for life.
This has been a very, very interesting case, Sheriff Head. Polanski could have been a real success in life. But instead, he has nothing to look forward to except prison bars.
From across the Atlantic, from across the Pacific, our fathers, sons, and brothers are returning to a new America. A crime wave has followed every war, and we must not allow lawbreakers to tear down here at home the very ideals that our men have fought to preserve. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
If you men want me to leave, you'll have to make me. Now, who's going to be the first to try? Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of a man called Paladin. Hey, boy.
Oh, yes, Mr. Paladin.
Help me with these bags, will you?
Oh, yes, Mr. Paladin. You go away again so soon?
It seems Mr. Edgar Potts in Tucson needs my services.
Oh, yes, sir.
I know Mr. Potts. He is not a good man, but he's a rich one.
Oh, you make lots of money, eh, Mr. Paladin?
Well, that's my plan. Look, hey, boy, this came up very suddenly. I've had to cancel my engagements for this week. Will you see that these notes are delivered?
Oh, yes, sir. Let me see. Missy Dilly Clark, Kitty O'Connor, Adelaide Smith, Jesse Donahue, Francesca Valise, Mabel Hart, and Major John B. Culpepper.
Thursdays, I play chess. Even if you've had embarrassing dandruff for years, you can get rid of it now in 3 minutes. That's all it takes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Yes, unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes with Fitch. Quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. What's more, using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Just apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes, with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. At the same time, Gentle Fitch can leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too. Use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
Glass of rye, bartender.
Yes, sir. There you are. Come in on the stage.
Yeah.
Figure to stay a while in Brotherton?
No, as soon as they get that axle fixed, I'm going on to Tucson.
Where you from?
San Francisco.
Great little town, Frisco.
Yeah. Noisy in Brotherton. What's going on?
Well, now, wait till I get around there. We'll just go have a look-see.
We warned you, Injun. We told you it was going to happen.
Now, you listen to me. You get rid of every head of that disease stock on your place, Injun. Or we'll do more than keep you within your boundaries. We'll burn you out. House, hide, and hair.
I guess it ain't nothing. Might as well go back and finish your drink.
He shot that Indian's horse.
Now, you take that carcass away and burn it. There's sickness enough without you savages bringing in more. Come on, Petey.
Who are those men?
The one on the big roan's McNally. The other's Peavy, his foreman.
And the Indian?
Joe Whitehorse. He's got a little ranch, borders on McNally's spread.
I see.
He's an educated Indian. They're the worst kind.
Yeah, I'm sure of it. Why did he kill his horse? Rough him up like that?
I don't know. It ain't my problem, mister.
Where's the livery stable?
North end of town.
Whitehorse?
Yes?
My name is Paladin. This is my card.
Have gun, will travel. I see. Thank you, Mr. Paladin.
Not interested?
If I had money to hire you, I wouldn't be hiking 20 miles carrying this saddle. I would have another horse.
I happen to be going your way. Why don't you put your saddle over this other horse of mine? No obligation.
It is right to tell you, even if I had money, I would not hire you. I don't hold with men who follow the gun.
I agree, Mr. Whitehorse. It's not a practical business, but 20 miles is a long walk.
And this is a heavy saddle. I accept your kind offer, Mr. Paladin. $150 prime, healthy cows. Now 10 are dead. The rest ready to fall. They keep losing weight, dying.
Has a veterinary looked at them?
I can't get him to come out and look. I am a mission Indian, educated Indian. I have few friends among my own people and fewer among yours.
Yes, I saw an example of that back there in Brotherton.
They don't want me in that town. I can't trade in the stores. I buy supplies through the man who runs the pharmacy. The only one who will admit that we are human. Wait, rein up, Mr. Paladin. There ahead. My land.
Looks like land a man would fight for.
I paid for that land. I'm willing to fight. I don't know how. My father wore feathers in his hair. He lived in a teepee. He was at war with the white men, fighting for his way of life. When he saw he could never win, it broke his spirit, but it made him wiser. He sent me to the mission school, learned to live and think like a white man. He said that was the only way we could have a home in our land.
3 riders. You know who it is?
Wait. Peavy and 2 of his hands. The one who killed my horse.
Yeah.
So you got yourself another horse?
The one you shot cost me $40. You have to pay me for that.
You friends with him or just passing through?
You ask that like a man hoping for the wrong answer.
You working for an Indian?
He hasn't hired me yet.
You're half a mile from his boundary line. You aim to keep going?
I thought I might.
It ain't that simple, mister. You can ride in on that horse, but you try to ride out and he'll go down with a slug in his head. No animal comes off on that ranch. Yours or nobody's.
Mr. Paladin, he means what he says. You saw that in town. You're going to lose 2 good horses. I'll walk the rest of the way.
You'll ride. You've used my horse for 15 miles, and I expect the man who's done that to rub him down and ask me to sit at table.
You will be most welcome.
All right, then. Ride on in. But you'll be sorry.
I was a teenage germ. That's right, I was a teenage germ, living in a lovely scratch on the tile bathroom floor. I came in on a saddle chew, and then I moved to the floor. There were millions of us germs, playing rock around the sink or hide and infect. My hostess was a wonderful woman. Every week she'd splash all around us with nice warm soap and water. But then some rat squealed to her about Lysol, and we had to beat it. Lysol kills germs. It was murder.
Yes, if you're a germ, you'll hate Lysol, because Lysol kills disease germs, many deadly viruses, too. Lysol also destroys bathroom odors. Cleaning every week with Lysol in the suds disinfects your bathroom from one cleaning to the next as nothing else can. A little Lysol brand disinfectant in the suds makes your favorite cleaners work better, including many that claim to sanitize. Lysol is now available in regular or pine fragrance, as little as 29 cents.
We're looking for a new bathroom to live in. How about yours?
More coffee?
Oh, yes. Please, Mrs. Whitehorse.
So, you are a gunfighter, Mr. Paladin.
Well, Mrs. Whitehorse, I have a certain talent with weapons. When people in trouble need such a talent, I hire it out to them.
I see. Is a gunfighter expensive, Mr. Paladin?
I have expensive tastes.
Joseph, I like my home. I want to stay here. I think all we need right now is time.
Every day more stock dying. Quarantine around me, that means I must sneak off my own land
But
like
with
a thief.
time, Joseph, we can find out what is sickening our cattle. We can build a healthy herd. Joseph, if Mr. Paladin can scare them into leaving us
I
alone...
will not have that kind of thing, Martha.
But we must do something. Mr. Paladin, we do not have any money to pay you. But this is rich land. We will give you a part of it, if you will fight for your part and for ours.
I'll talk with these men. In the meantime, thanks for your hospitality.
It was our pleasure.
I'll walk out with you. Take care, Mr. Paladin. McNally is a violent man.
You told Peavy he'd have to pay you for that horse he shot. I don't mind taking over the debt. I'll trade you the horse you came home on.
Ah, that's a good horse. You cheat yourself.
Well, maybe I'll get Peavy to throw in something else of value.
Mr. Paladin, well, perhaps you won't understand. Men differ.
What do you mean?
When I walk out of my house onto my own land, it gives me a good feeling. I love this place. It has given me pain, but there is something. This is mine. This handful of earth here. This is mine.
Certainly. It's just like a... Wait. Your handful of earth there. Where? Here. Put it in this handkerchief. Here, in the handkerchief. Good.
I don't understand. Strange man, Mr. Paladin.
That's right, and I've just had a strange notion. I'll see you again, Mr. Whitehorse. At the boundary of the White Horse Ranch, I dismounted to close the fence gate. The first rifle shot came high to my right. The second shot killed my horse. Both of them had come from somewhere in the brush behind me. I had an idea who had fired them, and I had the score to settle with them.
Sure looks like you're afoot, don't it?
You did that shooting?
This his Indian boundary.
That's a bad habit you have, PV, killing horses.
I warned you.
I remember. Now I'll use your horse to take me into town.
You lay a finger on that bridle, you Injun.
You can tell McNally what happened. He'll find me in town. Is this the only pharmacy in town?
Oh, yes. My name's Reinhardt. What can I do for you?
You know the White Horses?
Oh, you mean our thieving, scalping, overeducated local Indian? I do. Oh, and before you say your piece, let me inform you that this is the only store in town that'll do business with them, and proud to say it. Now, what's on your mind?
Are you set up to make a chemical analysis, Mr. Reinhardt?
Chemical analysis? Son, I've got the most complete laboratory south of San Francisco, back there just gathering dust. Where's there a place for science in a town where they bury a chicken head by the light of the moon to get rid of warts? Let me tell you something, mister. McNally, he tells the citizens how to think. And speaking of the devil...
McNally? He's probably looking for me.
Oh, what for?
Here, take this.
What in tarnation do you want me to do with a clod of dirt?
Now, we're only supposing, Mr. Reinhardt. Run a test on this, and I'll talk to you later.
Okay, but it don't make any sense.
Gentlemen.
You pistol-whipped my foreman, steal his horse?
I disciplined your foreman, Mr. McNally. As to the horse, PVO'd Joe Whitehorse for the one he shot. I took over the debt and settled it.
You working for Whitehorse? What kind of men are we breeding that takes wages from an Indian?
I couldn't get $1 out of him. He doesn't have one. That's why I'm here.
Well, if you're not with the Indian, what's on your mind?
I want to be hired.
We're doing all right.
You're wasting your time trying to starve Whitehorse out.
You don't have to starve. I offered to buy his place.
At a profit?
I offered him $10,000.
Why are you so anxious to own his land?
His land's good, and there's water, and I don't aim to raise my children next to some savage. Besides, he's aiming to let that cattle sickness spread over the whole range, wipe us all out on account of he hates us so.
Perhaps I can persuade him to sell.
How?
His willingness will increase in ratio to the size of my fee. How willing do you want him to be?
All right, you're hired. Get on out to his place.
First, you go to the bank and draw some money. I think Whitehorse would want to be paid off in cash.
That's a lot to trust you with.
Well, then you carry it. And carry an additional $2,000, Mr. McNally. My fee.
$2,000? How much money you think I have?
How much do you hate Indians? I have some business in the pharmacy here. Then I'll see you at the White Horse Ranch.
There's a big change going on, an important one for car buyers. It's the countrywide change to Rambler. Passing car after car in sales, Rambler now leads all but 2 other makes in state after state. What does it all mean? That Rambler has what people want and cannot get in other cars. Rambler is the quality compact car. For instance, Rambler has plenty of hat room, shoulder room, and leg room for 6 big people. Yet Rambler is so trim on the outside, it handles and parks with the greatest ease. For first cost, gas economy, and resale value, Rambler is America's top economy car. Yet only Rambler offers the fine features of personalized comfort. There are front seats that glide back and forward separately to perfectly fit short legs or long, adjustable headrests, airliner reclining seats, twin travel beds, finest air conditioning at lowest cost. Throughout, Rambler engineering is more advanced, Rambler workmanship more careful. Come in and drive the quality compact car, Rambler. See your Rambler dealer.
waiting outside there, Mr. Whitehorse. You've already overtaxed his patience.
You didn't understand me, Mr. Paladin. I won't sell.
You can do a lot with that cash.
I won't be pushed off my land. I stay here.
I told McNally you'd sell.
Then you tell him you were mistaken.
And lose my fee.
Why do you ask my husband to do this thing?
Because it's my considered opinion he should sell to McNally.
And if it is not my opinion, if I say I stand up to that gun of yours?
I think that would make everything very uncomfortable.
We ask only to live in peace, to have a home to build for ourselves and for those who come after, and you are no better than the other.
Martha should not have done that, no matter what. Forgive her, Mr. Paladin. Martha carries our first child. She is upset.
What kind of a world have we to offer our child? Sign it, Joseph. Sign the paper. Here is ink, a pen. Give them their bill of sale. We will find some place to live in peace.
Yeah. You have earned your money.
I'll tell McNally he can come in and take possession.
Mr. Paladin, one day you will meet a gun faster than yours.
That's probably true, Mrs. Whitehorse. All right, McNally.
All set, huh?
All set.
Yeah, I got no respect for critters. Knows he ain't wanted, but hangs on anyway. In the old days, he'd be long gone by now.
You've made your point, Mr. McNally.
Here is your bill of sale, McNally. It is your ranch now.
And you got the money? That does it.
Not quite. Let's not forget $2,000.
Oh, sure. See me in town.
I see you now, McNally.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Whitehorse, learn something from this business. You Indians have reservations all over the country. That's where you belong.
Mr. McNally is a man of deep prejudices.
And not soft about them, neither.
Ooh, anything but soft. If it hadn't been for your sickly stock, he'd have found another reason to starve you out.
He did not starve us out. It was your gun that drove us off our land.
My gun did you a favor, Mrs. Whitehorse. This land is useless. It's poisoned. Don't try to pass your cows here, McNally. They'll die.
I'll get rid of that disease. I'll burn everything down to the dirt.
But you can't burn the dirt, and that's where the poison is.
You're crazy.
I had the soil analyzed. It contains a certain element that affects all vegetation. It's called molybdenum, if you want to investigate it.
On my land?
McNally's land. I remembered that I'd seen this cattle sickness once before down on the San Joaquin Range.
So you knew this?
Suspected it. Mr. Reinhardt verified it.
If this is true.
It's true.
But then I cannot keep this money.
Oh, yes, you can.
You dirty lying cheat.
Good day, Mr. McNally.
Indian lover.
Mr. Paladin.
I'm sorry I had to do it this way, but it's difficult to conspire with an honest man. Mrs. Whitehorse, I want to leave this fee from Mr. McNally as a gift for your child who is yet to be born.
That is a great deal of money, Mr. Paladin. I cannot take it.
Oh, please accept it. For your child, with my apologies for this imperfect world we have to offer him, and my hopes for a better one in his lifetime.
Thank you, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, welcome.
Hello, hey boy.
Did you serve the most unworthy but very rich Mr. Potts?
No, I was delayed, and when I got to Tucson, Mr. Potts was dead. His wife shot him.
Oh, then you don't make lots of money. Your whole trip wasted, eh? Too bad.
Not at all, hey boy. On the contrary, I found it quite rewarding.
Oh, you have someone wait for you upstairs in room.
Oh, well now.
Yes, Major John B. Culpepper. It's Thursday, remember?
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Herb Meadow and adapted for radio by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dopkin, Harry Bartell, Lillian Bayef, Joseph Kearns, Edgar Barrier, and Barney Phillips. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
It's Along Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Along Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Along Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, The Failure. No question about it, Branch Patterson was a spellbinder. A quiet, crafty man for 3 years out of every 4. When an election year came around, he blossomed out, slapped folks on the back, became the good friend of every citizen of Shotwell. So right now, in this good year of 1886, Branch is in his glory as usual, on the speaker's platform among the red, white, and blue bunting, letting the people know as only Branch can.
I've told you a lot about Ike Iverson. I like to call him Honest Ike Iverson. Yes, sir, boy. Oh, but I'm not through. No, sir, not by a long sight. I have here a letter from old Evan Harden, our beloved sheriff, who's retiring from office after so many years of good service to this community. Now, as you all know, old Evan's taking it easy back in the big city, New York. He says here, Dear Branch, I want you to know I'm getting along fine here in New York. The weather's been fine these past 2 weeks, and I'm having myself a good rest. The reason I'm writing is to congratulate you and the rest of the folks in Shotwell on your choice of Ike Iverson as my successor. There ain't a man in Shotwell can fill my boots better than Ike. And I wish him all the luck in the world. Signed, Evan K. Harden. Now, I can't add much to that, but I think you all know by now that a vote for Honest Ike Iverson is a vote for law and order in Shotwell County. I think that steer's about done to a turn, and there's plenty of roasted corn and free drinks for all. Let's eat.
Dad, he puts on a nice show.
Yeah, he sure does, Hoppy.
Once every 4 years.
I wonder now if it was worth the ride. I'm an awful long ways from the bar 20.
Yeah. By the way, where's California?
Oh, I left him behind to run things for me. This election's kind of a personal thing with me anyway, and
Sure. But what can we do?
That's a good question.
Oh,
Don't mean to butt in. I just saw you sitting here, and I figured there must be 3 of us around to see through that 4-flusher.
Yeah, and we won't count much in an election. Oh, I'm Hopalong Cassidy, and this is Janie Malloy.
How do you do?
Janie runs the newspaper here in Shotwell.
My name's Ted. I have a ranch over Dakota way on the Little Missouri. Or I had one.
What do you mean?
I just sold it. I guess I'm a failure at ranching, too.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not giving up. 28, you know. Got a few good years left in me.
Well, I should think so.
Yeah, I thought I'd drop by here before I take the train back east. Get a look at Western politics in action. I'm a little disappointed.
You mean it's different back there?
No, it's the same. Give people a good time, a free barbecue, promise them the moon, and get yourself elected. Say, who's running against Honest Ike?
Well...
It just might be a very fine, upstanding young man named Bill Dixon, who also happens to be Janie's fiancé.
He's luckier in love than he is in politics.
Thank you, sir.
Well, what are you going to do? Sit around and let this barbecuer run off with the election?
Branch Patterson owns this town from one end of Main Street to the other.
Then it should be a delightful battle. Delightful.
Huh?
I've already decided to let my trip east wait for a while. Mr. Patterson comes first. We must defeat him.
Good. You just tell us how, Ted. And,
Now, you tell me this. How did Patterson get along with Mr. Hardin, the former sheriff?
Not at all. Hardin was the only man in town he couldn't control.
What about the letter, Ted? Sound right to you?
No. There's a chink in Mr. Patterson's armor, I'm afraid. According to the letter, Mr. Hardin is comfortably retired in New York, delighted with the weather there. Well, according to a friend who just wrote to me, it's been raining cats and dogs there for a solid month.
Uh-huh.
Which means, of course, that Mr. Hardin isn't in New York or any place near it. And if he isn't there, where is he?
A man from the East, a man who calls himself a failure, has sparked Hoppy's curiosity about the coming election for sheriff of Shotwell County and the letter from Evan Hardin, the outgoing sheriff, supposedly written from New York. It's late at night after the barbecue that Hoppy walks through the Star Saloon to Branch Patterson's office.
Hi, Mr. Cassidy. Hello, Hoppy.
Hello, how are you?
Howdy, Hoppy.
Hello.
Yeah, come in.
Hello, Branch.
Well, hop along, Cassidy. Why, you old varmint, I haven't seen you for years. Yeah, sit down, sit down.
Thanks.
Yeah, have a cigar?
No, thanks, Branch.
Yeah, what brought you to Shotwell, Hoppy?
Maybe I come to get a free dinner. And maybe it's just that I'm curious about you and old Evan Hardin.
What about me and Evan Hardin?
Last I heard, you two were at each other's throats. Seems the sheriff office was the only thing in town you couldn't control.
Oh, me and Evan had an understanding finally. He, mellowed as he got older.
Must have mellowed awful fast. He was at the bar 20 a few months ago and told me he was going to get your hide.
Yeah, like I said, he changed a lot.
Maybe so. By the way, where's Bert?
Bert?
Bert Holliday. Used to be your number one assistant.
Oh, Bert's going to Colorado. Yeah, going to open up a new place for me there.
I see.
Well, Cassidy, I don't want to rush you off, but I've got a lot of work to clear up here, and
Sure. Oh, just one other thing. Mind if I take a look at that letter from Evan?
Oh, any particular reason?
Yeah, I owe the old boy some money. I want to send it to him in New York.
I see. Well, I don't want to open the safe now, but he's living at the Hudson View Hotel there on 65th Street.
Thanks, Branch. That ought to do it.
Oh, and Cassidy,
Yeah?
when you write to him, send him my love, will you?
Sure.
Hello, Mr. Cassidy.
Hello.
Hello, Hoppy.
I do.
Cassidy.
Oh, there you are.
Well, any luck?
I don't know. Patterson says he's living at the Hudson View Hotel.
I know the place on 65th. Come on, let's get down to the telegraph office.
This message going to New York?
Yeah, here, I'll read it to you. Mr. Joseph Alderwood, 684 Park Avenue, New York City. Urgent you wire description of man residing Hudson View Hotel under name of Evan K. Harden. Hire Pinkerton operative if necessary. Oh, here's my name. I'm staying here at the Golden.
Oh, I know it, Hoppy, but you can't win an election on suspicion.
What about that, Ted?
That's all they had against Boss Tweed to begin with.
You don't know this town. Branch Patterson owns it. The voters are behind him to a man.
We had our Branch Pattersons in New York State. We got rid of them. And I don't think voters out here are any different.
Well, what do you want me to do? Get up and tell them Branch Patterson is a crook, but I think the letter from Hardin's a forgery?
Bill, by the time we're through, you'll be able to tell them more than that.
Like what?
We don't think Evan Hardin's alive.
Huh? What are you talking about?
We got an idea Branch killed him and faked that trip to New York.
Hey, that's pretty strong stuff. Can you prove it?
We're going to try. Now, how do you feel about running now?
Sure, I'll run. If you give me the ammunition.
Okay, it might take some digging, but we'll get it.
Oh, no, Mr. Cassidy, I thought you'd gone up to bed.
Sorry, Miss Anderson. I didn't mean to startle you.
Well, I just ain't used to having rumors round again.
Sure, it's only been a month or so since Sheriff Hardin went east.
Please, don't talk about Sheriff Hardin. I miss him so much.
He was a roomer here for a long time.
20 years.
Yeah. Wonder why he suddenly decided he'd like it better in New York.
I ain't a mind reader, Mr. Cassidy, and I'm running a rooming house, not an information bureau.
Kind of jumpy, aren't you?
I ain't jumpy.
Okay, Miss Anderson. I don't want to upset you. It's just that I'm mighty fond of old Evan Hardin, too.
He was a wonderful man.
Was?
Well, I mean, it's almost like he's gone forever. Way off in New York.
Sure, I know. Did you see him off?
What do you mean?
The night he left town. Did you help him pack or anything?
I didn't see him till around midnight, and he was about to leave. His horse was saddled outside waiting.
Remember what he had on?
Now, see here, Mr. Cassidy, you can't...
I'm just testing your memory, Miss Anderson.
He had on a salt and pepper suit, a black Stetson, a red tie, and tan high-heeled boots. And that's all the talking I intend to do about Sheriff Hardin.
Sorry, I guess I'm just naturally nosy. Mighty nice piano you got here. Looks new.
It is?
Must have cost a piece of money.
I just come into a legacy.
Yeah? That's what I thought.
Here? I'm sorry, Mr. Cassidy, I didn't get the question.
I just asked if you knew Evan Hardin.
Sheriff Hardin? Sure, I knew Evan. I still know him, I reckon. That is, if I ever see him again.
Were you on duty here at the station the night he took the train east?
Yeah, I took number 68. I remember old Evan rolling up in that buckboard of his, come up and shook my hand. And there was tears in his eyes. Hated to leave Shotwell after 20 years.
Yeah, I guess he did. Do you remember what he was wearing?
Sure. A salt and pepper suit, black Stetson, red tie, and tan high-heeled boots. His city-going clothes, I reckon.
Did it strike you as strange, Evan pulling out for the East after all these years?
Not strange. Sensible. Just what I'm going to do next week.
Oh?
Going to leave this burg and head east myself. Time I started taking life easy.
You must have saved your money.
Yeah, that's right. I saved my money.
Well, Ike, what's the latest?
We've tailed Cassidy day and night for a week now. He's been asking questions all over town. Look, Branch, I'm getting uneasy about this.
Shut up. I told you I had it fixed, and it's going to stay fixed.
Someone's going to spear him.
Forget it. They won't talk because they know what'll happen if they do.
I hope you were right.
Yeah. Have a cigar, Ike.
Yeah.
Right? That's better. Now, you're my boy, Ike. You're going to win this election, and you're going to stay right in my pocket where you belong. We'll do big things together here in Shotwell County. Now, you leave Cassidy to me. Run out and slap a few more backs. After all, Ike, you're the town hero, aren't you? The people's choice.
Well, Hoppy, it's you.
Hello, Bill. Janie, Dad.
Hi, Hoppy. Hop along, Cassidy, private investigator. Well, how'd you come up?
I'm a horse from asking questions, and I've got sore feet. But I got a lot of answers, too.
Well, what are they?
Hardin left the rooming house at 11:30. Took the creek road to the station. Got there after midnight. Or so the stories go.
Witnesses?
That's the funny part. There are two. Hester Anderson at the rooming house and the ticket agent at the station.
No one else?
No one.
Well, nothing wrong with that. It was late at night.
Only he must have passed the Peters place on the way. Mark was Hardin's best friend around here. And he was up all that night with a phone there. Why didn't Hardin stop in to say goodbye? And here's another thing.
Ted.
Yeah?
I guess you better tell him.
What's the matter? What's eating all of you?
Afraid we made a slight error, Hoppy.
Huh?
Wire came today. Read it, Tim.
Yeah. Let's see here. It says, checked Evan K. Hardin. About 65, gray hair, 6 feet, 180 pounds, black-dyed mustache, brown eyes, scar on left cheek, smokes corn cob. Hope this is sufficient. Joseph Alderwood. Well, that satisfy you, Hoppy?
Yeah, it sure does.
It's Harding's description to a T.
It satisfies me that there's another guy in Patterson's bought-out gang I hadn't figured on.
Who's that?
The telegraph operator. That wire never left his office. He ran up to Patterson's office with it and let him figure out the answer.
You know, maybe he's right.
Sure, I'm right. The landlady and the ticket agent were bought and paid for. I could see the money in their eyes. Both of them had the same description of Hardin on the night he left. Word for word. Can you remember what Janie wore 30 days ago, Bill? Can you?
Well, no, Hoppy, but you can't.
And another thing. According to their stories, Hardin left the boarding house at 11:30 on horseback and pulled up at the station 45 minutes later driving a buckboard.
By George, Hoppy, bully for you.
Well, where do we go from here?
Ted, can you leave for New York tonight?
Well, I hate to rush off, but I suppose I can.
Good. You've got a job to do back there.
What do you mean?
Better get comfortable. I want to get things straight before Ted goes. Because if it comes off...
Yeah?
Patterson will go up for the murder of Evan Hardin, and you'll be sheriff of Shotwell County.
It's late at night, and eastbound number 68 is puffing up the grade a few miles out of Shotwell toward a pair of riders waiting in the shadows near the track.
Well, here she comes, Ted, right on time. Not as convenient taking her on the fly this way, but we couldn't risk having you seen leaving for the east.
Still think we're taking a chance?
Everything's a gamble in this country. A lot will depend on you, though.
I can take care of that. My George has done me a lot of good watching you fellas work. Don't feel like a failure anymore.
I don't believe you ever did.
Matter of fact, there are a couple of pieces of unfinished business in the East I think I'll tackle while I'm back. Give it the old Cassidy treatment, huh?
You forget about Cassidy. Grab that rail. Here you go now.
Got it. Hey, remember to ship my baggage.
Coming up by fast freight. So long, Mr.
So long, Hoppy.
Say, what was that fella's last name? Hello, Branch.
Well, Cassidy, up kind of late for a sarsaparilla drinker, aren't you?
Had an errand to run.
Huh?
Yeah. Offhand, I can't think of anything I like to do less than eat crow, Branch, but sometimes it has to be done.
Well, I'm a willing listener.
I made some cracks I'm sorry for, and I want to apologize.
Really?
Yeah, I may as well lay it on the line, Branch. I thought Evan Hardin was dead. I thought that letter you read at the barbecue was a phony. Guess I'm just naturally not a trusting soul. So I sent a wire to New York and got my ears pinned back. Hardin's living at the Hudson View, all right, fit as a fiddle.
Why are you telling me all this, Cassidy?
Because I might have done you some damage. Asking questions around town and all. I had a good reason, of course.
What reason?
Miss Anderson. You knew I was staying at her rooming house.
What about Miss Anderson?
First night I stayed there, she woke me up, walking down the hallway in her sleep, talking a mile a minute about Evan Hardin being murdered.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. Seems to me she mentioned your name a couple of times, but I couldn't quite make it out. Well, anyway, that's what started me off on the wrong foot.
Did she say anything else?
Well, she did it almost every night for a week. Did an awful lot of talking. Said she was afraid someone was going to kill her because she knew too much. Long about then, I realized she was crazy.
Mm-hmm. That all?
Well, toward the last, she got pretty wild. Said murder had been committed in her house, and she was an avenging angel. Well, that was last night, just before she took off.
Took off?
Yeah, haven't you heard?
What?
Miss Anderson ran off early this morning. Nobody knows where she went. Well, anyway, I wanted you to know the whole story, Branch. If you hear anybody spreading gossip around about you, just send them to me and I'll straighten them out.
Yeah. Sure, thanks.
Good night, Branch.
Good night. Ike.
Yeah, what is it?
Old Lady Anderson's gone crazy. Run off somewhere.
Crazy? What do you mean?
I don't know, but she's talking. Now get the boys together. Tell them to get in the saddle and stay there until they find her. Confound it, Ike. Quit pacing the floor.
Shut up, Branch.
Oh, getting smart, huh? Getting too big for your britches.
I've had a belly full of you and your crazy schemes. Don't worry, Ike. They won't talk. They're afraid of me. Big, bad Branch Patterson. I got the Indian sign on it. That won't do you no good, Branch. Nah, nothing's going to do us any good now.
Shut up, you hear me?
Knock off Hardin, bribe yourself a set of witnesses, and grab the sheriff's office. Just like that. Don't look so easy now, does it? With that dame running around the hills for a week now, off her nuts, screaming that we killed him.
Okay, Ike.
Put the gun down, Branch. You wouldn't plug me in the back room of your own saloon, would you? No, that wouldn't be smart. You'd have me shot out in the hills somewhere and bribe yourself a few witnesses. Give me that gun. Let me, Ike. Let go. Branch, Ike. Stop. Let go, Ike. Drop the gun. Okay. What is it, Willis?
Look, a wire just came in down to the telegraph office. Lucky I was on duty instead of the relief.
What is it? That's from New York.
Holiday.
Hester Anderson arrived here, went to authorities, told them where Hardin lives. Pinkerton should arrive, Shotwell tomorrow. Holiday.
Where Hardin lives?
He couldn't say more on a wire. She told him where we put the body, in the mine shaft at Connor's Bluff.
What are we going to do, Branch?
We better get out of here.
No, that's no good. They can't get us if they can't find Hardin's body, prove he's dead.
You mean that...
Yeah. Come on. We're going out and get rid of it. This time for keeps. Hold the light up. That's it.
I think it's farther on.
You were too scared that night to remember. Here's the place. I remember that quartz vein on the wall.
Hurry, we haven't much time.
Come on, Ike.
How deep is it?
Never mind that. Just move rocks.
Hold that light up, Willis.
I'm doing the best I can.
Hey, wait a minute. Listen. That noise. Somebody's over there. Get the light, Willie.
No, you don't. Stay right where you are.
Cassidy.
Keep your hands up, Brent. You ought to know better than that, Branch.
Okay, Cassidy. How'd you get here?
We've been tailing you all week, waiting for you to get our telegram.
Your telegram?
Yeah, a friend of ours in New York sent it and signed Holliday's name. He's in custody, by the way.
But what about Miss Anderson?
She's resting comfortably out at Bill Dixon's ranch. By the way, Bill's outside with a posse. wanted me to tell you how much he appreciated your leading us to Sheriff Hardin's body. Just in time for the election.
It's election night in Shotwell, and the citizens are gathered on the rodeo grounds for a torchlight celebration.
Look at Bill up there on the stand, Hoppy. I'm so proud I could split.
He's going to make a good sheriff, Janie. Wouldn't be surprised if there were some pretty drastic changes around here. What with you and your weekly editorials and Bill in charge of the law.
It was a long chance, a lot of guesswork, but we won.
Yeah, thanks to Ted. That wire from New York couldn't have come at a better time.
Quiet, everyone.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Quiet, everyone. Quiet. I've got a lot to say to you tonight about what we're going to do together to make Shotwell a better place to live. You know, at another rally here not long ago, a young fellow walked up to us and told us Branch Patterson was a skunk, and it was high time someone got up enough nerve to lick him. Well, that fellow's in New York now, and I just got a telegram from him that I'd like to read to you. Bill Dixon, Sheriff, Shotwell County. Hope voters there have learned that good government is more important than a free barbecue every 4 years. Congratulations on your election. Hope I have as much luck this November when I run for mayor of New York City. Regards, Teddy Roosevelt.
We hope you'll be with us next time when Hopalong Cassidy will again ride out from the Bar 20 for another dangerous and exciting adventure of the Old West. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Failure was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
The National Broadcasting Company takes pleasure in presenting Mr. Boris Karloff in the third of a special series of anniversary Lights Out broadcasts. Tonight, at the urgent request of hundreds of listeners, we bring you a repeat broadcast of the strange play which you have chosen as a highlight of all the Lights Out series, Cat Wife. Lights out, everybody.
Stop me from coming to. You can treat me mean, that's all right. Now get even with you.
Girls, cut it out.
From 1:00 till now. Oh, I love that song, Queen. It's a smiling.
Cut it out, will you? Your husband will be tanned down here in a minute. Come
on, Queenie. We better blow out of here.
Yeah, I guess we better go, Linda.
No, don't go. Don't go. I don't want to be alone.
What do you mean alone? Your husband's in the next room, ain't he?
Oh, that guy. What does he know about having fun? Work, work, work. It makes me sick where I've never been sick before. Oh, come on. Stick around. Let's have some more fun. You can't stop me. Oh, Queenie, that's the most marvelous song I've ever heard.
Linda, for heaven's sake, Linda.
Well, speak of the devil. Hiya, Johnny boy. Come on in. The water's fine. Only it ain't water, huh? It ain't water.
Linda, for heaven's sake, I'm trying to work.
Oh, go away. Go away. You're spoiling my party. Throw him out of here, Kenny. He's only my husband.
Get out of here, you. Take another woman with you. Go on, come on. Clear out. Come on, Queenie.
No, wait. Don't listen to him. It's my house. It's my house. You kick them out. My friends. You kick them out.
Linda, haven't you any consideration at all? I begged you, pleaded with you to try to keep these people out of the house while I'm getting some work done. And you persist in doing just the opposite.
You kick them out. My friends.
Yes, I kicked them out, and I'll do it again every time I find them here. They're no good. You've given me your word time and time again to give them up.
I'll call them back. I'll call them all back. You can't tell me what to do. Not me. They're my friends, mine. I'd give a dozen of you for one of them.
All right, Linda. If that's the way you feel, I guess you and I have finally come to the end of the road. You haven't got a grain of loyalty in you. All I ask is a little peace and quiet in my own home, and I can't even have that.
Ah, go away, go away.
Night after night, you and those people, yowling and screaming like a pack of alley cats. And you the worst of all. I'm through, Linda. I'm through with you for good.
Oh, no, you're not. Oh, no, you're not.
Keep away from me. Keep away. Oh, Linda.
See? You're not through with me at all. You'll never be through with me. Never.
Oh, Linda. Linda.
No, let me go. Let me go. I don't want you, you fool. You're not through with me. I'm through with you.
No, Linda.
I'm tired of you. Do you hear me? I'm tired of you. I'm gonna get so far away from that smug face of yours that I couldn't see it with a telescope.
Linda, my wife.
Your wife. Why do you think I married you?
I thought you loved me.
I married you because I was sick of working in a two-bit barber shop, because I was sick of living in a hall bedroom wearing bargain sale dresses. I wanted dough, plenty of it, all I could get. And you were the best chance to get it that came my way.
No, Linda, you did love me. You must have loved me.
I loved you about as much as that canary up there loves its cage. I told myself I'd stay with you a year, divorce you, stick you for plenty of alimony, and then get out.
But we've been married 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years. Because you fooled me. That's why.
I fooled you?
Yeah. Huh. You started to make a lot of money. More money than I ever thought you could make. So you're giving me the air, huh?
No, Linda, I love you. I'll always love you. I didn't mean what I said.
Well, I did.
No, Linda, don't leave me. You're no good. I know you're no good, but heaven help me, I love you. I'll never love anybody else.
Get out of my way.
No, I won't let you go. You've got to stay.
Take your hands off me.
You're no good. You've cost me my self-respect. But you'll stay with me, or I'll cut you off without a cent. You won't get a dime from me, not a dime. Stop that. Stop laughing.
Oh, you Sam. You fat-headed Sam.
Stop that.
So you're going to cut me off without a cent, are you? Oh, you fool. I've got everything that belongs to you now. You hear me? Everything.
What are you talking about? What are you saying?
This house. It's in my name, isn't it? The car. It's in my name, isn't it?
I know, but... Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't I? Well, listen to this, my darling husband. I cleaned out the bank account yesterday.
No.
Every cent of it. I won't be in the street. You will. Now, this is my house. Get your things and get out of here.
I'll kill you.
No, stop it.
I'll kill you.
Don't you come near me. Let me go. Let me go. Ow!
Ah! Oh.
You touch me again, and I'll tear your eyes out.
You cat.
Get out of my way.
That's what you are, a cat. A big, white, heartless cat. You think like one, you screech like one, you claw like one. You even look like one. A cat, that's what you are, a great white cat. I didn't marry a woman. I married a cat.
Keep it up. Keep it up. You're doing swell.
Laugh at me. Go on, laugh at me. But you're a cat. A sneaking, yowling cat.
Now, that's enough of that. You stop saying it.
A cat. A cat. You hear me? A cat.
Stop staring at me like that. Stop staring at me. John, what's happening to me? John, my head can hardly see. John, help me. John.
Linda.
What are you staring at? What are you staring at? What are you... Meow!
Linda! Linda! Oh!
Now, John, you've got to control yourself. Everything will be all right.
Oh, Doctor, what have I done? What have I done?
John, please, pull yourself together. You're not entirely to blame for what's happened.
What did I do? I did it. I'm to blame.
Stop talking like that. It's preposterous to say you're to blame. She was hysterical, John. And the suggestion that she was a cat caught her in an unguarded moment and resulted in a temporary neurosis.
Oh, Doctor, she's got to get well. She's got to.
Of course, she'll be all right. A little rest, quiet, and in a few days it'll all be forgotten.
Is she sleeping?
Yes. I gave her a sedative. She's resting very comfortably.
Can I go in and see her?
But I tell you, she's sleeping, John.
I know, but... Oh, I've got to see her. I've got to look at her. I've got to make sure she's all right. Don't you see? I've got to make sure.
Now, John, please. You've had a hard time of it. You'd better get to bed and get some rest.
Oh, no, Doctor, listen to me. I've got to see her again. I've got to make sure that she's all right. I can't rest until I know.
I tell you... Oh, very well. Just for a moment.
Yes.
Be very quiet.
Yes.
There. You see? She's resting very nicely.
Doctor, look.
What?
Her hands. Look at her hands.
They're claws.
Her teeth. Her teeth. Linda!
No, John. You'll waken her.
Linda! Listen to her.
Steady, John.
I can't stand it. I tell you, I can't stand it. She's Linda. She's my wife, my beautiful wife. Linda! Linda!
Sorry, John.
It's all right. I guess I'm going a little crazy myself. What's happening to her? What is it?
I don't know, John. I don't know.
Oh, listen to her. You've got to do something, Doctor. You've got to. You're my friend. You've got to help me.
What? In the name of all that's rational, what?
Well, think. There must be something you can do. A drug, something, anything.
Oh, John, I don't know what to say. I can't think. I'll call in someone else. That's it. I'll inform the authorities. They'll take care of everything.
No, wait.
What's the matter? What is it?
You're going to inform the authorities?
Yes, of course, John. Don't you see it's the simplest way out?
Way out?
Of course. For you and for me.
What do you mean?
John, this horrible thing that's happened to Linda, it goes beyond just you and me. It goes beyond the normal into the supernatural. Everyone should know about it. The world should know about it. Science.
You mean you're going to let everybody know what's happened to Linda?
Of course I am.
But you can't do that. She's my wife. Do you hear me? My wife.
No. Now, don't get excited again, John. Listen sensibly. We owe it to science.
Science? Who cares about science? She's Linda. She's my wife, and I cursed her to God and turned her into a yowling beast. It's my shame, mine. And you're not going to tell a living soul about it. No one, you hear me? No one.
It's my duty, John. I must inform the authorities.
No. Keep off that phone. Keep away, I say.
I'm sorry, John.
Oh. John, my friend. No. Try to sleep, darling. Try to sleep. Yes, I know, darling. But it's almost morning. You must rest. Sleep, Linda. Sleep, my beloved. All right, darling. I've got to be strong. I've got to help you. And I did help you. He was going to tell them about you. Everyone. They'd have taken you away from me, locked you up, pointed at you, laughed at you. But I stopped him, Linda. I stopped him for you. He called me friend. But you're my wife, my beloved, and I love you. I've pleased you, haven't I, my darling? I never could please you before, could I? And now I've pleased you. I killed him, Linda. I killed my friend to save you. And if anybody comes, I'll say he never came here. And no one will know, darling. No one but you and I. What is it, darling? What's the matter? Why are you getting up? What is it? Why go to the window? What do you want? Oh, if I could only understand you. If I could only know what you're trying to say to me. Oh, no. Oh, Linda, stop. I beg you to stop. Linda, beloved, stop. Yes, I'm coming.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, it's you.
I found this note saying you wanted to talk to me. Gee, I hope you're not going to quit taking milk from me, Mr. Taylor. I know I've been kind of late with deliveries the last couple of days, but you see, it's my horse.
No, I'm not going to stop taking milk. That's what I want to see you about. I want milk, more milk, cream, everything.
Oh, sure. How much do you want?
Oh, 4 bottles of milk. No, 6.
6?
Yes, and cream. 6 bottles of cream.
Is something wrong, Mr. Taylor?
Wrong? Why do you think something's wrong?
Well, I only meant...
You meant what? Speak up. You meant what?
Oh, now, don't get sore, Mr. Taylor. I just meant, well, you don't look so good, and, well, you know how it is. Sometimes a fella has a couple too many, and he starts ordering all the milk in the world.
You fool. I'm not drunk. You want to sell me that milk, or do I have to get another milkman?
No, I'll get it for you.
Hurry.
6 quarts, 6 cream. Only him and his old lady. The guy's nuts.
Drink the milk, my beloved. Please. But you haven't eaten anything. You're hungry. You must be hungry. Oh, my darling, what do you want? I'll get you anything. Just eat. No. No, I can't let you out of the room. I can't. Someone might come to the door. They'd see through the windows. Oh, be patient, Linda, darling. I'll think of something. Oh, drink the milk for your own good, Linda. Please. No, dearest. Don't do that. All right, dear. All right. I'll let you into the dining room. But you've got to stay away from the windows. If someone should see you. Here, let me carry you. All right, darling, all right. I won't. Go yourself. You see, my darling, your pretty living room. Everything in it just the way you fixed it. Everything. Oh, Linda, this horrible thing that's happened to us. I tell myself it isn't real. I'll wake up soon and everything will be the way it used to be. You and I. Linda, where are you? Oh, Linda, don't, no, Linda, don't touch that bird, Linda, how could you do it? How could you do it?
Good morning, Mr. Taylor. Early again this morning, ain't you?
Morning.
Ever since you sent your wife to the country, my first customer every morning for the last 3 days you've been. Like I was saying to my wife this morning, I said...
Yes, Mr. Heinrich, some other time. I'm in a hurry. My order, please.
Yeah, but you ain't give me no order yet. How about a nice steak, what you can broil?
No, nothing like that.
But to broil a steak? I tell you, that's nothing. When my wife, she goes to the country, that's what I always make for myself. You lay the steak in the pan, and then you light the gas.
I'm in a hurry, I tell you.
Yeah, all right. You don't have to get so high blood pressure, Mr. Taylor. If you will tell me what you want, by golly, I'll give it to you.
Well, I don't know exactly. A couple of pounds of liver. Yes, that's it. Fresh liver.
What? Again?
You heard me.
Yeah, sure, I heard you, but by golly, for 3 days, ever since your wife, she went away, you eat nothing but liver.
Are you going to fill my order?
Yeah, sure, I will fill your order. There. Did you ever see such nice, fresh liver, huh? Oh, 2 pounds? Jawohl. There we are. By golly, it could be you was raising cats or something.
Why do you say that?
Well, every day you buy liver. This morning I catched a couple of mouses in a trap. Maybe you like to take them along for the cat too, huh?
Don't say that!
Mr. Taylor, the liver you forgot. By golly, that man is verrückt. Now, what did I say that was wrong? Cats like to eat mouses.
Oh, my Linda, my dearest Linda, close to me. Oh, my darling, it's better this way. You can't leave me now. I'll have you with me always. I'll keep you here. Just you and I. I won't answer it. They'll go away. All right. I'll answer it. No, stay here, my beloved. They mustn't see you. Be very quiet. Be very quiet. Yes, I'm coming. Well, what is it?
Are you the owner of this building?
Yes, what do you want?
Kerrigan is the name. I'm your neighbor.
I've got that place across the alley from you.
Neighbor.
Yeah, Kerrigan is my name. I'm with the department.
Department?
Yes. I'm desk sergeant at the 3rd District Station.
Policeman?
Yes. I'm off duty today, so I thought I'd drop over and speak to you. Do you mind if I step in for a moment?
Step in. Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
Thank you. Well, you got a nice place here.
Yes, nice. Very nice.
You know, the same contractors made this place as made mine. You didn't know that, I'll bet.
No, I didn't.
Yes. Irishman by the name of Gilhooly. He put up all these bungalows along here on nothing but blarney and a shoestring. Jumped out a 10-story window, they tell me, the day after the stock market crash. Lucky for him. If he was alive now, some of the people around here that bought places from him would murder him. What with the trouble they're having?
Trouble?
Say, now, speaking of trouble, reminds me why I come over. If you don't mind, I'll tell you.
Yes?
No, it ain't me that's complaining, Mr. Taylor. I'm the kind of man that can sleep in a boiler factory. But it's me Katie. There's a light sleeper for you. I always say that if a star in heaven twinkles too much, the noise wakes up me Katie.
What is the trouble?
Well, you know how the women are. Always finding something to make a fuss about. Hey, I'm not disturbing her, am I?
Huh?
Yeah, you know, your missus. She's not sleeping in the bedroom there, is she?
No, of course not. There's no one in there.
I thought maybe seeing the door is closed.
No, I tell you, there's no one in there. My wife, she's out of town.
Oh, well, that's fine. I always like to talk things over man to man without the women around. The women are all right, I says, but they don't know how to straighten our little troubles with neighbors without calling names and pulling hair.
Oh, what is it? What's wrong? What do you want to tell me?
Well, to put it plain, it's the cat.
Cat?
Yeah, the cat. You just got it, didn't you?
You heard a cat?
Yeah. It started a few nights ago. Now, it ain't just a mean one, like I says, but Miss Katie, well, you see our bedroom window faces right on the alley. And by golly, she hears every meow that animal makes.
You're wrong.
Eh?
I have no cat.
But me Katie heard. I heard it too, for that matter.
I have no cat.
But I'm telling you, it come right from this house.
I tell you I have no cat. Isn't that sufficient?
Well, now, seeing as you put it so plain, I'll be speaking up plain myself. I'm telling you, I heard a cat yowling last night, and the night before, and the night before that. And as sure as my name's Thomas Kerrigan, it come right from this house. Now, what do you say to that?
Get out.
Now, wait a second, my bucko. Wait a second. Don't get on your high horse.
Get out.
Well, now, see here. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just thinking maybe the animal's caught in your cellar without you knowing it. Now, if you let me go down there...
I tell you, there's no cat here. Get out. Get out of here.
Oh, it's like that, is it?
You heard me. Get out of my house.
Well, you sure are making a lot of noise about nothing, young fella. But it's your house. And if that's the kind of neighbor you want to be, I guess... What?
What are you standing there for? Get out! Get out!
Now, just a minute. Take it easy. No cat, eh? Well, what was that I just heard?
Nothing at all. You've got no right
Mister, you may not be a liar, but you sure are something close to it. If that ain't a cat in that bedroom there, then I ain't never heard one.
Get out! Get out of here!
Oh, no, I won't. Listen to that cat. If that ain't creating a public nuisance, I'd like to know what it is.
It's none of your business. This is my house. Get out of here.
Now, stop pulling at me, me bucko. I may be off duty, but I'm still an officer of the law. And I'm telling you, that cat you got in there is violating the city ordinance. Now, if you don't make it shut up disturbing me, Katie, I will.
No. Stay away from that door. Stay away from that door.
Hey, listen to it. That ain't no cat you got in there.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I lied. It is a cat. Just a cat. But I'll make it be quiet, but go away. Go away.
Wait a minute. Take it easy. If it's just a cat, what are you getting so excited?
No, I'm not.
Look at you. Your eyes are blazing. What's going on here? I think I'll have a look.
No, stay away. No. Get away. Take it away. I told you to go.
Big one. If I only had big one.
You'll never use it. Never.
Keep away from it. Help.
I asked you to go, didn't I? I asked you to. Didn't I, Linda? You heard me. You heard me asking. Linda. Linda, what's the matter? What are you going to do? Linda, keep away from him. What are you going to do? No, Linda! Get away from him! Linda! Stop! Stop! Oh, my eyes! My eyes! My eyes! My eyes. Oh, I can't see. That garden, if I could only find it. Blood. Blood in my eyes. I'm blind. Oh, God, have pity on me. Help me to find it. It must be here. I dropped it somewhere. You're back now, pressing against me. Oh, God, let me find that gun. I dropped it here somewhere. Let me find it. Got it. Yes, press close to me. I can't see you. Press close to me. I mustn't miss. There. Scratch, claw, what does it matter? You cursed animal. You've taken everything from me. My eyes, my life. Now I'll take... Linda! I heard, my beloved, I heard you. I'm coming with you. Wait for me, Linda, my beloved. Wait.
Lights Out, with Boris Karloff and written especially for radio by Arch Obler, comes to you each Wednesday from our Chicago studios. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as The Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man, yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. No. He had many lives. And I can tell you about all of them. How? Because my name is Harry Lime. Buenos Aires, July 1944. The Argentine papers were full of the attempted assassination of Adolf Hitler. It had failed, but all of us knew that the Nazi Party was doomed. Buenos Aires was full of those once high in the Nazi councils, and they brought with them money, jewelry, art treasure.
And now Orson Welles is Harry Lime, the third man in Work of Art.
Yes, there I was in Buenos Aires, just a clean-cut young American boy looking for a chance to hustle an honest buck. A friend had given me a letter to Senor Juan Fernandez, a gentleman with a handsome face, impeccable manners, and no morals. My informant had indicated that the senor might be helpful in guiding me along my chosen path. But when I called at his art galleries, housed in a brownstone building just off the Plaza del Congreso, he refused to see me. Well, there were always other sources of income to be found without Senor Fernandez's help, and the bar at the Casa del Oro seemed an ideal place for a young man to start a career. Bartender.
Si, senor. Dispense to the midmore.
I beg pardon, I don't understand much Spanish.
I will make the apology for being so long. See the supply of rum behind the bar, she was finished, and I go to the stockroom to bring some more.
Okay. Skip it.
No le entiendo, senor. What is skip it?
I mean, let it go. Never mind. There's no harm done. I'll have a scotch.
Gracias, senor. In Buenos Aires, we use much rum, the speciality of the house. She's a drink I made myself invented. Made from 4 different kinds of rum. The juice of the pineapple, the dash of curacao, a sprinkling of the...
Fine, I'll have a scotch and soda.
Si, senor. But you would like my speciality. You're from all the world. The seed is the fine...
You make a mistake in ordering scotch and soda where rum is the popular beverage.
Why?
And your clothes in a rum. You should buy clothes in the stores of Buenos Aires as soon as possible.
Miss Emily Post, I presume?
No, my name is Fernandez. Juan Fernandez. And I do not make these suggestions for the sake of etiquette, Mr. Lime. Only for business reasons.
I'm completely fascinated, Senor Fernandez. Please continue.
In our profession, we must dress as the multitude dresses. We must drink as they drink, act as they act. We must never call special attention to ourselves, but must seemingly melt into the background.
Yeah, but I melt so badly.
I'm serious. I tell you these things for your own good.
Isn't this concern for me a little sudden, old man? This morning you wouldn't even see me.
Your drinks, senor.
Whiskey. Thank you very much.
And you, senor.
I'll have one of your specials, Gerardo. We'll be over the little table in the corner.
But of course, senor.
It was not judicious of you to come to my art gallery, Senor Lime. You see, the business that goes on in the front rooms is quite regular, but there is a back room where some of the transactions are a little bit less orthodox.
Oh, yeah?
My backroom friends must not be seen coming into my establishment by my front room friends. You do understand?
No, of course. It's perfectly clear.
Lime, you come to Buenos Aires to reap some of the wealth here, huh? You are not the type to do it honestly, and that is all right with me. I will help you. But we must remain casual acquaintances who meet in bars, not business associates. You must not come to my galleries.
Okay, old man.
You are not giving me your full attention.
Well, how could I? Did you see what came through that door?
The beautiful senorita with the off-the-shoulder dress.
You don't miss anything either, do you?
Not very much, I assure you, senor.
Who should you know?
If you and I come to terms, senor, she is the first assignment.
Senor Fernandez was about as communicative as a penguin. With a display of the ultimate in old-world manners, he refused to say another word about the slender, dark-eyed beauty who suddenly set my pulse pounding. Instead, he turned the conversation to other types of beauty, those found in paintings and sculpture. He began to test my knowledge of the arts and perhaps my conversational abilities. Apparently, my proficiency at the latter made up for any deficiencies in the former, for we soon came to terms. It wasn't until a second meeting, however, that the exact particulars of my new trade were explained by the master. We'd met accidentally at a roadside refreshment stand near the suburb of Belgrano.
It is my desire that you make friends among our new residents. You can gain invitations to their homes and go through their private galleries, huh? There are many such private galleries.
Well, that sounds interesting. Might even get a job later as a tourist guide.
Your job will be to guide some friends of mine to the finest, the most expensive works of art in town. You must equip them with full descriptions of the galleries, the houses containing them, the personnel, the entrances, the exits.
Okay. Our souls have met. And now to that first assignment you spoke about, the senorita.
Yes. Little is known of Senorita Melissa Corday. She came here a few months ago. She rented an expensive villa, and she's invited only a few close friends to see her art treasures. But according to reports, she's the owner of the most valuable painting in all of Buenos Aires, an original Rubens worth a fortune.
All that and original Rubens, too. I don't know what Juan Ferendez is worried about. What could happen to me? I wasn't going to be doing any of the stealing. My job consisted of being charming and observant. During the next few weeks, I managed to exercise my charm on half a dozen of the local gentry. I was invited to their homes, and I made polite compliments to my hosts, extravagant ones to my hostesses. You know, it's amazing how much information you can get if you say the right things about a woman's choice of dresses or a man's choice of wines. And Senor Ferendez paid me handsomely for the information, but both of us were still primarily concerned with Senorita Melissa Corday. And she proved as elusive as the olive at the bottom of a martini. However, by this time we were both members of Buenos Aires society, and an eventual meeting was inevitable. I managed to meet her often. As a matter of fact, she found me quite irresistible.
I'm very sorry, Senor Lime, but I'm busy tomorrow.
The following day, then?
No, I'm sorry. The following day I have an engagement.
The day after that, Senorita
Busy.
Corday. Busy, huh? Now, there were two things driving me toward Melissa Corday. My determination that I'd pierce that core of cold steel and my desire to get the Rubens. Oh, I've known women, like her before. Women with cash registers where their hearts were supposed to be, but it wasn't going to defeat me. I'd have a bank balance to blind the next mercenary woman I'd met, and Melissa Corday was going to be the donor. On Saturday evening, Senorita Corday was giving a large dinner party for a visiting American diplomat. After a short study of the guest list, I chose as my target an undersecretary of the English consulate, Mr. Albert Ramsey. I studied him carefully. I learned of some of his former posts and all of his weaknesses, including that of absent-mindedness. On Saturday evening, I followed him out of his hotel.
Sorry,
Sam. I'm
sorry,
I wasn't looking... Bertie, Albert Ramsey in the flesh.
Oh, yes, in the flesh, as you say.
How have you been, old boy? I heard you were connected with the concert over here, but I haven't had a chance to look you up. It is good seeing you
Well,
again,
yes, it's
old
nice
man.
seeing you.
Imagine bumping into good old Bert Ramsey right in the middle of Buenos Aires. It's been a long time, hasn't it, old
Well,
man?
I hope you'll forgive me, a frightful memory, but I don't seem to remember quite where it was.
Oh, you're
last
joking,
time.
of course. You remember. It's at the Shoreham Hotel in Washington.
Oh, yes,
Yes,
of course. How frightfully stupid of me. Washington, eh?
Yes, Washington.
Must have been about 40.
1940 it was, but exactly. And you say you have a bad memory. This is really a break bumping into you on my first free evening since I got here. You've got to have dinner with me, old man.
Well, fact of the matter is, I have a dinner engagement. Charming girl. Having a bit of a party tonight. Promised I'd go.
Well, I'm certainly not going to say goodbye after having been lucky enough to run into you. I hate these dinner parties myself, but then maybe you couldn't take me along even if you wanted to.
Oh, I dare say it'd be all right.
Well, as long as you say it'd be all right, you're sure I wouldn't be intruding?
Oh, no, of course not. No, pretty girl like that'll be delighted to have me bring a handsome young chap around. Probably only invited an old duffer like me because she needed an extra man.
Well, if you're positive, it's all right.
Oh, I do have a confession to make, though. That rotten memory of mine, I remember our meetings in Washington plain as though they occurred yesterday, but your name slipped right out of my mind.
Can you imagine that? Well, don't apologize. It's Lime. Harry Lime.
Your hat, senor?
Oh, thanks.
Here, take my stick, too. I've got a stalwart companion with me now. I won't need a stick if I'm attacked by rogues.
That's a good one, Bird. That's a good one.
Here comes our hostess.
Good evening, Mr.
You look simply ravishing, my dear. Look, I want you to meet an old and very dear friend of mine, Mr. Harry Lime.
I've had the pleasure.
Oh, you don't say. I didn't know.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Melissa. I didn't know Mr. Ramsey was coming here. I bumped into him.
Oh, it's all my fault, my dear. Harry and I met accidentally, and I hadn't seen him for years. I simply insisted that he come along. I suppose I was so busy chatting about old times, I didn't get round to telling him who our hostess was.
I see.
I hope you'll pardon an old duffer.
Yes, of course, Mr. Ramsey.
Of course, you could call the police or have your servants throw me out.
I say he is droll, isn't he, my dear?
Very. Well, come in and have a drink.
The others are a little ahead of you already.
Oh, we'll catch up, won't we, Harry?
Oh, I don't think I'll have a drink tonight. I don't want a chance dulling my senses. I understand Melissa has an art collection that's really worthwhile seeing.
You're interested in art?
Oh.
Somehow I didn't think you would be.
Oh, I'm very, very, very interested.
Perhaps I've been wrong in my estimate of you, Mr. Lime. I'll be happy to show you my gallery, if you really think you'd enjoy it.
Well, honestly, Miss Corday, nothing could fascinate me more.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles as the third man continues with Work of Art.
Dinner was an eternity of rich food and rich people. The small talk was so small it was almost non-existent. But for one thing, I could be thankful. My pal, Bertie Ramsey, forgot me in his absorption with a mustached Ecuadorian woman. He was probably fascinated by the task of counting her chins. No mean job, since she was constantly quivering with laughter. At any rate, the dinner was over in what seemed like a mere few months. And after what Mr. Ramsey probably would have called a decent interval, I persuaded Melissa Corday to take me on a cook's tour of her gallery.
Well, this is it.
Oh, it's magnificent. Why, there must be a fortune represented here.
It means little to me now. Perhaps someday it may have value for me again.
Melissa, maybe you don't realize what's wrong. You're lonely.
This first painting's quite interesting. A little-known artist, Constantine Langmuir, painted it. I suppose it has little intrinsic value, but I recognize the scene. A little cove on Riviera where I used to go when I was a child.
Oh, that's lovely. That's a Degas over there, isn't it?
Yes.
And a Rubens. That is a Rubens, isn't it?
Yes. When I first got it, I thought it was the answer to all my dreams.
And it isn't now?
It's almost worthless.
Melissa, you can make things worthwhile again. You can learn how to dream again.
Please, Harry. You're hurting my hand.
You're hurting my heart. Melissa, I don't know what's holding you back, but sometimes when we've been hurt, we build up a wall around ourselves. I know because I've been hurt. I've been lonely. Maybe neither of us has to be lonely again.
No. Harry, please.
I didn't intend to kiss you by force.
I think maybe I'd better go back to my other guests. When you're ready to rejoin the others, just pull the door firmly. It's self-locking.
The gallery was in a separate wing of the house, connected to a small sitting room with only the self-locking door between. The sitting room had a large French door that led to a small balcony, and the street was only 7 or 8 feet below. On the other side of the sitting room was a boudoir, Melissa's. The servants' quarters must be miles away. It was a setup. And Harry Lime wasn't going to give this setup away for any 25% of the Rubens' value. Let Ferendez take his 25%. It was going to be 75 for me. I wedged a match in the lock, and then I rejoined the gay party of the doddering diplomats.
Oh, well, there you are, my boy. Did you manage to come out with the Picasso under your coat?
It wouldn't quite fit, but...
We'd all give our eye teeth of some of Melissa's paintings. She has some real beauties, doesn't she?
Well, let's say she possesses real beauty.
Oh, well put, old boy, well put.
Have a drink, Harry.
Oh, no, I really have to be going, Melissa, if you'll excuse me.
The night's young yet, Harry, the night's young.
I expect a busy day tomorrow. I'm awfully sorry.
Well, if you must go.
Please don't bother seeing me at the door, Melissa. I don't want to take you away from your other guests.
Well, goodbye then.
Adieu. Good night. Bye now. Buenas noches.
You are leaving, Senor Lime?
Yes, I have to be going.
No, I will get where you go.
Oh, I just had a little accident. The button off my coat. You wouldn't happen to have a needle and a thread, do you?
A needle? Thread?
Agujaillo.
Agujaillo. Si, Senor Lime. Pedro has, right here in the cloakroom.
And a pair of scissors, and a sharp knife, or a razor blade, something of that kind. You have one?
Si, understand, razor blade. Have here. See? Needle. Thread or razor blade. You want Pedro to sew?
No. Thanks very much. I can manage. I hate to keep troubling you, but suddenly I seem to be very thirsty. Do you think I might have a glass of water?
Si, senor.
Oh, thank you. If you could get it while I sew this on.
Of course, senor. I shall be right back.
No. Take your time. Take all the time in the world. This was the one dangerous element in the whole scheme. My being seen now. I waited until the obliging Pedro was out of sight, then I slipped down the corridor. I hoped he wouldn't start a fuss when he found me gone. The guests and the servants were all busy, thank heavens. I reached the gallery wing. I slipped through the little sitting room into the room containing my Rubens, took the little matchstick out and heard the lock click reassuringly. But just in case someone should come in, I took a position behind a heavy velvet drape. Hours later, I could hear the other guests take their departure. The servants locking windows and doors. Someone rattled the doorknob of the gallery and then went away. I heard Melissa's door open and close. But still I remained motionless. I waited until almost dawn, till the silence was thick and heavy. Stealthily, I approached the priceless painting. I took the razor and slipped the canvas neatly from the frame. I rolled it up and slipped it into the lining of my coat. A few hurried stitches took care of the rip I'd made for it. I held my breath as I tiptoed to the door and opened it gently. Crossed to the French door that led to the balcony. Below was the street and safety. The latch worked easily. I started to turn the handle. Oh, my ankle.
Stop!
Oh, my ankle. No, don't shoot.
So we've got a ladron, eh? It's on the line.
Get to your feet. Stand up.
My ankle's killing me, Pedro.
Pedro? You called me by name.
Oh.
Carlos, flash your light in his face. No.
Pedro, Carlos, what in the world is going on?
We have caught for you a burglar, senorita. A burglar. He is Senor Lime.
I call the policia. No, senorita?
Wait just a minute, Carlos. Harry, what is the meaning of this?
Melissa.
What were you doing in my gallery?
Well, I wasn't in the gallery.
What?
I could explain the whole thing very easily if we were alone.
Not leave you alone with him, senorita.
You don't think I'd try to harm you?
No, Harry, I don't. It's all right, Pedro. Carlos, wait outside.
We have our guns ready. You call if you need us, huh? And no funny business, Senor Lime.
Well, Harry?
I did a silly thing. I guess you wouldn't talk to me earlier, and I had so much to tell you. Things I couldn't say before your other guests.
Harry.
So I came back to steal something. I came back to steal a few hours alone with you.
Oh,
so
Harry.
I tried to sneak out, and, well, you know the rest.
Oh, you're going to make Carlos and Pedro very unhappy. They thought they'd caught a ladron. Oh, poor Harry. Your ankle hurts you very much.
Well, when you look at me like that, I can't feel any pain.
Oh, you'd better go back to your hotel and rest.
Yes, I guess I'd better. Could I phone for a cab?
Oh, I'll send you home in my car. Pedro can take you.
You're very kind, Melissa. Monday morning came, with it the newspapers. Probably carrying my description. But no, there was no mention of the robbery. For some reason, Melissa Corday had not reported the theft. Maybe the old Lime charm had been more effective than I thought. Still, wasn't taking any chances. I made my way most carefully to the galleries of Senor Ferentes. And this time I insisted on seeing him.
You should not have forced her way in, Harry. I told you
I had to see her, and you'll be happy to see me.
What in the world are you doing?
Just removing a little painting I happened to pick up. Look.
The Rubens.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Need the money for it right away, Juan. I have to get out of the country now.
Obviously.
I get 75% this time. Of course, I know you haven't got that much cash hanging around, but I thought you could give me as much as you have now.
I have enough to pay you what this is worth.
Oh, what?
This is not an original Rubens, Harry.
But you were the one who told me.
I had never seen it when we discussed the matter. It's a good copy, a very good copy, worth $100 perhaps.
No. So that's what she meant. It's almost worthless. I was worried about her morale. What's her game, Juan?
Oh, I suppose a very old one, insuring a fake, permitting someone to steal it and giving him ample time to make a getaway, and then suddenly discovering the loss and reporting it to the insurance company.
So now the insurance detectives be after me, and for $100 copy.
Oh, those insurance investigators are always the most relentless.
And she's in the clear. If I'm caught, she didn't dream it was a copy. If I make a getaway, she's rich. It was all window dressing. Those servants, the house, everything.
You better leave, Harry.
Pedro, he'd make a lovely witness. He even gave me the razor blade I used.
I have a friend. He owns a small freighter. Yes? It sails in a few hours. I'll call him. The Natalie Third. It's moored in the Puerto Nuevo.
I'll find it. I'm awfully sorry, old man. I'm a little short of cash.
Here, $100 for the Rubens copy. Oh, I don't know what I can do with it. The skipper of the freighter is a friend of mine. He will not charge you more than $100.
Okay, well, goodbye, old man. I suppose I just encountered one of the hazards of the profession. Thanks for the $100.
You're welcome.
He's gone?
Yes, Senorita Corday, you can come out now.
I don't know how I can ever thank you. You were my only chance. I had to come to you, Senor Fernández.
It was a great pleasure to save your masterpiece for
Oh,
you.
that wasn't all you saved.
No?
If I'd called the police last night, there would have been no way of explaining the presence of an attractive man in my home at that hour.
Mm-hmm.
One who'd been present all evening.
It would have been compromising.
I never could have obtained my divorce. My only reason for being in Buenos Aires would have been shattered. My months of being rude to every man who looked at me, lest my husband's agents could misinterpret my friendships.
You know, I'm beginning to think I was never cut out for this business. We Spaniards are too sentimental, eh? Like Harry Lime, I might have made a fortune out of this painting.
Imagine getting it back for $100.
But with no profit to me. All I accomplished was the saving of a woman's reputation. A perishable commodity at best.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Of course, I hadn't witnessed that last scene. I reconstructed it later from a few newspaper clippings. One reported the final divorce of Melissa Corday, former wife of a Nazi munitions manufacturer. Another reported her marriage to Senor Juan Fernández, well-known Argentinian art dealer. And a third, which must have been released to the press in anticipation of my reading it somewhere, told how a priceless work of art had been recovered for a $100 reward. It had been a work of art, all right.
Well, it's that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute. And here we go. Cheese comes from the Latin word caxius, which means to ferment or to sour. Cheese is made from the milk of cows, buffaloes, goats, sheep, horses, and camels. Milk is boiled at a high temperature before the curds in liquid whey is separated, and rennet, an enzyme found in the stomach of mammals, is added. Some cheese can be curdled by adding lemon juice or vinegar. The yellow to lead coloring of cheese is done through the addition of annatto, tropical tree seeds. There are many types of cheese, such as hard cheese, soft cheese, cream cheese, and processed cheese, all of which can be used in cooking. Hard cheeses have a longer shelf life than soft cheeses. Blue cheese, which has a distinctive smell and taste, have blue veins running through, which is caused by piercing the cheese and its crust with stainless steel needles and copper wires to allow air into the product. And that was the Trivia Minute, and I thank you for tuning in, and I hope to see you next time.